big arcade. They have one of those laser rooms that's really cool. They have a big they have like a big esports event area that was cool to go see. Like there's stuff to do.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a ton of more stuff there than there used to be. Plus, I'll be honest, I'm betting at some point. I've recently got into this mostly because I'm a nerd and technology is cool to me. Formula E is a thing, and that's the Formula One racing, but with electric cars. And they're more like video game racing, which is kind of really cool. They're like super more aggressive, but also like it's cutting edge electronic like technology. And they're supposed to be also adding in, they're going to have a 600 kilowatt recharge. That takes 30 seconds, which that just alone seems wild.
Jeez.
But they've got this thing, they've got things like, they have something called attack mode, where like you drive a specific spot and you unlock more speed for your car for like a set amount of time. Stuff like that.
That's hilarious.
Right? It's actually
This
really
sounds
cool.
Like
that just sounds like Mario
I
Kart.
played in Yakuza 0. It sounds like the slot car mini game from Yakuza.
But like, that's kind of cool. Like, and I love that.
No, yeah, that's sweet. Yeah.
So if there's ever one
can like normal people go and do this?
Oh, no, you cannot race if you're a normal person, but you can go and watch. And I totally understand it's not as cool to do that.
Multi-million-dollar e-car to go racing with.
These cars cost more to run for one lap than like most people's cars cost.
Yeah.
F1 racing's even wilder. The cost of doing one single lap of an F1 car is like literally like tens of thousands of dollars, if not like I think it gets almost up to the hundreds of thousands. Which is part of why like I'd rather be spending that money on electric cars rather than gas, or actually I think technically the F1 cars run on alcohol, but that's a different story. It's stuff like that where I find that cool. By the way, I may or may not have messed up the audio and the entirety of everything up until now. Did not go to stream.
Oh good. Very powerful.
Cool. That's great.
But so we just redo everything again.
Well, I mean, the easiest thing is Super Hyper. We really enjoyed the Persona buffet. It was actually really cool. I'm astounded, but I'm really happy with it.
But don't go at a special event. Go on a random weekend, or just like the weekend after the event.
And go early.
Exactly.
Go early. Then you have more time to enjoy it, because we didn't have a time limit. So, like, if we didn't have anything else, we could have just sat there for longer.
It was actually really nice. It felt
and chilled.
Very stress-free. Plus, everybody...
It was a nice...
Go ahead.
I was gonna, it's just a nice like location. Like one of the walls is basically just a giant window, and it's like a golf course. It's like pleasant just to
it's
chill.
It's very nice. Yeah, it's chill.
Oh, didn't they have live music that day?
Yes, but it started like 30 minutes before we left.
Yeah. So don't go super early. Go if you want live music, go a little early.
Yeah. But it was really good overall. I'm very happy with that trip. Don't eat too much of the main courses. Make sure you leave room for dessert.
Yes.
That was the other thing. I think that's a trick with a lot of places.
Dessert.
But
start with the dessert. I don't know.
Honestly,
you could
start by looking at the dessert, then go to the buffet, get the buffet, and then go back and actually get the buffet.
I mean, maybe I'm super weird. Hot take, don't eat any of the bigger filler stuff. Only eat these little tinier dishes that were the most delicious things anyways, and then also get dessert. Because these were like the perfect level.
Trap. He's there to murder your stomach.
I honestly think...
I love that prime rib as a trap.
He's hired there just to be... He's like actually a psychology guy.
Prime rib is kind of a trap. It's because it's the crab legs that cost a lot more. That lamb dish is going to be a lot more to do.
Yeah.
Same with the shrimp. So like, we did it right. Like we hit the big ticket items more than we hit the small items. Like we all skipped out on the French toast bar, which
is definitely
also
cheap.
A little bit of a trap.
I might have had a waffle, but just like not a full waffle.
Like,
I think I had like half a waffle.
Yeah.
I know Wes had we had a fourth person with us who was with us for it. He didn't eat way too much, but he did get an omelet. The problem was the omelets are huge. Like his omelet was like the size of a full plate. For real.
Well, we didn't even talk about, there was a giant charcuterie section too, which was like good, but everything else was like more better.
Yeah.
So I don't think almost any of
ticket item.
I got a little bit of it, and it was like, oh, yeah, this is good. I'm gonna eat the other stuff again now.
Yeah, I think the easiest takeaway was there were these little dishes that were insane, and then most of the cold stuff was nice to get a little bit like as something fresh to make you feel better, but also then there was like hilariously not this noodle dish, which I think arguably is also trapped because noodles, and then I did eat probably more sushi than I probably should have, but I'm also down with that because avocado. It's
good.
Just because avocado? Yeah.
I mean, yes. But yeah, we were also talking about, it did get cut off, but possibly going to something in Vegas. I don't know anything about like the best buffets in Vegas, but I'd be down. That idea sounds kind of fun. Plus that'll line up with doing like trip kind of stuff when I'm free.
Yeah, we'll plan something.
That sounds great.
Vegas buffet streams, here we come.
Vegas buffet stream.
By the way,
every single buffet in Vegas.
Oh God, are you trying to kill me? You will actually kill me.
Yes,
I
am the primary guy.
The problem is like I feel like you could only do like one buffet a day. Like I would die if I went to more than one buffet a day.
You only need like one buffet a trip, honestly. Yeah.
For real.
Nah. 2 buffets a day. Let's go.
Oh God.
So, but hold on. If we were going out expressly to try a bunch of the different buffets, we would lock into what we'd want. Like,
oh yeah,
we'd have that down to a science. So like we could do multiple buffets in a day.
We would be like, it wouldn't be Game Pass pals. We would be Buffet Pass pals.
Buffet Pass pals.
We're gonna have like the exact
give us a pass for this too. It'd be great.
Oh my God, that's so like
one day when we become famous content creators.
Oh yeah,
this is the videos we'll make.
We got to work on that.
What was our other one? We go to every Hard Rock cafe in the U.S.
I still want to do that. Yeah. It's a dumb idea, but I still okay. It's more difficult now. They keep adding ones in places you can't get to without doing stupid things. Like I think there's 2 that are in airports now.
Yeah.
Which like, don't get me wrong, not the worst, but also like I'm not gonna go buy a plane ticket.
The airport ones don't count.
But do they?
Don't count.
Why not?
No, the airport.
This is the part of the video that's like the first 10 minutes that requires a long explanation of what actually counts and what doesn't.
I mean, yes.
And every one of these types of
videos. But also, the harder discussion.
They do not count.
The harder discussion is: do we count the Hard Rock cafes that are not in the continental United States, or only the ones in the continental United States?
Yeah, that was the other thing. Yeah.
Because as soon as we say not in the continental U.S., we have to go to Puerto Rico and Hawaii, and I think Guam.
Go to Hawaii.
Oh no!
I've only been to the one in Hawaii. It's aggressively mediocre. Actually, they all kind of aggressive.
Spoilers.
I have 2.
I believe that describes all Hard Rock cafes. Not to like.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
Like I'll unapologetically say,
are you not sorry, Hard Rock Cafe?
I think a lot of Hard Rock Cafe matches like the same energy as Margaritaville and Rainforest Cafe. Not to like say that we're borrowing this idea from somebody or anything. So don't look up. I eat at all those. Does it?
When I was like 6 or 7, my mom took me to a Rainforest Cafe, and I couldn't eat the food because I was so scared.
Also, the correct response.
Drama.
Have you been to a Rainforest Cafe? They got animatronics. How do you not get afraid of those stupid animatronics?
Yeah, no. I'm saying it goes hard.
But also this website for their website is so not what I was expecting. Oh, it's because it's all the hotel. Okay, their website.
So many of them are in hotels.
Their website is not.
Yeah, a lot of them closed.
I swapped to their Hard Rock Cafe one, and they're so nice looking.
Hard Rock Cafe.
This website does not deserve to be this nice.
Yeah,
it means they paid someone a lot of money to make it.
No, but it looks like it's themed wrong. It looks like a super modern startup website. Like this feels like soulless almost.
Yeah, they're a soulless corporation. What did you expect?
Some effort.
Hard Rock Cafe is like what
it's not called the Punk Rock Cafe. It's the Hard Rock Cafe.
I would go to a Punk Rock Cafe.
I would too.
Okay.
Hard Rock Cafe is what like upper middle class like imagines is like, oh, this is the upper middle class white people. It's like, oh yeah, this is great. This is the good food.
Oh man, we have to go to the Key West to go to one.
Why are you mad about that?
Because I can't think of a lot of good. Well, hold up. I guess there's a road there, but like that seems like it's a lot out of the way. The funny thing is,
West Drive. It's the highway like just across the ocean.
How do you
the most
drive
disappointing
this?
part of that would be the Hard Rock Cafe.
You're not wrong. I'm gonna tell you right now, this is gonna be one of the trickiest like things to plan, unless we literally start at Hawaii.
It's literally the traveling salesman problem.
Well, kind of, because like it's easy to do the West Coast because there's 4. It's literally Sacramento, San Francisco, LA, and then Vegas.
3 major cities.
Yeah, so you just go like down over, and then you have to drive across the entire U.S. to Texas.
Well, no, that's what you take a flight.
Yeah, you take a plane.
Ugh, then we have to rent a car and like return it somewhere dumb. I'm not
return it
in Chicago, basically. I think that's where you have to end it. Because, like, you can definitely do, unless you go to, like, Orlando, to return the car, fly to Puerto Rico, then fly to Atlanta. Or no, fly to, where is this?
Are we doing just
Myrtle
Continental?
Beach,
Why are we talking about, why are we planning this lot of, we're supposed to be talking about Firewatch right now.
Yeah.
Nah. But also fair.
Oh, look, the forest is on fire. We should talk about that.
I need, was it loop.youtube? I forget. I used to be prepped for this.
And now here we are.
Uh-oh.
We're doing it live.
Well, I have to figure out how to
Parked
loop the
on
video.
vine.
Can't you just tell it to loop? Just yell at your computer and say loop video.
I don't think that's how that
should
works.
That's how that works.
I'm
pretty sure
99% sure that's not how that works.
That's how that works, right, Cyclone? Back me up here.
Where's the video? There it is. Oh, it's playing sound.
Oh, look at that. Cyclone actually knows how to do it.
You can right-click loop on YouTube? Wait, can you? Oh my god! Has that always been there?
Cyclone, the streamer god. We'd be lost without you, Cyclone.
True.
Hilarious.
So, Firewatch. I will disclaim, I have not had much time to go back and double-check into any of the Firewatch stuff. And so I don't remember almost... Well, okay, I remember a big enough stuff. I'm a tech nerd, Jovine, literally 10 minutes ago. Listen here, I feel called out. So I remember what I remember, but there's probably going to be big sections that I don't remember everything about for this game. It has been... God, when did this game come out? It's been a hot
minute for me, too.
2011?
Firewatch. Oh, it's on sale for $5.
Neat.
2016 is when it came out, so I probably saw it about 2017, which is still 5 years ago.
It's a while. It's more than that now.
Yes, that's true. But yeah,
Firewatch. So and then, Cisco, you played this last year, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
I think it was on your list from last year. Yes, it was your number 8 last year.
Sweet.
Perfect. Yes. It was good. I liked it.
And then I played it this year.
So we'll see if it made it onto your list, but
we'll see. I had an interesting time with this game because after I finished it, should I tell my Firewatch story now?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
After I finished, so throughout the game, there's like the big like mystery narrative. It's like it's kind of the thing that connects the whole game, more or less, I would say. There's like a missing person, and you're like being watched, and you're trying to figure out how this all plays in. And then the game ended, and I'm like, huh, they just really never brought that up or resolved that in any way, did they?
Yeah.
I missed I missed it. I missed the resolution.
Oh,
It
wait.
was
I
at
did too
the
then.
very end of the game. Wait, you missed it?
I was like, I just thought that was him being in his head or something. I didn't think that was a real thing. The whole
Yeah, okay.
all-
Thank God I'm not the only one to miss this. Apparently, at the end of the game, you're like supposed to be led to like the guy where the guy lived this during the entire time, and you get
Yeah.
some like audio logs and stuff of like, oh yeah, and you're like supposedly like led right there. And both of us apparently just walked past it and said, "Nah, we're good."
Y'all missed all of that? Well,
Completely.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, to be clear, maybe I just don't remember it. I just remember the main character, and the character that's on the radio, and that like relationship budding and like just dealing with what is ultimately the whole game, and that's what I remember. Not like I don't remember there being somebody who's like watching you or anything. Honestly,
That's like kind of
You don't
the
remember
main
that?
plot that's driving the game.
I guess I just
Yeah, there's,
forgot
like, this-
because it wasn't that relevant in my brain.
And you didn't find the resolution to it, yeah.
But
I
that's wild.
so there was that. So there was you and the whole subplot with the nice lady.
Mhm.
There is the whole subplot with like, oh yeah, there's people watching you. Are they watching you? Who knows? There was like, remember you snuck into a government like facility and like found information about who was tracking you, or so there was like a whole thing, and then they like burn it to the ground. My favorite subplot was the relationship I had with Forrest Burns, Park Ranger.
I mean, I'm with you on that. I actually completely deleted that like part out of my brain. Again, 5-ish years, 6-ish years. I completely don't remember that like government plot at all. I remember Forrest Burns. I remember the relationship conversation between the radio, and then I remember like writing and stuff. And then also like the adventure and like being at the Firewatch Tower. Unironically, this game made me want to go apply to work at National Park Service.
Same.
I didn't quite get that from it, but I did remember my days with the Boy Scouts fondly.
Also,
the
that
way
as well.
Yeah. The way I played this game was I found Forrest Burns, and then I took him literally everywhere they let me take him.
Bless.
Literally,
I remember that.
over a half of my playtime of this game, I'm carrying Forrest Burns with me.
That's actually incredible.
And then sometimes they'd like force you into the next day, like while you're just out in the middle, doing something else. And I'm like, oh no, did they just delete Forrest? Like, what happened to Forrest? I go and check his spot, and he's not there. And I'm well, I guess I'm going all the way back the way I was at the start, which is completely opposite from the way they want me to go, and checking he was there. Turns out, he just chills there in the air. Like, if you were holding him, he's like in the same exact spot. He doesn't have gravity exerted on him. He's just floating.
Actually
in
amazing.
midair.
Holy
I remember
smokes.
that.
And it was a very funny way of playing that game.
I do want to throw out in the key art, that's very clearly not you. And there's a person staring at the tower in the key art.
Yeah, there's like one of the early scenes, you come back and like someone stole your stuff from you.
Yeah,
I
someone,
just
like broke in.
I don't know why my brain just assumed that was like a grizzly bear or something.
No, they like
It
pretty
literally says it was a person.
No. Again, 6 years ago.
They take your typewriter and just like throw it out the window, and they break your window.
Have you met grizzly bears? They're kind of assholes.
Get in the tower?
They don't care. They don't care about your typewriter. They aren't gonna throw it out the window.
What if you left peanut butter on it?
My other favorite part about this game is I played it like 5 or so months ago, and they're like, one of the lines they say in the game is, a tornado in the middle of the Rockies? That's a meteorologic impossibility. Literally, like 2 weeks before I played it, there was a tornado that literally hit my house.
Incredible.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, that aged a little poorly, but you know.
To be fair, it is, I believe that close to the Rockies is very unlikely. Most of the tornadoes that are in Colorado are much, much further east now.
Yeah.
Correct.
No, it was kind of a freak weather incident. But it was just funny that they were
That is actually hilarious timing. That is a universe that we live on. But yeah, that's fair.
I have not gone back and actually finished that last bit that I missed. I should probably just watch a video or something and do it. I just haven't gotten around to it. But I did like the game. It was good.
I thought it was a very enjoyable game. I remember most of the time thinking it's interesting because it's one of those games where it's not like this is the best game I've ever played in my entire life, but it's like an enjoyable experience that I guess will only partially forget. It's like one of those things where it lives relaxingly free in my mind. It's kind of like Edith Finch, actually.
I will only partially forget. It was cool that the main character was like from Colorado and like from Boulder. We all had a bit of a connection to that. I lived in Boulder, and I was like, oh yeah, hey look, it's me. And then the guy like got married. I'm like, oh, this isn't me anymore. Okay.
I think the other thing for me is like it's very much like kind of the space of like Edith Finch, where it's like I'm happy to like get to experience the story. It's not like, well, I will say for me it was actually like genuinely seeing all the nature, the beauty, and like all of the work that the National Park Service puts into. Like I genuinely was like, I kind of want to. I'm really interested in the National Park Service. Then I actually did apply to some IT jobs with the National Park Service. I didn't get any of them, but it did lead me to try those kinds of things and apply to some places. So it had that kind of an impact on me.
Yeah, it was for a walking simulator, a very good walking simulator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think like I like Gone Home a little bit better than this. I think. I don't know if either you two played it. That was like one of the first walking simulators I played. And I have a bit more of a personal connection to Gone Home, but I would say like this is still up there in the
walking simulator space.
If you don't mind walking simulators, and you want to have a chill time out in the Wyoming wilderness with your friend Forrest Burns, you won't go wrong with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd recommend this game under the same kind of guides of like this is a walking sim. So
yeah,
it was a good story.
Yeah, I will say I did love the stylistic just beauty of the game too. I know it's not like
it is very pretty.
The thing everybody. I mean, I guess for a walking sim, it's actually probably a lot more important. But like, it's just really nice. They did a good job making it feel gorgeous.
I mean, it felt like I was in the backcountry, like I was backpacking and hiking again. So,
yeah.
It was great.
But none of the weather. Bless.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
It has been about an hour. Do you guys want to take a quick break before we hop into our top games for the year?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Get up, stretch, do those things you need to take care of yourself, and I will see y'all when we get back.
I can't wait to see where life takes me in the years to come.
All right.
All right.
Are we all back?
Think so.
Perfection. Let me go ahead and swap us back. I'm just gonna leave. I will say the Firewatch key art phenomenal, and I'm just gonna leave it for like what we're using right now because it just looks so good.
That's fair, honestly. All right. All right. So do we want to start off by talking about our list from last year, just for like a little refresher?
Sure.
Yes.
I'm down with that. Let me go scroll down to it. Honestly, mine was quite a mix. I look back at this, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I get it for all these. But also it's funny because like I think that if you looked at this list and you looked at the list that I have this year, you wouldn't be like, ah, yes, of course, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Also, I'm just realizing now that you have Deathloop on this list, and I'm glad. I think I cut Deathloop from my guess, didn't I? I sure hope so. They're all. I noticed a lot of smaller, like indie games, like Yuppie Psycho, 1980X, Rhythm Doctor, The Looker, Monster Prom, Stories Untold, are all like a bit smaller experiences.
Played Up is also pretty small. Like the only AAA thing I think that's on here technically is We Happy Few and Deathloop. For me.
Yeah. Although We Happy Few is a bit smaller too. It's like more medium sized. Deathloop I'd say is a bit larger.
Yeah, I'd say that was probably a AA game when it came out, right?
Actually, We Happy Few, I think you're
We Happy
100%
Few.
correct, is not even remotely a AAA, isn't it?
Yeah, I doubt
Pretty
it.
sure it's a AA.
It's Compulsion Games, who I don't think had made literally anything.
That's definitely a double A then. Yeah, they made like Contrast. Yeah.
Yeah, they only made Contrast, which to be fair, apparently got rewards. I've never actually played it.
I played a bit of it. It's like a puzzle game. It's aggressively fun.
Nope, it was a AAA before We Happy Few came out because Microsoft acquired them.
Oh, neat.
I didn't actually know that part. Wait a second.
This is
We Happy
DLC,
Few is
yeah.
banned for its
that says
portrayal of
DLC.
Okay, so it actually was after they made We Happy Few, before the DLC, which, to be fair, the DLC was really good. Like, I do think the DLC is very, very relevant to my approach of how much I enjoyed We Happy Few. Although the core game is still stands alone. I didn't know We Happy Few was banned in Australia. The Australian ESRB is nuts because of drug
brutal.
use.
Banned for drug use. Thanks.
It's super brutal over there. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're very, very hardcore. Australia, I think, has like banned more games than like any other country, other than like ones that are like China, or actually, I think that's pretty much it. I know Germany bans a handful, but that's usually just like much more niche stuff. Like Wolfenstein has to have a different version for Germany, kind of thing. They don't let you do anything with Nazis at all in any of their stuff.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
they're like, nope, I'm good. Yeah, so I think technically the only thing that's AAA on my list is actually Deathloop. You're correct. I didn't even think about that.
But that said, like Omori is still large, like it's long.
Yeah, they're not like small games. You're right. If we're talking about smaller experiences, like
Yeah, I mean, because
there's quite a few.
The AAA stuff and those ratings are like budget based ratings. Like
Yeah.
it's AAA because it has a
Big budget, a big team.
budget.
Well, and that's why Omori is like Omori stands out as it. Don't get me wrong, it had the Kickstarter, but like when you really look at the grand scheme of things, it didn't have a lot of funding. It had a lot of time and a good team behind it, but it wasn't like this huge, like 100 plus 60, even 60 or 50 plus developers. It's a very, very small team. So that kind of thing is still cool. Do you guys have your lists? I didn't grab them because
I just looked it up there. My list last year was all over the place.
Yeah, I know, because you had ESO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
ESO.
Two of the games,
Umurangi.
actually, two of the games or things I mentioned that I was looking forward to did come out this year. I don't know if
did you actually get to play them?
Program also.
Purple Space Program?
Well,
Purple Space Program?
Two.
Oh, Kerbal Space Program.
Yeah.
I heard Purple.
Space Program 2.
Purple Space Program.
I was really, you know what the best
Purple
part
Space
is?
Program.
If you type in Purple Space Program, Kerbal Space Program comes up.
Hilarious. It knows.
It knows.
It's been listening to us this
It
whole
did come
time.
out, but it didn't come out on my preferred system to play. So
I feel ya.
Okay, I almost put this on my guess for you as a hedge, and then ended up not because I didn't see it on anything.
I mean, I posted exactly everything I played. So
Yeah.
turns out
I think you actually played the most out of your list, especially considering Elder Scrolls 6 did not end up releasing. So you played 3 out of the 4 things that actually came out.
Yeah.
Which is
I remember
better.
last year, I acknowledged Elder 6 was probably not going to come out. It was just a game that I was looking forward to. Like I knew full well it wasn't going to come out. I'm just like, eventually, when it does.
Especially with Starfield.
I like played some jazz punk and I played some You and Me and Her, and Neon White still hasn't come out. Oh, was Atomic Heart on my list?
Yeah.
Oh, mine does
When
not
still hasn't
list
come
that.
out?
I think it was.
No, it still hasn't come out
Yes,
on
it
Game
was.
Pass. On Game Pass, like it was
you
announced
actually don't
6
have
months ago.
Neon White on your looking forward to list.
Oh, it's on mine. The one that I wrote is actually quite large. Do Not Feed the Monkeys, Forgotten Anne, Jazz Punk, Moonlighter, Phoenix Wright, Murder by Numbers, which I still really need to finish, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, Faust's Albtraum, which I really, really need to play. The Hex, hilariously, I did play the other one by the same people with the card game.
Pony Island. Yeah.
No.
Is
The
what you
card
played,
game.
right?
Inscription. I played this year.
Inscription. Oh, did you play and finish it? Or
Oh,
you
not
played
finished.
the demo? Okay.
No. I own the game.
Yeah, I
And
was
I
like,
played it for like 4 hours, and then I'll be honest, I kind of got sick of the core gameplay. I hate the card game.
That's fair.
That's the problem, is like I'm playing the card game part and I'm like, I just don't enjoy this card game part at all, and I just want to do more of the meta stuff, but I kind of have to do some of the card game stuff to do more meta stuff.
Yeah.
And so that honestly genuinely put me off. It makes me really sad to say that, but like
That's unfortunate, but reasonable.
especially because like I won my like 4th game of the card game, Like as soon as I unlocked the Carver, I beat it. Literally the first time I unlocked the Carver, I beat through the entire thing. Got to do the stuff that related to that, and I was like, okay, now what? So I am a little bit annoyed from that.
Hilariously, I beat it on my second run.
Oh, so you didn't even have that yet?
The reason I beat it was if you go too fast, like progress too fast through the game, you do too well. The game's like, no, you're doing too well. We're gonna throw 8 grizzly bears at you.
Incredible.
Instead of the second phase of either boss 2 on your first run or boss 3 of your second run, it throws 8 grizzly bears at you, which is why Sam and I were laughing in the background while we were talking about the grizzly bears card, because it's like clearly a reference to 8 grizzly bears. Which is
that's
a
good.
meme magic card. Yeah, they're like 8 flying grizzly bears.
Oh my god.
I happen to have a combination of items for whatever reason that let me win through that thing, but I wouldn't have won against the boss otherwise.
That's so incredible.
And and then if you happen to beat it, it just lets you keep going as normal.
Yeah,
and so I just beat it on my second run.
That's actually pretty great.
It was really cool. It was like a cool Easter egg. Anyways.
But yeah,
that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, for me it was this year. I played about 4 hours, and I'm like, maybe I'll talk to you more about it later. Right now I'm in the weird spot of like, I don't know what to do because I don't really enjoy. See, this is the problem. I don't really enjoy Slay the Spire and that style of gameplay, but I enjoy all the other stuff. So like that's
we'll
why
have to talk about it a little bit more. Because I might be able to like spoil a thing or two to make you keep playing, but we'll see.
That's what I'm hoping. So I'll chat with you about that. Going back to I didn't finish it. Suicide Rachel Foster still have yet to finish. You and Me and Her. I should finish it, but part of my heart says don't finish it and leave it where it is because I like where it is.
You stopped at like the first ending, which is like
no, I stopped at like the third. I got 3 different endings.
Okay, you stopped at like the first act of the game, though.
Yes.
Before things get weird.
Well, no, it's still weird. To say it did not get weird where I'm at is definitely not correct.
You haven't gotten to like the good
get
part.
Weird.
It did get weird.
Yeah. And then technically I did play Tunic, and then I decided this might not be for me.
That's fair.
I did do 3.
On the list that I have written down was pretty much everything you said, except for Tunic, and it added Atomic Heart.
Interesting. I did play Atomic Heart. Hilariously, the same thing happened. I got partly through Atomic Heart, and I was like, my heart's not in it. No pun intended. Like, genuinely, I got through it. I was really wanting to like that game. Like, really, really wanting to like that game.
Yeah.
What about your list, Wizard? Because I know we talked a little bit about how you said yours was all over the place, Eskimo, but you're still pretty happy with it, and you got to like almost all of your looking forward to stuff. How about you, Wizard? How are you feeling about it?
Surprisingly.
I got through a good chunk. So one of the things I'm looking forward to list was the Eternal Cylinder, and I played through a good 4 or 5 hours, maybe even 6 hours of that game. But my computer really did not want me to finish that game. It would just like randomly crash on me. Like it did that 2 or 3 times when I tried to play it, like on stream. And like after it crashed, I had to like couldn't get back in. Like I had to like full restart my computer and everything. I'm like I'm done. Yeah. So that was my I said I played 3.5 of these games. That was my 0.5. I did try to play that, and I did really enjoy it. Of what I played, I'll hopefully get back and finish that someday. But for now, my computer just did not like it. So spoiler alert, that's not on my top 10. Kentucky Route Zero, I also played the first chapter of out of 5 and really, really enjoyed. I need to get back into it. I just haven't found like I need to get in the mood to play that game. It's a very moody game. It's a very weird game, so I need to get in the mood to play that game, and I just wasn't in the mood. So, I did play and finish Beacon Pines. I will maybe talk about that later. And I did play and finish The Excavation of Hobbs Barrow, which I'll also maybe talk about later. So I won't get into those. The Fate Extra remake did not come out this year, much to my sadness. And then Witch on the Holy Night, The Last Campfire, and I think that's it. I did not play at all, even though I still have Witch of the Holy Night sitting on me on my. I bought the physical edition because it's neat, and it's sitting on me, staring at me right now on my shelf.
I getcha.
Staring.
Sounds solid. All right, I don't know about you guys. Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say for my actual list, I think it's pretty solid and well accurate. I'll also probably address this when we get to like my honorable mentions, but one of those spots is that probably retroactively going to change, but we'll save that for later.
Okay,
Just a little teaser.
Good to know.
A little teaser for now. You can probably guess if you look.
Interesting.
I'm gonna say
Okay.
I'm not have anything like prepped to talk about like the year 2023 as a whole. Cyclone does, so I'll read his. But if you guys had anything to say first about just how 2023 was in general for gaming, or not for gaming, I guess, let me know.
Yeah, read Cyclones first. I'll say a few words. I don't have anything crazy prepared.
Sounds good.
I'll say some words.
2023 has been universally considered a banger for year for video games. So many 9s and 10s have come out this year. Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Blasphemous 2, Hi-Fi Rush, Talos Principle 2, Super Mario Wonder, and so much more. I, however, have played none of those, so prepare for some obscure stuff and get ready to question my exquisite taste in video games. That's Cyclones. I will say, of that list, I've actually only played 3 of them. Although Super Mario Wonder did look gorgeous, and then I also actually will never ever play the first 4. I have no interest in Tears of the Kingdom, Alan Wake 2, especially because I was very disappointed with Alan Wake 1, Baldur's Gate 3, and Resident Evil 4 Remake. But I definitely get why a lot of people are very, very much in love with it. Like those are strong, especially for the people who enjoy them. Except for Alan Wake 2, unless they made that like ported actually properly. Part of my biggest issues with Alan Wake 1 was it was ported so poorly to the PC that like I would honestly say it's not even worth playing on PC.
I hear Alan Wake 2 is like an incredible game.
See, the problem is I've been told that was true for the first
one. I've heard that too.
Well, like I hear it's like way better than even the first game or whatever. Like it's.
If that's true, then
I haven't looked up much. But...
Actually, Alan Wake 1 was not rated that well. It was like.
Yeah,
okay, well, no, sorry.
Didn't get great.
No,
it was more of a cult classic than anything.
The critics hated it.
Yeah, that's what I knew.
The
Alan
fans
Wake
loved it
as a cult classic.
I don't understand that though, because I genuinely thought it played horrendously. For again, part of it's probably just on PC. It was really bad. I literally was getting a headache playing parts of this game, and that probably colored part of it.
Yeah, but I mean, you see that all the time. What the critics like and what the average person likes are sometimes two completely different things. You see it not just in video games, but like movies and a whole bunch of other stuff, right? So
yeah, that's
sometimes
true.
Critics, you can take critics stuff with a grain of salt.
Yeah, for me, I think even the critics were too nice to it. I didn't find the story exceptionally amazing. I thought it was a story that existed that was perfectly passable, but I think like Firewatch's story was, well, I guess apparently not so interesting that I remember all of it. But I didn't think anything was super crazy special about like Alan Wake. I didn't think it was that good. I thought it was milquetoast as a horror game. I thought the gameplay loop was pretty mid at best. Like I genuinely think, and this is coming from somebody who doesn't really play Resident Evil, I think I would just rather go play Resident Evil. Like genuinely.
Yeah, I've heard Alan Wake 2 does like much more interesting and like weird things than Alan Wake 1 did. So who knows? Maybe.
I guess that was the thing for me.
It's a game that if I happen to get it, then I would probably try it. But if I had to pay full price, I wouldn't pay for it. So
yeah, I'm with you.
Alan Wake is on Game Pass.
Is it?
Not that you have it at the moment. Yeah, I think it is though.
Well, maybe we'll see. I have other games too. Like it's relatively low on my priority list, but
I wouldn't push it.
Hilariously, of that list that Cyclone said, I have substantially played one of those games.
I've played 3 of those.
Did you ever play through? I know you played Talos Principle 2. Is that the only one on that list you played?
That is the only one on the list I played a substantial amount of, at least. Yes.
I know you played through Blasphemous 1. I guess you didn't enjoy it enough to want to
yeah.
immediately get Blasphemous 2, which is fair.
That costed money.
Oh. Did I mess up? I messed up. Well, no.
Did you mess up?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
No changing your guesses now.
Yeah, the stream has started.
I may have spoiled something. By my statement. Surprise.
Surprise.
No, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, no, I'm correct. I just have a very long honorable mentions list, which I think is actually kind of fair with this year. I think for me overall, this year has been a pretty big banger of a year.
It was really hard cutting games from your guesses, honestly. Like I had a short list of like 20.
Yeah, I feel
you also had so many games to choose
I
from.
played like 300 games in a year, so it's kind of unfair comparatively.
Yeah.
Like I think what, Scott, you played what? Like 15?
20. I played like 30.
It was more picking which games I don't think are on your list than it was picking games that I think are on your list, if I'm being real with you.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's kind of the same thing
which
for
leads me into so for me personally, my 2020 year of gaming was just a lot of big games. That's fair. And by big games I mean games that just take up a substantial amount of time, which really coded kind of what I played and probably why I had so many. Because last year, I played a lot of medium length games, or even shorter games because we were doing so much Game Pass PALs and like trying, right? Which led to just a completely different play style when it's like, oh, I'm super busy. I can only play one game for like 3 or 4 hours before I fall asleep while playing it.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, if I wasn't a full-time nerd, I think I literally only would have had time this year to play through Persona 5 Royal and Persona 5 Strikers. Like, genuinely, those 2 games took up so much time to play through.
They were thick.
They're beyond thick.
Like, yeah, they're super thick.
Good God. I think I haven't played a 300-plus hour game in, like, a long time. Like, an insanely long time. I think I was able to beat, like, 3 other games on the hardest difficulty, and one of which I was literally challenging myself not to kill anybody, and it took less time than playing through Persona. So, like...
Yeah.
Big game. Yeah. But yeah, that being said, it sounds like we're good to start with our 10th place games.
No, wait. I have to say my overall thoughts.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
For me, I felt my year was overall like pretty mid, actually. Like especially halfway through the year, I was like looking at my like tentative top 10. I'm like, I barely finished 10 games, and like half of these wouldn't make it onto a normal top 10 for me. I think it got a little bit better. So for context, I just counted. I finished 27 games this year. I put the full list is longer than that. It's probably like 50 because I needed some padding to throw you all off. So anything I played, I think more than an hour of or finished, I listed. But of that, I only actually like finished and would count. I think it was 27 of them.
Jeez.
And some of them are like really small.
Or
yeah, well,
a lot more than me.
Yeah.
A lot of the ones at the end here are like pretty small here too. Like I played a lot of stuff, just like a few hour long things towards the end of the year, which helped that. But in the early parts of the year, it was looking bleak.
So what you're saying is Baba Does Taxes is your game of the year?
I had that in my top 10 at some point. That game's actually much better than you would think it would be.
I thought it was a meme that you threw into Pad. I didn't think it would actually be your top 10. Incredible.
At one point, we don't actually know.
I said it was in my top 10 at some point. It's good. That game's worth playing. It's free.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't know what is up with the person who made Baba Is You, but they've made... Now I'm not just aware of Baba Does Your Taxes, but also Baba Is Mech or something?
Yeah, well, they're also
was
the ones who
next.
made that weird Metroidvania game I played 2 years ago, Environmental Station Alpha.
Oh, that's by them? I didn't know that.
that
I've
was
actually played
yes.
Environmental
cool
Station
one.
Alpha. That game's weird.
That
You
game
say weird, but I
is
say cool.
it was a cool game. He's apparently trying to make a second one, and it's been in development for a long time, and I'm very excited for it. But yeah, that was yeah. So he made that, and then he made Baba.
Nifty.
Anyways, yes, let's start for real with our top 10, shall we?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to start? One of you two?
Yeah. Are we just sending you the link? How are we doing this?
Yeah, go for it. If you just post it in the, I guess, voice text chat, and I'll click it. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong.
Nothing will possibly go wrong.
No way! I'm so happy to see this.
Oh,
I don't think you understand how
spoiler.
incredibly happy I am to see
It's a
this.
spoiler. We got spoiled.
That,
Rip it.
yeah. So my number 10 was SteamWorld Build. It's a just fantastic little like builder, or not, like city builder. It's really good. It's on the same level. It's like, it reminded me of old, like super old Sim City. Like, you just kind of build your city. There's some things you have to do. It would also remind me of Evil Genius 2 a lot. Super fun. Highly enjoyed it. Yeah, I only beat the first campaign on it, so but yeah, but it was good. It was solid. I'm probably gonna play more at some point.
So, I loved this game when the demo came out so much, and it actually led to me buying Anno 1800, like all of Anno 1800, immediately after playing this demo. So the cool thing with this game is it is literally two different games stacked on top of each other. The first, like, upper story is Anno 1800, or all of the Anno City Builder games, and the lower stuff is actually dungeon. What is it?
Like dungeon crawl, or
No. It's
the second half reminded me a lot of Evil Genius.
Oh, it's literally called Dungeons.
When you're down in the mines.
Yeah,
Dungeons,
I
okay.
get you. It's kind of like Evil Genius down there too, but there's a game called Dungeons which plays identically to it, from what I've been told. So they mashed together. To be fair, I'm much more a fan of the upstairs stuff, but and I actually haven't gotten that far in the basement stuff yet. Which, to be fair, I didn't even know there was combat down there. Like, I'm seeing that in the trailer. The trailer is showing me new things I've never seen before.
Oh yeah.
But this game actually single-handedly made me realize, oh, Anno is a game that is like the most me game possible. So I got it.
cut it from my list. No. I do want to try this game. I really like all the other SteamWorld games. SteamWorld Dig was like, I love that game. I love the classic Motherload. It's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, you smash Metroidvania with Motherload, you get this. Anything that this company does in that world, I'm interested in. So I
Really
definitely want
good,
to check this out.
Yeah, it's on
Motherload
Game
is sick.
Pass.
Yeah.
So
Oh, to say,
check it
right?
out.
Yeah.
It's like if you've
it's
never
great.
played, if you've never played SteamWorld Dig or SteamWorld Dig 2, you should play it.
They're
It's
phenomenal
like
games.
Motherload. Yeah, it's very good.
I'll be honest, all the SteamWorld stuff has blown my mind. The one that's just a JRPG was actually really good. Like, I don't even like JRPGs, and I really enjoyed that SteamWorld game. I think that was SteamWorld Adventure? I don't remember. All the SteamWorld stuff.
Quest.
SteamWorld
which
Quest.
was
That
a-
sounds about right. Or is that the
It
card
was-
game?
That was like it was a card game.
Gotcha. I've been amazed with everything they've done. They seem to actually genuinely seamlessly meld together two games in their own like twist, and that's part of what like I think they do a phenomenal job with.
I don't like RPGs, man, with 300 hours in Persona 5 Royale.
I hate the JRPG part of Persona. If I genuinely will still stand by that. I don't like JRPGs. I like visual novels.
Visual
That's
novels and
fair.
time management sims. Yeah.
I mean,
He has
yes.
said that multiple
God.
times.
But yeah. I'm so happy that this made it on your list. I think I actually guessed it.
That's my number
But-
10.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to hear that. I wasn't sure, but I'm really happy you enjoyed it too. I think I just really like people enjoying games I also like. but that's awesome.
That's wonderful because then you get to talk about them. Yeah,
Number 10's not going to make you very happy.
Uh-oh. What link am I about to click?
Who's going next?
Yeah.
I haven't linked it yet. I need to preface this. Okay, so for my top 10 list, normally to make it on my top 10 list, games have to have... generally, my top 10 is like games that have a heavy narrative impact on me. Like, games I play a lot, like WoW, but don't have like a strong like lasting impression. Usually that's by narrative. Usually don't make it onto my top 10 list, even if I've played them more than any other game on my list.
I get you.
Okay, that's fair.
I understand that.
The exception is my number 10 spots usually. Number 10 last year was Played Up, which normally a roguelike wouldn't make it onto my list, but
yeah.
In that case, we played a ton of it. I had a lot of fun playing it, so I gave that was like my number 10 nod.
That's continued being a big
basically. I want to play more. We haven't played in a while, but I want to play more.
I want to play the Christmas update, so we should do that. We were actually talking about it Friday. Literally, we wanted to, but you disappeared.
Oh yeah. I think I was around. Huh.
We said your name, but don't worry, we'll play it this week or something.
Cool. Yeah. So the number 10 spot is something a bit weirder, or like all my game. I like weird games, right? Games are weird. I like weird games.
That's where it's at.
This one is just a little bit weirder than the other ones.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead and click this link.
What is your game number 10?
Let's see.
Visit site. What the hell is it? Wait a second. No. You did
My
not.
Number 10 is Rhythm Action Gatsby.
Sir, I don't actually think I can show this on stream, unironically.
Probably not.
I think it'll actually get me DMCA.
There's no actual trailer for this game, so I linked the movie The Great Gatsby.
There's no...
No, because it's a little like flash game. I'm just actually astounded that this major list.
It takes like 2.5 minutes to play. It was the weirdest thing I played this year, and it left a lasting impression, and it was good. I liked it. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Rhythm Action Gatsby right there.
Not even on here? Not even an option to choose from?
It should be pretty early up. Yeah. It's between Taiji and Leighton versus Wright. Is Rhythm Action Gatsby right there.
It was one of those
Yep,
rare
okay.
smiles
Alright, I need
Cyclone
to
Guest.
with a quality of eternal
Cyclone Guest
Cyclone
trombone champ.
that you may come across
And his reasoning was like a number 10 meme slot.
or find.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let's see.
Yeah.
It was trombone champ. Probably not, but it'd be really funny. I'm gonna give Cyclone this point because he got the spirit he got the spirit of the choice. Yeah, of the number 10 slot.
Or see
So I'm gonna give
That's
Cyclone a
fair.
point here.
the whole eternal world.
Alright, so far Cyclone's winning.
Well, hold up.
So far, Cyclone is winning.
Wait, what?
Yeah, none of us has gotten points yet.
Wait, did I not get points?
No,
I
I think I did.
I think
Did SteamWorld
Jovine
make
and I
one?
both got points. Yeah.
I'm pretty
okay.
sure. One sec. I'm clicking my whole one to double check. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I put SteamWorld build at 9, but like for me, that's even cooler that I even got close with that.
I didn't even try to order these.
Yeah, same.
That's fair.
Okay. What is your 10?
So my 10 is actually a game a friend of mine worked on, but not the game that Cyclone's going to be thinking of because I didn't play this one really recently. It's The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yep.
Dang it, I almost swapped that in last minute.
This game slapped so much harder than it had any business. And I don't know what the deal with it was. This is probably my favorite April Fool's joke maybe ever. It was just a good game. It was a fun little game. It was a story that I really enjoyed. And like, it didn't suck. It was just good. The art was gorgeous. The game itself was really fun. And like, I just really enjoyed playing through it. And you know, like I said, it doesn't hurt that one of a friend that I had from a long time ago, so a childhood friend of mine, literally worked on this, which I didn't even know until I got to the credits and saw his name, and I was like, "What?" Like I lost it. It was so cool.
Who worked on this?
Yeah, I went to elementary school with this guy, and we used to play Nintendo 64 at his house after school. And apparently now he works for Sega, and that's really cool to me. So that's how this little silly game that was just an April Fool's joke made such a good impression on how well they did with this game. That hold up, did they put 666 for the ring count in that game? I see you.
Incredible.
I see you.
Oh,
no.
Of course it was.
Is this score 420? I think it's technically 421,
yes.
But
Absolutely
421,
incredible.
460.
So did you contact your friend afterwards and be like, "Hey, I just played the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog"?
No, I genuinely have not talked to him since elementary school, but that doesn't leave me. I hilariously, my mom and his mom still talk. That's kind of the thing with military. The moms talk more probably than everybody else.
Reasonable.
And so I told her, I was like, I was blown away. I really enjoyed the game. And she said that was one he was actually really happy to work on. Everybody who was working with him was really surprised to see it because he was QA. They were really surprised to see it, and they were like, "Oh, this is really cool." When they got it, they were like, "Oh, this is awesome." They loved working on it.
Yeah.
So it was
cool.
just a neat thing like that.
That's cool.
Yeah. So
okay,
what's up?
I have a random tangential story now that we're talking on the topic of Sonic the Hedgehog. So I was in California for Christmas visiting my extended family, and we were at an outlet mall, just walking around. We went to my 16-year-old cousin had never been in a brick and mortar bookstore before, so we took him to a bookstore, and it was like a big Barnes and Noble, and that was cool. And we walk out, and there's a Sonic the Hedgehog cafe sitting there. I sent you a picture. I should post. I'll post it in the Discord.
I love that was legit, by the way.
It was 100% legit. The very first thing on the menu was hot dogs, and it smelled like I got close.
Hot dogs or chili dogs?
It was hot dogs. They had multiple kinds. I think there was chili dogs.
I
didn't stay for too long. It was a pretty small building, but the smell was very strong. It wasn't just like good or bad, but it smelled like they like pumped in the smell. Like it was powerful.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, that's my short Sonic the Hedgehog story.
Bless. All right, Cyclone. What do we got from you, buddy?
I didn't guess Cyclones.
Oh, I knew very, very little about Cyclone stuff, so I definitely didn't guess it.
I made a guess. My guess is my lists are. If I get any of these right, we won't count it because I think I'm the only one who made a guess.
Yeah, no, all of the games are Taz wanted. All of his top 10. Hugh.
Hugh,
oh, that's actually a good one.
Ooh, I like this game.
I've been actually meaning to play this because, like you said, it was free to keep. Hugh, this was free to keep, so I got it and played it because I love colors. It's a good puzzle game, and that's pretty much all I have to say about it. I'm not a huge fan of puzzle games myself, so I can't put any really higher than 10th. I guess to pad out this reel, I mentioned this game has a rainbow flag achievement in case you swing that way and want to add it to your achievement showcase. I don't though. I'm super straight. Google the word booby at least 2 times a week. Cyclone Bliss. But also, that's actually pretty neat. This game looks gorgeous, and every time I've seen it, it's just so cool. I've genuinely saw this game and wanted to play it for a very, very long time, but I just never have because I've just been way
I haven't beaten this game, but I've played probably 2 or 3 hours of it. It's really good.
Conceptually,
really cool.
it's great.
Yeah.
Everything about it, I've watched people play this before, and I've just always thought, oh, I want to play this. This is like the perfect style puzzle game. It's really cute art. It just seems really well designed. But I haven't had time to play it, so I'm glad that you enjoyed it, Cyclone. That's super duper cool.
Yeah, it's cool getting a good recommendation for a game like this too, because it's like, oh yeah, it makes me want to play it a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm also happy because I don't think I've heard anybody say anything negative about this game. I almost 100%ed it blind, but one of the collectibles slipped my grasp like 3 times. Oof. I definitely get you. It seems like I only have heard people talk positively about this game, so I really, really should play it at some point. That's a lot of nominations. And a lot of wins.
A lot of wins, yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, the thing is, I've never heard anyone like say like, "Oh, you need to play this game. This game is fantastic." But I've never heard anything bad about it too. So.
That's fair. Yeah, I've only heard good things, but I've never heard anybody say like, "You have to go play this game right now."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on PS Vita. I play it on the Vita. That's nice.
It actually looks like a game that would play well on the Vita, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. Whoops.
Yeah, no, it's a good little handheld Vita game.
Alrighty. Cyclone, since we had you be 10th, are you prepped to be 9th? Because I think we were doing Snake Draft last time we did this.
Yeah.
Yes, perfection. Buffer. Yo! It is the one, the only.
Let's do the Yono.
Yono and the Celestial Elephants. It's another puzzle game, but this one has elephants, so it's automatically better than Hugh. Don't tell Mitsu, but I think Hugh is objectively a better game than Yono. That, however, matters too little to me because Yono is an elephant and John Hugh is a John Hugh.
John Hugh. Okay, those elephants. The elephant is so cute, and the
right?
fact that you can get skins to make it cuter, like it just gets cuter. It's so good.
Yeah,
that's all I know about this game.
I actually do appreciate a lot about the cuteness of this game. That means
it's like a cute puzzle game.
It really do be like that sometimes, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if Stray is actually mid, but gets hard carried due to the fact that you play as a cute cat. This is not a slight at Stray. It's actually quite the opposite. I love it when media appeals to hyper specific niche audiences. I'm tired of the generic slop that tournaments eat up. In fact, plenty of other games that are in this list are pretty hyper specific as well. Anyways, I love elephants. I will not post the rest of my list until each participant say I love elephants. Go. Well, I've said it like 4 times because it was in yours.
I mean, I love elephants as well.
I love elephants.
Who doesn't love elephants?
Except Elephant Pong. Elephant Pong sucks. But I do love elephants. They're
Pong
super hella cute.
It's a gift to game design.
It is a disaster.
Elephant Pong is the best.
I love elephants. Bless. But I remember seeing not only Cyclone playthroughs, but I've actually seen Mitsu speedrun it, I believe. And this game looks super duper cute. I don't know much past like the cuteness and the puzzles. And then the weird, I'm not sold on whether or not the combat's actually any good. Because, you know, it doesn't make any sense, but here we are.
The headbutting animation's so cute, though.
Everything about this game is like adorable and cute, and I'm kind of here for that.
I just watched like Cyclone play stream this on but I had it like open on a different monitor, so I didn't like see any solutions or anything. I just casually looked over and saw a cute elephant every
that sounds perfect.
15-20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was great. My secondhand experience of the game, 10 out of 10.
That seems totally reasonable. All right. So to my number 9, another, in my opinion, another very cute game, Unpacking. I don't know if you guys have seen this one.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Thoroughly enjoyed this. Hilariously, we just Cyclone actually linked me without knowing that this was going to be in my top 10 probably. Linked this game because somebody was speedrunning it in the Japan one, and speedrunning it with the tablet, which is actually kind of cool. I thought that was kind of funny.
That's funny, yeah. I like that.
Makes sense. Yeah, I loved the way they story told in this. You played Unpacking this year? I don't remember. I think.
I didn't realize it was this year.
It may have been December of last year. I counted December of last year for this. Sorry. Because I just didn't have enough time to write stuff otherwise. It may have been December of last year. No. To be clear, I've always said that. And to be fair, that's also the standard most companies do, actually. It was 100% not that. I know that I played it. Hold on. You guys are going to, like... Give me a sec. Oh, you know what?
For the record, I count games played in December as games eligible. If I played a game yesterday, it's eligible. I didn't. Everything on my list is on the list I posted.
So here's the problem.
But
I played it on Xbox Game Pass, and I'm not actually sure if that tracks when you played stuff at all.
Check when you got your first achievement.
Use,
That
yeah,
is
or
it.
use
Unlock
use
12,
the
14,
Black Knight, use
2022.
true achievement.
So yes, I did play it technically December of
Played
last
it in
year.
December. Okay. Yep. No, that's fair.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
To be fair, I have
Well,
said
you-
before
you
that
did-
I
You did post that. You did post that before, so it's fine.
but yeah,
Leave
it was a strong contender, and I just really enjoyed the way they told the story through the unpacking of the stuff you're unpacking, the places that you're moving into, the little storybook that you flip through as you do everything. It was so cute, but also it wasn't like I hilariously, despite watching the speedrun of it, I never felt rushed to get through it. It felt like a really good pace of just unpacking, and especially as somebody who has unpacked so much in my life. Being a military kid, it kind of felt like, in a weird way, nostalgic, like something I've done before and I recognize and it's familiar to me. So I don't know. It just kind of hit a spot, especially for me. And, you know, as a storytelling mechanic, and the art is really nice and cute to me. I thought it was great.
Yeah, it's a good little game.
Yeah. I totally understand it not being everybody's like top 10 list, but for me it just happened to hit right. So Cyclone, meanwhile, I haven't moved since I was 4. I am 27. Yeah, I'm used to moving like once every 4 years at minimum. In fact, more often. I've moved more often than that. Oh, there's other like little fun stuff that they're showing off too, like the fact that you can turn on what is clearly supposed to be a GameCube and have like cactus cards pop up. Like there's a bunch of little fun stuff that I love that they did.
Yeah.
For me.
Me.
No, yeah, I totally respect this as a choice. It's a cool game. I like the concept behind it. I hope the gameplay is really unique.
Hey,
too,
wait a
right?
second. She just put her toaster in the tub. Don't do
Yeah,
that.
That's an achievement.
I hate that.
For it.
Oh yeah, the pixel art is very well done in this game.
Right?
Too, yeah.
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 To me, it goes back to show like this is a good example for me of like pixel art has a scale. When you start getting bigger and bigger pixel art, even though it's still clearly pixel art, there's a huge difference between this and like Mario. And to me, it's like night and day. And that's part of why like I so strongly really do appreciate pixel art. I think there's a huge scale in what it can do. So yeah. All right. I believe Wizard is next for. Oh, you already linked it.
That's me.
I'm clicking
I'm
it.
the Wizard.
Oh, hey!
Surprise! It's a game we just spent 30 minutes talking about.
Heyo.
I'm so
It's good.
happy
I had a
this made your top
so-
10.
yeah. I do think this probably doesn't make my top 10 in most other years. I
Okay,
will
that's
say
fair.
that.
I respect that.
Especially because I do really need to go back and play that missing bit that apparently neither of us played, and that might bump it up a little bit. But I did really enjoy my time with the game. I enjoyed, like, my experience was unique because I carried around forest burns everywhere. But like the fact that the game let me do that and let me commit to it so hard, I really respected. Like that was probably the funniest thing I did in a video game this year. And so that gave it a few extra points. Yeah, it was so funny. Like, just going and finding him, like, sitting in the spot that I had left him in, like, that the game had teleported me away from was so good. And, like, the rest of the game we've already talked about. I won't say too much else about it. But it's good. I enjoyed it. I would... It's number 9 on my list. So, here we are.
Yeah. Look, there's the bear break-in.
There's the person who's
break-in
very
right there.
clearly. They even show you a person clearly spying on you in the trailer.
Yeah.
I don't want to forget that, dude.
It's well, yeah. There's the government complex. Yeah.
Incredible.
Part of this is also like there was those teens who it's like, oh yeah, maybe it's the teens who wrecked your
That's fair.
your tower. And I think they probably did wreck your tower that first time.
Wait, Firewatch audio tour.
I mean, it's probably
don't
the
remember
development
that.
commentary.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, I didn't know they did it like this. That's kind of neat.
Oh yeah, it actually is. Literally, that's their way they announced it too, is from this trailer.
Oh, cool.
So, you said it was on sale for $5. So if you're looking for a game,
True.
pick
Yeah.
up.
By the
you
way,
want to carry around forest burns and throw fireworks into a campfire.
throwing out there, Murder
you
Sonic the
must be
Hedgehog is
alcoholic in this
free.
game. I do need to play it. That's been on my
That's
list
true.
of things I need to play.
It is literally
I do wanna play
free,
that.
and it's not that long of a game.
Yeah. No, it's something I've been wanting to play for a while, just haven't gotten around to.
And then Unpacking is
the way
on
I
Game Pass.
The way I play games is sometimes my brain says, no, you don't get to play this. And I'm like, okay, I want to play this though. And my brain's like, no, you can't do that. And then
I get
3
you.
years passes, like, and your brain's like, hey, you can play this right now for the next week. I'm like, deal, let's go.
Bet. Let's go. Fair enough.
Big mood.
All
The
right.
worst is like when I'm watching a TV show and then I have 2 episodes left and my brain's like, no, you don't get to do that anymore. I'm like, okay, well.
Fine.
Like, all right, well, I guess I'll finish the series at some point.
Yeah. Anyways, let's move on.
Yeah.
Oh
mi-
boy.
mine's in the chat.
This is gonna. I'm pretty sure this is not just on your list. It is. Take it away.
I didn't realize you finished this.
Oh, I took the same rules as you did. So I've played probably 2-ish hours of this. Really enjoyed the game.
I need to
Highly
play
recommend
this.
it.
I've been
It's-
meaning to play this.
It's really cool what they do. Yeah. So this is a great game. This, which will kind of be a reoccurring theme that you'll see, like I said at the
This
beginning,
trailer's
this year was just a lot of large games, and some of the stuff I played in between the large games as downtime. So this was one of them. I'm definitely going to get back to it. Also, the same thing, like, was into it, but then just wasn't in the mood for it as much anymore. But yeah, this is
The
a great
exact
game.
same thing happened to me. I think you've probably played more of the
Yeah.
game than I did.
Yeah, so recommend it. Check it out. It's on Game Pass right now. So
I really need to play this.
do
I
the
literally
thing.
downloaded this wanting to play it, and I just haven't had the time for it quite yet.
Yeah.
But soon.
play it on the ship.
No,
Play
because
it
it's
on
Game
the ship.
Pass. Odds are I can't play. Oh, I don't have a Windows machine for the ship. I'm bringing my Steam Deck, so I can cloud play
Can't
it. But like,
Oh,
yikes, you
the
know.
cloud play for the Xbox has been pretty decent.
It is if you're on decent internet.
Okay, that's
I'm on a
fair.
ship.
I don't know how good it will be. Well, you never know. It could work out.
You're not
I guess I
wrong.
gotta get my next one ready.
But Starlink pause jam.
Oh,
I mean,
those are
unironically, that
good.
is what they use for the ships. Yes, but that seems like a probably not gonna do that kind of thing. But please, I know you're never gonna do it, Microsoft. Please release Game Pass on Steam Deck, please. I beg you. That is single-handedly the main reason I pondered swapping my Steam Deck to Windows. Genuinely. Which sucks
Large
because
reason why I did it too, yeah.
the Steam OS is actually really good. All right.
Yeah, I've honestly considered swapping back too, so.
The other thing I thought about is I've genuinely been enjoying as a like brainless game that I can grind out. Although I'm actually almost done with the grind that I wanted to try. Call of Duty is only available on Windows. You actually cannot play it on Steam Deck because their anti-cheat they refuse to release for
Oh.
Linux. It's hilarious because it's only their newest 3 games that's true for.
Interesting.
Yep, it's their newest anti-cheat. They never made work on Linux. So because the problem is the new thing with anti-cheats is to have it at a kernel level, and Linux just doesn't let any software do that at all.
Yeah, sure.
So like they're like, look,
Gotcha,
our
so
anti-cheat doesn't work right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's part of the problem. All right.
All right.
Do you link your next one?
We're on to 7. Yeah. we're
Yeah,
on to
wow, we
7
have-
now. Here
No,
we go.
8. 8? We're on 8.
Eight.
Yes.
Eight. We're on 8.
Eight.
Yes, we're
Were
on
you
8.
about to link the
We're on
wrong
it.
thing?
Nope. I linked the right one.
Okay.
That's good.
Sure. No way.
Yeah. I love these
Oh,
games, bro.
I think I got that one.
I definitely didn't. I
I
didn't think you enjoyed this game that much. I guess I should have guessed from the fact that it was even on your
Yeah.
played list.
yeah. I played. There were 5 games that I played on my Switch, and this was one of them. Yeah, I love it. I love the Advanced Wars. They're great. I remember I played so much of this game with a friend growing up. Yeah, it was great. We would like each borrow the game from each other, the original one, and like for like 2 weeks at a time, and then trade it back like at church. It
Nice.
was, but yeah, this like childhood memories, but the game still holds up. It's still a great tactical game. Still tons of strategy. Yeah, super fun. Highly recommend.
I'm assuming you already know about Wargroove, right?
I think so.
Because this is
The
like,
game sounds familiar.
if you enjoy this game, you would absolutely love Wargroove. This is literally just what made Wargroove exist as a game. Oh,
Oh, I didn't play this, but I saw someone else play this. Yes, and Wargroove is yeah.
It should be on your list if it's not already. Yeah, it is funny.
You
We
should
actually
play
saw
it.
this on the direct.
You should play it
Yeah.
because it's an archipelago too. So you play archipelago.
That's also
with
true.
us.
It is an archipelago game, which is
Yeah,
actually just really cool.
There you go.
Think Advance Wars, but archipelago. Like, that's pretty cool.
That is
It's more
pretty cool.
roguelike
Okay.
style though, right?
Yeah.
It's from the creators of FTL.
Wargroove is?
Uh-huh.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool, actually. But yeah, I know you would enjoy. Well, okay. To be super clear, the actual main game of Wargroove is not more roguelike. It is like straight up a campaign.
Yeah.
Like, so.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's more, yeah. Playing it as archipelago kind of makes it roguelike, which I'm okay
Yeah.
with. I like roguelike. So
All right.
yeah.
All right,
We'll
here's
play Advance
one.
Wars.
Are we moving on? Do we take a break now, or are we moving
Oh.
on? All right, we're moving on. Here's one.
Let's
I don't think
finish
anyone
this level.
expected from me. Yeah. It's a game called Bad in Theater.
I had no clue what this
I-
was.
I didn't either. It looked neat. The main reason I got it was like look at it. Look at the art. It looks cute.
This looks really cool.
But also, yeah, it
Oh,
looked
yeah.
really based on a really old Flash game I played called No One Has to Die. I've talked about this before. No One Has to Die itself being based on the second Zero Escape game,
Okay.
which is Virtue's Last Reward, Jovine's personal favorite.
Hmm.
Which you
Oh wait, I think you're
that
actually
one's your
correct on
favorite,
that
right?
one. Yeah, you're
yeah,
not
you don't
wrong.
like Zero Time Dilemma. Yeah, you actually like the one. You should actually play No One Has to Die. It's free and it takes like 30 minutes to an hour. But it reminded me of that, so I'm like, I'm gonna try this.
Mhm.
I like 999 the best Cyclone, but that's out here and there. It's a puzzly game, but it's not that puzzly. It's quite short. I think this took me an hour and a half, maybe, to play. Let me see. 2 hours, just under 2 hours, to play and finish this game. Increasingly, I'm coming to really appreciate games that do their thing in a short amount of time, and then like are done and they're a full complete experience, and then they pack everything that's good into that short amount of time. This thing did that exceedingly well.
I
It
do
was
love a game
cute.
that respects their time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was cute. The story was interesting and unique. So here's a part where I'm going to spoil one of my honorable mentions, because it makes sense in the
Uh-oh.
context of this game. Originally in this spot, I had Slay the Princess.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I have. Did
I had it originally in the slot. I actually played this not that long ago. It was, I think, December 16th is when I played and finished this game. And I'm like, this kind of does everything I wanted Slay the Princess to do, but I like in a better way. I don't know what I didn't quite like out of Slay the Princess. It's a really good game. I think most people are going to like Slay the Princess more than this game. But for me, it just didn't quite get there. And this game gave me what I wanted out of Slay the Princess. So.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't have this on my list. I think I just went and added it to my wish list. Yeah, I did. I will say for an hour and a half game, it is $10, which does feel a little steep to me. But you
Get
seem
it
to
on
really
sale,
like
but
it
yeah.
even more. It's not on sale right now. It's the crazy thing for a game that came out in 2021. Are you sure it ever goes on sale?
I probably got this on sale, most certainly, yeah.
Weird, because it's not on sale during the winter
Can I
sale.
check my... I don't know. Let's see.
Regardless,
Is
it's
there any way to
interesting
check
enough. And
your purchase history or something? I don't know.
I don't think so. I'm curious about it. I think that that's kind of cool. And it seems like it does itch a very specific scratch. Like, it seems fun. Although I'll be honest, between how much is Slay the Princess? Because the problem is, like, if I'm picking between Slay the Princess and this, knowing that this is an hour and a half. Although I guess honestly, it's always that balance of like how much does it respect your time versus how much do you want more. Slay the Princess is also $16. So.
And Slay the Princess does respect your time too. I think that is a very like well-paced game. It doesn't overstay its welcome. What is my final play on? Let's see. Slay the Princess. I have 3.5 hours in Slay the Princess. So.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's actually smaller than I thought it was too. But yeah.
Fair enough. So speaking of games that respect your time, my 8th place was Persona Royal. P5R. A lot of my year, yeah. Speaking of games that don't respect your time, I mean, it kind of doesn't. It kind of doesn't. I feel like the combat does not respect your time. I feel like the storytelling does mostly respect your time. A lot of my year was actually defined by what was better than P5R and what was worse than P5R. Originally, this was actually unironically 5th. And then I was just like, pretty much my list was literally, these games are better than P5R. These games are just worse than P5R. That's what it was. And hilarious. A lot of my year was kind of
I get that. That's very funny. I get that. It's funny.
Yeah. I mean, it the real thing is, I will say, 8th, 9th, and 10th are probably, like, it feels bad saying this for poor P5R. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog isn't that far away for me for, like, how much I enjoyed it compared to Persona. But it feels bad, especially for a game that gave me 300 hours of mostly enjoyment.
I was gonna say, you also hated a third of the game, so...
Yes. Yeah. But
you still played 300 hours of that game despite it. You played 100 hours of the combat despite it, right? Like,
yeah, if we subbed out the like 100 hours of combat, I would happily play the other 200 hours any day, and it would probably honestly be even further up there. So, like, to me, that's a pretty good trade-off.
It kind of defined your year almost. Like, it kind of exists in like the EX spot outside of the top 10 list, and like it was kind of your year-defining game. It wasn't like your best game, but it's what defined your year.
Unironically, that's a really big thing, because it's just when anything takes up 300 hours of your year, like, that's a lot of time. That's like,
that is a lot of
time. It has a big impact regardless. I mean, the real answer is, you're also like, it's hard to get like true like growth of starting to really care for characters and the like all the stuff that comes with that without doing that. So like, I kind of get it. And what Cyclone said isn't wrong either. P5R may name it number 8, but Kawakami is number 1, and it's like. True though.
Yeah, fair. I can't believe Jovine prefers Kawakami to Haru Futaba, or even the red-haired girl whose name I forgot. SMH. Kasumi? Kurumi? It starts with a K.
Kasumi.
Thank you. Kasumi, yeah. Listen. No comment.
I'm listening.
It would be weirder if I was into Futaba. I'm just saying. Everybody else who is into Futaba is weirder than me.
Wow, I feel called out.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not. I put Rhythm Action Gatsby as my number 10.
True. But yeah. All right, Cyclone, you are wrapping up this hour. What do you have for number 8? So I don't get more attacked over my Persona 5 Royal take.
I mean, I got attacked over your Persona 5 Royal take.
We're gonna continue to attack you. Don't worry.
Oh, that's fair. Trust me, I know you will. I know the No way, my man, my man.
Some of my guesses too. I'm like 2 out of 3 so far for Cyclone. That's pretty good.
I'm so happy this is on your list. Cyclone, number 8, The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic is fucking dead. Ah. This is a train murder mystery.
I like how you voiced the sad face.
Yeah. I can't believe how popular this hyper-specific trope actually is. It's actually kind of a blessed trope. I'm just throwing it out there.
The murder case in Hat in Time was way better than it had any right to be.
True. Well, also, so the things that Mario, A Hat in Time, and Sonic have in common: a murder mystery on a train. It's kind of weird that it's happened 3 times, but also I'm not surprised.
I'm not complaining.
I'm actually happy it's happened 3 times. Yeah. I want more of these, please.
When did Mario do it?
Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door.
Never played it.
That is a fantastic game. Speaking of JRPGs, does that count? I don't think that counts as it. Does that technically count as a JRPG? I don't actually know the answer to that.
Is it turn-based combat?
Yes.
Then yes. I'm counting any turn-based combat as a
JRPG. It has an action portion to it, and I think that's part of why I like it way better.
So it is Final Fantasy VII.
Wait. Oh, I forgot there was a movie about a murder on a train. Is that actually what has caused all of the popularity?
No, it's not the. It's the book.
It's a book.
That the movie is based on. Yeah, the Murder on the Orient Express.
I didn't know that was a book. Huh?
Yeah.
It's Agatha Christie, isn't it?
Get cultured, nerd. Yes.
Get cultured, nerd.
Should
I feel insulted?
Christie. Yes.
Why is this so detailed? This is like one of the most detailed Wikipedia pages I've ever seen.
This was published 90 years ago at midnight.
1934.
Yeah, 90 years ago on January 1st.
That's wild.
Wow.
And so we celebrate with the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Indeed. It's a visual... speaking of... the rest of Cyclone stuff. It's a visual novel released for free by Sega on April Fool's Day, and it's really good. The art style is beautiful. The dialogue is masterful. Amy is adorable. Rouge does Rouge things. Sonic finally does the Family Guy death pose, trademark, and it's all a good time the whole way through. Play it. It is free. That is true.
I did play it. I did play it.
Honestly, they did.
I'm adding it to my list of things to play next year.
It's so good.
It's
so good. It's such a short play too. I think it was like what, 2 hours? Here, hold up. I can actually just look because I only played through it once.
3 to 4 hours.
I feel like you did 2 streams on it.
There's no way I played 2 streams for this game. No shot.
I feel like
it's 3.6 hours
over 2 days.
No, it's 3.6 hours. That's not even one stream. Yeah, 3 to 4 hours. Gotcha. So it's definitely, to me, an easy dub that I think a lot of people would enjoy. All right, that has wrapped up.
I wrote the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Bless.
That's a good typo. Anyways, sorry.
All
right.
You said Hedgehog, not Hawk.
Hedgehog.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and take our little break. Get up, stretch, do those things to take care of yourself. When we get back, we'll start with number 7. See you then. All right.
What should I drink?
What you got?
This beer is called the Kihoshiki Needs an Even Bigger Beer Selection. It's this.
Bless that name, dude. Oh my god, I love that. It's just literally, did they unapologetically just take a picture and just slap it on the front?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Bless.
What is this? Sour ale with Concord grape, blueberry cocoa nibs, and much more coconut.
That actually sounds
Or
pretty
I
good.
have this one called Castle Made of Clouds. I don't think you'd drink this one.
That looks like
because
cotton
it
candy.
Says, but I think it says like double, yeah, dry hopped. Well, it's a dry hop juicy double IPA.
I feel like I've been deceived by the term juicy IPA far too many times, but I think you'll enjoy that one a lot. So I think you should go for that one.
Which one?
Also, it's
Okay.
green
Here
screen,
you
so
go,
it's
Cyclone.
funny. I'm surprised any of that came through Discord. Usually Discord is like pretty not on there.
It's not too bad on the green screen.
Oh wait, was it not actually green screening from green screen? It was actually reflecting the green screen? Because that's kind of cooler.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was actually green screening from the green screen. Because when you pulled it back far
No,
enough,
it's-
it looked like
it's-
it just was.
Yeah, it did pretty good.
Here, I'll pull up the stuff so they can see it.
Because it's a silver. It's like a silver can with like a matte sticker on it.
Gotcha,
It's a pretty
gotcha.
dope looking beer.
That is pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're only on the 8th place and we've already had duplicates.
I mean, yeah, I should have put murder on there. Mm.
The good news is, nothing's stopping you from playing it this year.
Hello, I'm back. I apologize
yeah,
for my
it's-
tardiness.
It's a visual novel. I probably won't get into it.
Exotic
If I'm
drink.
being honest.
Pocha is a traditional drink from the island of Madria. It's punch.
What's in it?
It's literally.
Can I make
Oh my
it?
god, there's actually alcohol in here. I thought you didn't drink alcohol. 25% alcohol, and I'm lightweight as fuck.
I'm nearly crying.
2 lemons, 3 tablespoons of honey, brandy, and juice of an orange. Why is it served with peanuts?
This is just.
Why not?
This is just some orange juice with your brandy. That's all this is.
This sounds like
It's a brandy mimosa.
this sounds like a mimosa. Exactly. This sounds like mimosa, but less like friendly. It's like mimosa's older brother.
A mimosa, but it tries to murder you.
I mean,
Just like the prime rib guy.
oof,
A mimosa, but it's emo.
that's pretty blast. All right, Cyclone. You got your 7 prepped? Let's go. I should actually swap
I
these.
have my 7. I do.
Should we like mix up the order a bit at some point too?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I feel like we're the snake traffic is kind of awkward because people like go twice.
But that's the point.
I don't know.
Because otherwise they would just go last over and over.
Well, yeah. Well, if we just mixed it up every time.
It's a new hour, so someone else goes first.
Well, Cyclone technically goes first now.
I go. No, that's
Cyclone
what I'm
goes-
saying.
Yeah, Cycle goes first, and then someone else will go next instead of Jovine. It's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Anyways.
You just hate me. Got it.
Yeah, yeah.
No, we gotta mix it up. I understand what you're saying.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I don't always want to be the double.
That's fine. I could be the other double. If you guys don't look going back to back, it's easy for me because like I don't have to send stuff. I'm
Yeah, but
assuming-
I guess mostly we need time to prepare things, but
Yeah, that's fair.
it's fine. We'll figure it out. Anyways.
This does not leave looping because it's a literal let's play. I don't mind the double. Cool. It sounds like you'll be the other double and I'll be the other double Cyclone if that works best for them. Pokemon Unova Red. It's a ROM hack of Pokemon Red, but you're with the Unova Gen 5 Pokédex. So you're telling me I get to play my favorite Pokemon game with my favorite Pokemon. Sign me the fuck up. I found this game on Retro Achievements, and I 100%ed it after playing it for a few days. And yes, I did train my Meloetta up to 100. Apart from the different Pokédex and some new moves to accommodate the Pokemon in said Pokédex, it's basically just red and blue. If you like those ones, you'll like this one. I'm not way too familiar with the Pokemon in general, but this seems like it'd be absolutely insane to make an entire... Is it just the Unova Pokédex? Like, not all the way up to it? Students might appreciate this more than this group, Amici. No,
I appreciate this.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Wizards gonna appreciate
cool.
it.
Yeah, I think it's
I
cool.
don't-
This seems like a lot of work.
I don't know if you saw the Emerald ROM hack I posted a few days ago, Jovine. But
the randomizer one?
Yeah.
I don't know if you realized, I linked that to you like 2 months ago.
Hilarious. I didn't. I blocked it from my memory. They included all the new Pokemon in that too. So like they
that's pretty
backported
nifty.
all like six or seven, maybe even 8 generations worth
That's
of
a lot.
Pokemon, and like added mechanics to the game that weren't in the game originally. Which is neat. So yeah, if they can do it that for there, you can certainly do it for the Unova decks.
Yeah, that's actually kind of wild. As somebody who's like, he's right, I'm not a big Pokemon kind of guy, so it makes some sense for me to not be as like into it. But like, that's just from, I've always been impressed by what all Pokemon ROM hacks have been capable of. Yeah, you couldn't really have more than 255 in Gen 1. I kind of assumed that. That's why I was like even surprised that they did this much. Like, this seems like a lot, especially because they have to make brand new sprites for everything that fit in the theming of Pokemon 1.
Yeah.
So that's pretty nifty.
Is the largest individual generation though, even larger than the first generation.
Gen 5?
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that.
156. It has 156, and Gen 1 is 151.
Okay, that Lillipup looks so adorable. I don't know how they managed to make it look that... Okay, whatever the hell he has looks like a freaking peacock.
Face.
It looks so dumb. Or not peacock.
Yeah, it's a pigeon.
It's a pigeon or something. Oh, is it actually a pigeon?
It's actually a pigeon.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a straight up pigeon.
It looks like
Because
a
the
little
region's... The region's like based on New York, right? So
That's
it's
actually
just a New
incredible.
York, it's literally just a New York pigeon.
I didn't know that. That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty nifty. I definitely get... I especially get why you would enjoy it.
Yeah, I figured you had something like this on your list. I just couldn't cover for the possibility. But like this this is really cool. I like this.
Yeah, oh my god.
This is cool. Yeah.
I forgot how bad all of the back sprites are in Pokemon Gen 1 though.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an old game.
Yep.
Ooh, a fossil.
All right.
It's weird that the fossils in the overworld, but you know, we take those. All right, so are we just swapping you and Sesamo? So Sesamo's up next.
Sure. That's fine with me.
Sure.
I think honestly, I'm actually quite excited for. I recognized way more games from Seskamo's list than I did your list, Wizard. If I'm being honest.
I mean, so far my list is Rhythm Action Gatsby, and a game that no one here's ever heard of. So, and Firewatch. So,
And Firewatch.
we've had some
that's
ups and
fair.
downs.
Hey,
We've had some big ups and downs.
I'm happy I got this on your list.
Yeah. This game was.
I consider this.
Yeah, I didn't finish this game either. There were a lot of games that I did not actively finish, but I will go back and finish. This game was great though. Great triumph for Game Pass, because I waited and it came and I didn't have to pay for it. So that was wonderful. But yeah, this is it. I mean, the trailer kind of shows it all, but it's a fun little game. It's cool. You get to run around Tokyo, defeat ghosts, and have cool powers. What more do you want in life?
What more do you want in life?
I played this and I thought it was pretty nifty, especially my other friend who is like super more into like the general Japanese stuff, like thought it was insanely cool. So I definitely thought this would be up on your list somewhere because this game is just nifty.
Yeah.
But for me, hilariously, I ended up not loving the combat too much because I thought it was a little flat. But I think there's enough like other exploration stuff that could definitely make up for it.
Yes, we've confirmed. Yes. Yeah, I remember I kind of stopped because the gameplay was becoming a little too samey, which is why it's here on the list.
Because a bit further up, gotcha.
Yeah, but it's one of those games where the game loop is satisfying enough that I will eventually get back to it and finish the game because I want to see where the story is going. I just needed a break from the gameplay.
Yeah, I definitely get you. I mean this in the nicest way possible to this game. To me, it kind of felt like weeb Assassin's Creed. With the general like gameplay.
I think that is a fine assessment.
Which, to be fair, is honestly probably a really good descriptor for a lot of people who are like, oh, now I want to play the game. Like, if you enjoy the general styling of Assassin's Creed, I think you'll enjoy this game. Because I feel like that was one of the issues I had with Assassin's Creed is like, it's not like the combat's anything super insane. You're mostly there for the story and getting to explore a really cool city. And that's exactly what this game was.
Yeah. Plus, I do really like the art style. It's really cool. It
looks good.
It's got the perfect amount of horror element for me too. Like it's a lot more psychological and like thinker of a horror than necessarily like slasher horror, which I'm a big fan of. Like I said, it ticks a lot of great boxes for me. It's just, you know, in the end, I need a break from the gameplay loop, which is why I ended up at 7.
I definitely feel you. All right, Wizard. What am I?
That's
clicking?
me.
Should I be worried about this? What are you making me? Oh, hey.
No, this is a pretty reasonable pick,
Oh,
I
it's
think.
so cute. I'm sure this definitely won't be depressing at all.
Well, this is a game about processing grief.
Well, I tried.
But it's not sad. It's really not a sad game.
I getcha.
What is it called?
It's called When the Past Was Around.
Oh yes, I got this one.
Yeah, hilariously, it's so beautiful. Hilariously, I played this in the same day I played my previous entry. I got them both and just played them both on the same day, and I was like, wow, those are both incredible. It's hard to really talk about this one. It's very short too. This is also another really short game. It's a point and click adventure. The puzzles aren't anything special, but they're cute and they serve what the game is, and that's fine. The game is cool. There's no dialogue in it. It's all sound and pictures, and it's just a story about a nice lady whose owl husband died, and you're kind of going back through her memories and like working through that. It's a really beautiful game. Honestly, it probably deserves to be like 1 or 2 spots higher on my list, especially over the next one, but I'm dumb. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed my time with it. Some of this might be like recency bias too. Like I did play this very recently. But for how short it is, and this one was only like $5 and like less on sale, I think.
It's $4.79 right now, and that's the same price.
Yeah, it was very worth it. It was also this is from an Indonesian studio, which is really cool. I haven't played many games from there or seen much of anything. It doesn't feel like they didn't add much of Indonesian culture in it, which is a bit disappointing, I think. But it's very different from a lot of the other stuff that's out there in a very good way. So
this sounds really cool.
I have a game to suggest
nice
for you, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay. Do we talk about it now? We need to pass some time anyways.
That's also fair. I do find it funny. This game is in the Life and Loss bundle.
Oof.
What's really funny is I have another game in that bundle already. Which
turns out,
yeah,
we sometimes
they have a free
play
demo.
games that.
I think it's actually not a demo. I think it's a prologue.
Wreck us.
Yeah, it's the prologue of the game. There's like 5 chapters in the game.
Oh,
and it's
gotcha.
So.
So there's other stuff made by this studio that.
Yeah, I actually hear their new game, which is called A Space for the Unbound, is been getting really, really good reviews. A lot of like it's making game of the. I think it was on the Game Awards as like one of the nominees for Indie Games of the Year. So
That art is so up my alley. Yo, is that a rhythm part?
yeah,
Okay. Thanks. Yeah,
there's a rhythm part, and I think that I was saying, I was kind of disappointed there's no like Indonesian culture stuff here. This game is about being like growing up in an Indonesian town, like rural Indonesian town. So
that's nifty.
That's
it's
cool.
neat.
Okay,
Yeah.
so give me a second. I'm at to type something in to find something in a roundabout way. Because I don't remember the
Okay.
exact name of the game I want to recommend to you, because it's not out yet, but I think you'll really enjoy it.
Interesting.
So it's made by an Indonesian company, and it's like deeply rooted in Indonesian culture and stuff. Like the name of it literally is a special food that I've literally never heard of before, because he cared so much about like making it and having it and part of his childhood, and like that's part of the thing that they identified with. So give me 1 second.
Yeah, that's fine. I realized
like
we have a bit of time to kill, so
Yeah, and then I'll also have a different suggestion later on too. So don't worry about that. I definitely have other concepts for you. I don't know whether or not it's technically under the same company though, which could be the.
were you gonna say something, Seskimo?
Yeah, sorry, go for it.
I think I know which game he's talking about. Well, it could be that.
I'm trying to think. Oh, that's my 7th. Okay. We're gonna have some stuff to talk about my 7th too, but we'll get to that later.
Okay, I did check. Bad in Theater has gone on sale for like $7. It's somewhat regularly, so wait for the sale.
Perfect. I will say, technically, I'm realizing the company that I'm talking about is actually Malaysian, not Indonesian. But
I mean, it's still like a different perspective.
well, they're also literally right next to each other and speak the same
I was
language.
gonna say,
Same geographical
geographical,
region, yeah.
Onde.
Is it the food one?
No, you're thinking of the Indian food one, which also looks really cool.
Oh yeah, I've also heard good things about that. All right, similar to games you've played, The Witness, Chance of Sonar, neat. All right,
Wait, Onde is on Steam?
Oh wait, no, this is Onde. No, I saw
He posted a
Onde
link.
demo. Yeah, he posted a link.
I was gonna say this game's not out yet. It's super
Alright,
not
I'm still
out yet,
adding
and
this
as
to
far as
my
I'm aware, it's not on Steam
wish
at
list.
all.
Yes, this is. Oh, I spelled this wrong too. Okay.
At least I think it's pronounced Onde.
Yeah.
I could have said it completely wrong. Hold on, let me open
Yes, it
Steam.
appears to not be on Steam at all. All right.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure it's not. Now I'm very curious about what you saw. Side note, this lock that she has,
I don't know.
that is a musical lock. I want this. I think you could just literally get a lock like this, scratch off all the stuff, and repaint them. But I want this anyways.
Oh yeah.
Like the idea of quarter, half, half, quarter, or sorry, quarter, half, half, repeat being like my code to get in a lock sounds really cute. But also like
This game
completely
is
worthless.
very much about music. Like both the main characters are musicians. They have like this repeating musical riff throughout the entire game that they
that's
kind of
so
build
up
off
my
of and
alley.
everything. It's very cool. Yeah, yeah, definitely
That's
play it.
super cool.
I added it to my wish list. It's actually priced really well right now, so I might do it sooner rather than later. Now I'm curious about that Onde game that you specifically. Oh, how did you
I
spell
don't think
it?
it. I don't know. Onde. It wasn't anything even closer right. I will say the Pass was Around was even shorter than Bad End Theater. It only took me 82 minutes to play.
Okay.
But it's like,
Wow.
but like, it's worth like that. That's like it's like less than the price of a movie, and it's about the length of a movie. And you're gonna get a lot out of it. So
Did you still add this game to your wish list?
yeah, I'm gonna look at it later.
You know what the best part
I
is?
don't-
It's in the Assemble Complete bundle. Apparently, the same publisher who published this also published Leisure Suit Larry.
Thanks, I hate that. Way
It's
to go.
so not the same thing at all.
Gonna go wishlist that.
Well, the funny thing is, there's no way they're even remotely the same. Like, they also
No,
made
not
Epic
even
Car
close,
Factory. Good God, $148 for all of their games? Oh, it's 56 games. That I own
So-
7 of? You've made me very curious. Oh, ADOM. That makes sense. Endzone's actually really good. Deadly Days I have not played, but that looks hilarious.
There's a lot of Leadership Larry games in here.
Oh,
my God.
Lacuna's on here. Which is actually a pretty good game that I've been meaning to get back and play. A Juggler's Tale, which looks like something you'd play. Road Warden, which also
No.
looks really good and definitely is a game you'd probably play. I love how half of these are Leisure Suit Larry and half of them aren't. But
Yeah.
also like
So like
they're very
it's basically
different.
buy all the other games to get all the Leisure Suit Larry games for free.
Yeah.
Mm.
Sticky Business
hate
is actually
that.
a cool game that I've seen multiple times. Super Catboy sounds so dumb, but I love it. Okay. But yeah, Onde is
Anyways.
I mean it's gorgeous is what it is.
Yeah, this item looks beautiful. Very cool.
And it's very much a story that's much more tightly bound to their history and their childhood of growing up in Malaysia, and it's actually named after a specific Malaysian food.
Neat. I will check it
Cool.
out more when we after we're done with here.
It's hilariously 2 different names depending on where you live, but they look also delicious, so it's a bonus there. I'm just saying.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah. No, I'm looking up what this food is. Ooh.
They're like I guess I can read off exactly what it says.
Sweet rice cake balls.
Yeah, sweet rice
Filled
cake
with
balls
molten palm sugar.
encoded in coconut. It sounds really
Neat.
good. Like I would 100%.
Yeah, no, I would
eat this.
try that.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
100%.
So, moving back, we're gonna discuss Talos Principle 2 as my number 7.
Number.
I'm guessing that you probably nailed that this was gonna be on my list somewhere.
I did.
These puzzles
It's like
were so good.
the puzzles were very good.
I genuinely think this is probably the problem is I just want like, and maybe the real answer is I don't actually. It wouldn't have been as good if they had 2 times as many things. But except for these puzzles. Fuck these puzzles. This game was so good. The puzzles are genuinely probably the hard carry. I thought the story was actually really solid overall. Weirdly enough, this is one of the cases where I actually don't like that they had a bunch of different options for the story and different paths that you could go down, because I'm never going to replay this just to get the other story. I don't feel like there's
Yeah.
going to be enough to get out of it. That's a problem for me, genuinely. This feels more like the type of game where you should have been able to experience everything going through one time, because it is a puzzle game. There is no replayability in a puzzle game. I'm sorry, there isn't.
Yeah, it's the weird like challenge between balancing like the gameplay and then like the philosophy narrative, because
Yeah.
philosophy is so much about like discovering like answers yourself. It's hard to integrate that with what they did.
Yeah.
But I get it.
And I did personally like the bigger amount of discovery and more coming to conclusions on your own, and like doing more stuff on your own in the first game and kind of unearthing things more in the first game approach. I thought that storytelling was more my kind of storytelling, but this was not a bad type of storytelling. I actually don't think it was that bad. I do think it was a little bit long-winded, especially coming from a game that didn't have anything like that from the first one. Because that was the biggest difference, is you're jumping from what was essentially you were making up all the storytelling on your own
Jump, yeah.
to, oh, hey, like maybe a quarter of this game is being talked to or having a conversation with. That's quite a bit different.
God bless Miltahim though.
Oh, Miltohim was the best. I love Miltohim so much. But overall, this game was so good. A breath of fresh air, and the puzzles were so good, and I want more.
Yeah, the puzzle. They have said that they were saving the hard stuff for the DLC. So
that was something I
that
did
means-
notice. Most of the game didn't feel very difficult. I don't know if it was
Yes,
just
I
me.
agree.
Like
I agree. I agree.
There's literally an achievement for spending an amount of time on a puzzle, and I just didn't get it because I never. took that long
Neither of us
puzzle.
got it. Yeah, it was spend 20 minutes on a puzzle, and neither of us got it.
Yeah. Oh, and I had literally a puzzle breaking bug, which doesn't feel great, but like, we made it work. Twice I had
Yeah.
that happen. But like, we both played, I think, week 1, so like, that's fine. If only one puzzle out of like literally dozens breaks, it's whatever. I'm not that
Yeah.
bad about it. So, but yeah, that was a very strong for me, honestly, this was better than Persona 5. That's kind of like the easy way for me to describe it. Of like,
yeah,
this
That's
to me
fair.
was more enjoyable overall. So,
I'm not surprised to hear that either.
Yeah, this game
that
is.
you enjoyed this more.
So.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited for the DLC. I'm excited to see what they do because like they very obviously are leading into it. So we'll see.
Yeah,
it'll be cool.
that's actually what
Sounds like I need to play both.
Yeah, I was a little sad when I got through to the end of 2 because I thought there was going to be more, and instead it was like, hey, there's going to be a DLC, and I'm like, but I wanted it now. I want it now.
Especially after that the last section was like
So
probably
good.
one of the coolest sections in the entire
Yep.
in puzzle games in general.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The puzzle
and then it's
design is
like-
I don't think I've ever played a better puzzle game. And that says a lot. Like,
Yeah.
a lot to me.
Okay.
And to be fair, unironically, I actually kind of feel like watching the trailer is kind of a mistake because it's way cooler just going in completely blind to all of the new things, especially coming from somebody who
Yeah.
played the first one. But I needed a trailer. I actually did specifically pick a different trailer for a game that's later on in the list
One of your games?
because there are 2 trailers, one of which is super terrible and like actually spoils what I think is really, really a cool twist. And one that is
Oh,
just
yeah.
objectively a better trailer.
I had to. One of the games on my list has like 4 trailers that I had to like watch them all to be like, all right, what's the best one that doesn't spoil anything? Hilariously, watching the trailers, there was things from literally the last scene of the game in the trailer,
Oh, I would be so mad.
and I was like, but you don't have any context. It
That's
like
true.
it doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense to you.
if
It
you
was
have no context, it doesn't matter.
Sometimes.
yeah.
Sometimes
in
it
this
definitely
case,
still
it
does.
In this case, it wouldn't have mattered whatsoever, but it was really funny. Like, wait a second, half of the stuff in this trailer is from, like the last hour or like last 5
Yikes.
hours of the game.
Yeah.
Which also works because you keep being like, oh, when am I going to get that thing from the trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
That being said, I'm just gonna warn you guys now. You're not having deja vu. My next game might look a little familiar, because it's Persona 5 Strikers.
Yep.
Because this game is just Persona 5 but better. But also, I felt a little torn for a long time about whether or not I should just make them the same thing and put them on the same thing. Persona 5, the other one, but not the other one, because there's also Persona 5 Tactica now.
Yes.
Which I'm sure totally won't be on anybody's list here at all.
Who knows? Well, who could it be?
no.
This combat slapped so hard. Like, oh my god. If Persona 5 Royal was Persona 5 Royal with this combat, I think Persona 5 Royal actually would have been like even higher than this. Because the story in this is mid. It is not at all nearly as good as the story in Persona 5 Royal. And you don't get all the cool, like, spending time with people and social aspects that you get in Persona 5 Royal. Which, like, that felt kind of bad. I miss Kawakami. I'll say it. And the fact that they're just gone makes me a little sad. But, man, gameplay wise, it's impossible for me to say that this isn't like heads and shoulders above Persona 5 Royal. It's so good. Man's gonna include every video game with Kawakami in it. Kawakami's not in it though. I wish Kawakami was in it. I will say, the one problem I had is I think they needed to do a better job with the boss fight combat. There actually needed a difficulty between the so it has like standard, hard, and like extra hard. They needed something between standard and hard. That was the one complaint I would have, because standard was way too easy. Hard was perfectly fine, but other than the bosses take like 4 times longer than they need to.
Yeah.
That's genuinely the
bosses
biggest
took
issue.
Forever.
Yeah, the gameplay's really good, other than the bosses just take a year and a half to kill. If they cut the boss health in half and made that a new difficulty, great. The New Game Plus difficulty is insanely difficult. And part of it is also that they just straight up, like, let you save less, which is, like, one of my least favorite ways to add difficulty.
Yeah,
But
I hate that. Yeah.
it's a New Game Plus difficulty, so I don't care. Also, it's not even required to play through that game on New Game Plus difficulty to get all the achievements. So, here we are.
Here we are. Here we go.
Yeah, it's mostly there just to give you like an actual bigger challenge that you have to like think more about and make sure you're actually using all the tools at your disposal. This is probably my favorite version of combat ever for an RPG. And I've been looking for games that play anything like this combat ever since I played this game. And I can't find any. And I'm sad. But that's about it. That's my TED Talk on why Persona 5 Strikers is better than Persona 5 Royal, but also still has room to grow. And God, if I could get this game's combat with the Persona 5 writing and like social system, oh man, that would be the best game. That would probably be my game of the year. Genuinely.
All right.
If that could ever happen.
I would play that. Yeah.
Right?
That sounds very good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
But it doesn't exist, so here we are.
Not
with
yet.
that attitude,
No.
it doesn't. We just gotta make our
Persona
own.
6 is in the making, so
There's no
never
shot.
know.
Is it?
There's no shot they're ever gonna change Persona mainline to being this combat. My biggest hope is Persona 6 Strikers is even half as good as Persona 5 Royal for writing, and then we're golden. If they literally copied Persona 5 Strikers recipe and then just gave it better writing and more time, like that's genuinely it. I think that this game was, if anything, rushed because it was compared to Persona 5 Royal. Persona 5 Royal took how many years to come out? Or sorry, Persona 5 took how many years to come out?
Quite a few. Longer than the gap between 5 and 6 now, I think.
Yep. But Strikers literally took I think they were like, oh, Persona 5 is doing absolutely insane for all Persona games. I think it was monstrously better than every Persona game that came before it.
Yeah.
So they're like, cool, let's go hard. And they made 20 spin-offs. That's not true, but
Let's go hard.
Yeah.
they went
But
hard
no
in making
fighting
spin-offs.
game yet.
It's
They never
apparently
saw
it's
it
in
coming.
dev
They never
hell.
saw it coming.
You'll never see it coming. It's never gonna come out.
Persona 5, the other one.
But yeah. Yeah, I think this is actually one of the best combat systems in a game, other than the bosses being a bit long. So, there we go.
All right. It's my number 6.
Yeah, I guess it's
before
Wizards now.
before I post the link, I'm going to preface this with a bit.
Uh-oh.
Number 6 is a somewhat combined entry, kind of detective games that I liked but were severely flawed for one reason or another. The main entry I'm going to give it to is this game, and then my second. Oh, I've
Wizards game number.
Wizard game number 6. I'm gonna give the full title award to this one, and also say Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright also gets a kind of goes here and kind of goes into the honorable mention. I'm giving you the point though. You had Layton versus Wright, so I'm giving you the point.
Did I have it in 6? I don't actually know what slot I had it in.
No, you put Layton Wright as my number 1,
Oh, okay.
which was very bold.
That
Listen,
seems bold.
you really liked the other ones last year.
Layton.
Is this
Professor
Danganronpa?
Layton. No, this is the other game, the new game by them.
Okay. I was gonna say everything looks like Danganronpa characters.
It does because it is. They're all actually Danganronpa characters.
Little
No,
did you
so okay. Phoenix Wright trilogy made my top 10 list last year, and Professor Layton number 3 is in my top 10 games of all time. But it turns out when you mash them together, you only get half of the experience of both. And also, for some godforsaken reason, they decided to take out all of the it's a fan service game. You have Professor Layton and you have Phoenix Wright working together. You expect all the other cool characters to be there too, right? No, you remove them from both their settings and take them somewhere else.
Why?
I don't know. It was a baffling decision. Well, so the setting is medieval, Salem, basically. I guess not medieval, but old timey Salem.
Gotcha.
All the trials are witch
Salems?
trials.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're
This is not
they're
this-
literally called witch trials. There are witches that are evil, and the goal is to prove they will cast magic, and you need to prove that whoever your client is innocent and stuff like that. It's a really interesting idea for a setting, and it also goes really hard. Like in the first few hours of the game, they literally show someone, like as you're walking into the courtroom, they're like, a trial had just finished up, and they literally kill someone on screen. They drop a witch into the fire and kill them like on screen, and that's just like, that just sets the tone for everything. It's like, oh wow, they went hard.
Spicy.
So that was
spicy.
That was wild. That was in a game for families from two of the most popular visual novel series of all time. I think the ending was really flawed, though. I think overall it had some flaws to it. So it's hard for me to like put it that high on the list. Okay, now we'll talk about Raincode. Raincode, it took everything good about Danganronpa and then threw it out the window and made this.
Incredible.
So Danganronpa, I'm going on a bit of a rant here, but it's fine. We need to fill time. Danganronpa is good because it has a cast of really good characters. They have interesting personality quirks. You generally start spending a lot of time with your favorite characters. There's even mechanics to spend time with characters and get to know them better. In this game, you are an amnesiac main character, so you have basically no personality. You are like a potato gun. There are a really good cast of supporting characters, honestly. Like, all the supporting characters are quite good. There's one who's pretty annoying, but it's fine. But each chapter, you hang out with one of them, and then the next chapter, they go away. So you don't get enough time to, like, build up relationships with them. And then one of the main characters is basically unable to interact with those basically every other character except for the main character for most of the game. And as a result of that, she gets very little personality development and is kind of annoying. That all said, I still put this as number 6. I think the game starts out, the first case of this game starts out like really strong. I think it generally gets weaker from that point. Another thing that this game does is all the cases are randos. You don't know, you're investigating murders in the city. So by the time you care about the characters, they're already dead because you're called in after the fact.
Yeah.
Literally in the second case, the characters don't even have names. They're given titles.
That kind of sucks.
So I think that was a problem. But even then, I played the game. I finished the game. I still think about the game. So yeah, here we are. I don't know why it's at number 6. Maybe it should be lower. But here we are. Should you play the game? Maybe.
Maybe.
Such glowing.
I'm looking. If they do another game of this, I'm interested to see how they build off of the formula, because it is like they have like the Master Detective Archives, and then it's Raincode, and Raincode's like the name of the game. So they have this Detective Archives series, maybe. So we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. The environment's really cool. The city that they built was really cool. The setting's great. The music's a banger, as always. I don't think as good as Danganronpa, but still very good. So
fair enough.
Yeah. If it's on a big sale or something, it's maybe worth picking up. Especially the first case alone is very, very good. I like the first case a lot. So.
Okay.
Makes sense. These characters are weird.
I actually like the character designs a lot in the game.
The character design is fine, other than the one that's literally just Chiaki. Let's see if I can find her again. There's a character who's unapologetically literally just Chiaki.
Yeah.
I think that was her earlier. She was there for a second, so that makes me worried that she's the main character.
Oh yeah. Also, the character names in this game are incredible. 10 out of 10 character names. You got Desuhiko Thunderbolt. You got
what a name.
This
is 100% Chiaki. This is 1,000,000% just literally Chiaki.
Yeah, she's just Chiaki. Yeah, you are correct. Active archive.
Does he have hearts for eyes?
Who?
The main character.
The main character. They're not hearts, but they are definitely weird peoples. Yeah. Okay. So we got Yuma Coco Head is the main character. His name is Yuma Coco Head.
Go ahead.
That kind of sounds like
Coco
insult.
Head. Yep. We got Vivia Twilight. We got Fubuki Clockford. We got Halara Nightmare. Like,
I wish
like,
my name was
these
half
are-
as cool as Fubuki Twilight.
right? Fubuki Clockford. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Clockford?
Fubuki Clockford. And we got Vivia Twilight.
Both of those are cool though.
Right? Like
Yeah.
they're very cool character names. There's also a non-binary character in a fairly mainstream title, which is cool. So
Cool.
that was kind of neat. Yeah.
Overwatch is getting a non-binary hero for its new next hero.
Neat.
Yep. They were pretty excited about it. Plus the character looks interesting because it like digs into the ground. But it seems to be a much more getting much more mainstream, which is, I'll be honest, not necessarily a surprise for me, but also like, it's going to be interesting to see how people start including characters like that.
Yeah. I feel like it's especially significant from Japan too, because they're typically fairly regressive on these things. So it's cool to see them, and even like Eyeless Omnium Files were both pretty progressive on that front. So
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
So Seskimos is up next. Oh, I saw this game. What do you think of this? Obviously.
So this is
Good.
Wandering Village. I really liked this game. So on one level you are a city sim, just kind of wandering around, but you have your nice little dude that you wander around on, and the cool thing is that you have this map that you can basically choose where you're gonna go and try to navigate how to get through different things, and it's really cool. I really like the added layer that they put on there. That second game of planning where you're gonna walk and trying to figure that out, because you're able to see like, oh, I'm about to go through a desert. I need to make sure I have my water stores on. Or I need to do this. I need to do that. You get some choice on what you're gonna do. So yeah, it's really cool. Yeah.
I do love me some pathing decisions.
Yeah, I do find
Yes.
it kind of funny that you've now had two city sims that are like city sim, but there's a second layer to it.
I mean, I really
In one
like
case, literally.
those.
Yeah, no, I get you,
Yeah.
because the city sim is kind of like a
In
very
both cases, literally.
yeah, yeah, true. City sim feels like one of those game styles that it's like, if you're really into it, like sometimes it's just nice to have more of them that are like similar but with a twist. But like the nice thing with both of the ones I think you've said is like, I feel like they're really good entry points for a lot of people of like, they have something not just city sim, so you get to know if you like city sim, but you also get to have something else that's fun while not being overbearing, and which a lot of city sims tend to be. Like I run into that where I'm like trying to, I want to try out this new city sim, and then I get like an hour in, I'm like, there's so much new stuff that I'm relearning that's like slightly different than what I'm used to, and it's so much more. You have to like learn an entire.
That's like my main
degree.
problem with the games. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I
I've
think
always wanted to get into like city games. I always liked the old tycoon games a lot.
yeah,
And I feel like the city sims like scratch that itch, but this one, I should try this one. I should try a SteamWorld build too. I think both of those are like
Game Pass.
simple enough
Yep.
to get me into it, not overwhelming.
Yeah, it's something that's like not trying to like forcibly make your life super complicated right away.
Yeah.
And it does a much better job of, because the nice thing is it can ease you into the complexity of the city building and take make you not have to focus super hardcore on that, because there's other complexities that aren't like just that. Like the decision making of, I'm guessing in this one, traveling, or in this case the underground, is just a complete separate thing. And it's not like you're just piling on. It's like, oh, this is just like a different thing that I get to think about too. So
Well, not only that, but both this and SteamWorld have great tutorial modes that
true.
do a great job of walking you through what it is before it hands off the reins. And especially in SteamWorld, like by the time I finish that first campaign, because I always usually play them with the tutorial the first time because there's so
Yeah.
much you have to remember.
For sure.
But like I finished like it probably like walked me halfway through, but then I finished the game without even thinking. So they both, and same with Wandering Village. They both have great tutorials for people who are looking to jump into these types of games, but it's just too much.
Yeah.
And it never feels like it's like you're going off the rails until, you know, there's like a point where like, oh, I can do this, and then all of a sudden like, oh, I messed up, time to go back. But yeah, they're great.
I was gonna say something else about Evil Geniuses does a surprisingly good job. I think the campaign heavy stuff helps so much, because that's the thing with both Evil Geniuses and SteamWorld Build. They are so heavy into like having the story and having the actual campaign content, that it kind of like eases you in a different way because it has all that other stuff backing it up. Versus like City Skylines, for example, there just isn't. The gameplay is the only thing carrying it, so it has to go hardcore into that. And I think in a weird way, it goes too fast because of that for a lot of people.
Knowing that you're building to an end game for some of these is absolutely great. And both Wandering Village and this have that. And SteamWorld have that as well. Like, those campaigns are cool. It's like, oh, I can have 4 set things. But yeah, I agree. Having that campaign definitely helps.
Yeah. Cool. All right, Cyclone. You're wrapping up this part of the hour with your number 6. Before I post my next game, I want to say I'm really happy to have the end of the Snake draft because my 10 and 9 reviews were both related puzzle games, and my 4 and 3 will be too. That's actually pretty blessed. Oh, it is going to be a little awkward because we're like probably going to pause between like 6 and then going to 5. And then that means we're also going to pause between 4 and 3 probably. Oh, hey, that's a name I wasn't expecting to see. Let me go ahead and click that, pull it on up. Oop. And in window. Muse Dash. This is on sale for 50 cents, so I had to get it, which I totally get. For 50 cents, it's hard to find a rhythm game that, as much as I dislike the company, this rhythm game plays really well. I'd never actually played a rhythm game before, so it felt like a good entry point. I was really enjoying it too, but unfortunately, under a few sessions, the game now lags constantly for me and is just unplayable. Oh, that really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Cyclone.
Oh, man.
Unity moment? Windows 7 moment? I don't know, but I want to play more of it whenever my problem is solved. I 100% feel ya. I do think the nice thing with this is, like, it's a really good entry for rhythm gaming for the raw fact of just, like, it's 2 buttons. Like, it's that. It's just 2 buttons. You're not having to like relearn how to play like 6 things at once, or like the spinning of like Groove Coaster, or like, it's just 2 buttons. And then the nice thing is you also get eased in with, it's the only game that I know that lets you double bind stuff, because I tried to do this in OS. That was the other thing that was annoying me. Played a bit of Guitar Hero and DJ Hero on a video game store stands. I actually think DJ Hero plays horrendously bad. Hilariously.
Yeah.
This is the first one I played.
Yeah.
I have played a lot of Rock Band though, and I'm a big fan of that game too, and I think it does an okay job. The nice thing is I think Muse Dash, because of the way it's designed, actually eases you into understanding rhythm and the rhythm game in general. Other than actually hilariously, Rhythm Doctor did a really good job the exact same way too. Because it's only 2 buttons, like, it's not too crazy. Although hilariously, they make a lot of it, of like, there's a lot of depth to this, despite it just being 2 buttons. And then I think also the fact that you have 2 binds for the button, so you get used to, okay, I need to hit 2 notes in a row. Do I tap it twice with 1 finger, or do I hit it 1 on each key? Do I go QW instead of QQ? You know, and like, that seems like a small thing, but like, that is a huge difference when it comes to rhythm. So much so that I've actually seen people who play this on like iPads, and for their 4 button, instead of the 4 notes in a row, sometimes they'll literally just roll their whole hand, rather than to go like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Speaking of weird rolling techniques, since we're buffing for time, I just saw a video the other day of a Tetris player on the SNES.
Yeah.
It's rolling. It's so cool.
Yeah, they set their controller, and then they roll their fingers to put the inputs, which is interesting.
Yeah, I actually linked a video that talked a bit about that, but I love how crazy Tetris has gone too. Like in a weird way, like Tetris. I guess there's actually some overlap there for like things you have to think about in Tetris and stuff. It's really, really, really cool. I also do think the other nice thing is like with stuff that's more like this, it's way more fun to like sight read stuff. Like I don't feel like there's as much pressure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh.
I'm back.
Oh,
Welcome
hello.
I lost for a moment there. I'm back. Hello.
Fair enough. Guitar Hero also has the physical peripheral gimmick though. I do like the guitars, but I definitely get not liking them. And I do think that this is nice that you don't have to like worry about that extra level of stuff. But in the other case, like I do kind of love that the a good example is they've added pro drums to Clone Hero, and they're almost exactly 1-to-1, like you're literally just playing the song. Like that's super cool.
Yeah.
The fact that you can just actually like be learning real drums for a real song.
I mean, I was gonna say the
wicked
drum kit's probably the easiest one to do that with. I mean,
oh yeah, for sure.
The peripheral is one step away from being electronic drums.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they actually accept electronic
Use that,
drums.
I think.
Yeah, there are multiple times where you can actually use full-on
Yeah.
electric drum sets for it.
So,
But
Like they support it, so it's super cool. There is a pro guitar that is actually literally a guitar that has every single note on the neck. I believe they discontinued support for it after Rock Band 3 because not a lot of people were using it. But they also had pro keys that were
the
that
keyboard,
was like
literally the keyboard is just a
Rocksmith?
keyboard.
yeah, it's unironically.
Yeah.
No, Rocksmith was literally
Rocksmith,
played with a
like-
guitar. Rocksmith is
Yeah,
actually
just
full up
hook
played
up
with a
something
guitar.
to your guitar. Yeah.
Yeah, the pro
Which is also
guitar.
very cool.
Yeah, the pro guitar and the pro bass are literally like just normal Guitar Hero / Rock Band guitars on crack, like or on steroids. So, like it's definitely pretty nifty. So it's a non-standard rhythm game. Most rhythm games I don't think use. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on what you say. I feel like those are the two main types of rhythm games: are peripheral rhythm games and non-peripheral rhythm games. Because like arguably OS is also not a peripheral rhythm game. Arguably,
I would agree with that.
this is the other thing. Mustache isn't actually breaking any new ground, and it's essentially just the Taiko game. But don't say that out loud to Taiko drum fans, or they'll get mad. Because like if you really think about it, you're just literally playing the same thing.
Yeah. No, because Taiko has two different inputs for each side. If you hit the middle or you hit the top.
Taiko drum game is also very much like actual Taiko drumming, if I remember correctly.
Well, kind of, because the Taiko drum game has the red side, the blue side, and inside and outside.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of correct that it is different, but like a lot of it overlaps for most of the stuff.
A lot of it overlaps, but it's much more of a workout, let me tell you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, the funny thing is you could probably just literally hook up a Taiko drum to this game and it would work. Other than you don't really have a way.
Yeah.
The difference is this has a hold, and the other thing that this does that Taiko doesn't do is it has a void. So you don't need to hit to be there. You need to hit to move to the other side to just not be on that side. There's not like a note that you have to hit. There's just a note that you have to avoid. I'm not sure that's a Taiko thing.
No.
Well, because there's not like a physical location of your character.
There's no physical. Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be the other main difference, I would argue. All right. That being said, that does bring us to 9 o'clock, which I think is New Year's on the East Coast. No, that's not right. 10 for you. No, it is. It is New Year's for the East Coast, right?
Did it. We made another New Year's. Look at us.
We did it.
9 to 10, 10 to 11.
Hey, I forgot we have to go to 1 o'clock Colorado time.
I mean, we don't have
It's like,
to.
oh yeah, we're actually doing pretty good. No, we have to. It's mandatory. Just like my barbell.
Yeah. We'll continue talking if we make it past there.
Yep. Oh, yeah, it is indeed.
If we
Happy New Year
finish
to them.
before.
I mean, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, we're definitely not doing New Year's while I'm in Hawaii till Hawaii is New Year's. Because that is an additional, what? That's going to be like 3 a.m. your time, isn't it? Is it 4?
4 a.m. I
It's
think.
4 or 5. I can't remember. It's one of the
It's not
two
daylight.
changes.
We're on the same time as them now, so
Yikes. Yeah, it's
Okay.
only... Wait, yeah, it's only 7... No, it's only 2 more hours.
oh good.
So it'd be 2 a.m. But also, yikes.
No, there's no way it's only 1 hour difference from
2. It's 9 o'clock for
West
me. It's
Coast.
7 o'clock for them.
Yeah, so it's 3 o'clock our time. 2 o'clock your time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're correct. Still better than 4
Anyways,
a.m.
break time.
like you thought. Yep, break.
Yes.
Get up, stretch, do
Yeah.
those things.
Break time.
I'll see y'all in a few.
Wow.
Hello.
Now that we're at halfway through, do we want to go over our most anticipated?
We could probably do that, yeah.
Seems like a decent time.
Yeah, we could do that. Sorry. I'm here. I'm just changing my lighting setup halfway through.
No worries.
Because that's the best time to do this.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Wasn't happy with my. And if I move my light over slightly, then everything will be. In my
I discovered that
Until I
there's
hit
a
it.
Kirby automaton. Or sorry, yeah, automaton. So
You didn't know that?
no, I did not, and it's amazing.
I love that.
And somebody made a very well done cover of Gourmet Race, and like did way more work than they absolutely ever needed to do, and I'm so here for it.
Or maybe they did the perfect amount.
They made like an actual version of Gourmet Race with like a real Kirby automaton going through it, and I'm so here for it.
Okay, we're good. That's so much better.
Nice.
Yay.
Other than the corner.
Okay, my framing's 20 times better. I can actually set up.
Nice.
All right. So bless that. I did
I
not know
can
that was a
snipe
thing,
it.
and I'm very happy that it existed. Games I'm most looking forward to. I didn't actually think about that at all, even slightly.
I
That's-
didn't
it's
even
just-
look at the list.
So it's games you're looking forward to playing next year. They can already be out.
I'm not
Most
sure
of mine are already out.
I'm gonna have that much time to play too much next year, weirdly enough. But I would still
That's
say
fair.
Fine sometime.
half the time, half my list is still the same thing that it was before, hilariously. But also, let's see, I probably should finish You and Me and Her.
Okay. That's good.
But like, I mean, it's literally everything that was on my list before. Whoops. Sorry, I changed mine to play all the startup or play a startup screen every time I boot it up from Wake, because I never get to see them otherwise.
Wait,
Now you're regretting that decision.
No, because it's super cool because they added new ones for the Steam Deck that are based off of video games. They're actually really, really cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, so there's one from there's like one from like every popular game that was like the #1 games for playing on the Steam Deck. So there's a Vampire Survivor ones, there's a Elden Ring one, there's a what were the other ones here? Okay, I actually lied. Catboy looked kind of good. Sorry, Super Catboy. Where's it at? How do I point shop?
Oh, is anyone gonna play the new Turnip Boy game?
Yes. Oh my god, that looks so good. Persona 3 Reloaded also looks really good.
Yes, I am excited for that. Actually,
Here's the new ones they added. So they added a
might be-
Persona 5 Royal startup movie, a Vampire Survivors, a Hades one, and an Elden Ring one. And all of those feel so perfect. I'm really excited for here. Let me actually. I think it's both. Those are the two new ones. Both the Turnip Boy robs a bank. I think. Yeah, Turnip Boy
Yes.
robs a bank and Persona 3 Reload. Wait, it's only Reload. It's not Reloaded. I don't like that.
Reload.
I don't want to play this game anymore. It's dead to me.
Wow.
No,
Oof.
those both sound really good, and also hopefully like something I can like pick up and play for a little bit on the Steam Deck and then set back down. Hopefully, question mark. But also maybe not. We'll find out. I
You're
guess.
just gonna have to get used to playing games in between, like getting off again.
Well, the real question is whether or not I'm gonna actually like when I'm allowed to do stuff and when I'm not allowed to do stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's the real question. Oh, I need to uninstall Refresh because I already 100% of that game. Yeah, most of the games that I have downloaded are all like local games to play like with people to hopefully like socialize. Because
Yeah.
I like playing games with people. Like I put Halo
Yeah.
on here. I literally unironically bought the Master Chief Collection while it was on sale just so I have that, because that just feels like a great way to hang out with some people. But I also put like Overcooked. I also put Played Up. I put Rayman Legends because it's actually a really good co-op game. I put Speedrunners. I put like Tricky Towers and Unrailed. Like a lot of different stuff. Oh, and Vampire Hunters. I played that local co-op the other day. It was actually really, really good.
Oh.
I was surprised by that. I wasn't expecting way too much out of it, but it was, I mean, it was the game, but multiplayer, and it doesn't play poorly. Other than that, I actually don't have anything installed yet. So I should actually
Do we
install
want to
something.
do our dishonorable / funny awards before we go to 5?
Oh, I thought we were doing honorable mentions before 1. Because I was thinking we do...
Not honorable mentions. Like,
all
like
of my
with the
funny
earlier
rewards are
type
my
of-
honorable mentions. I thought you did the same way that you did last year.
That's fine. That's fine. We can do it there then.
Cool, cool, cool.
Do we want to do just honorable
about-
missions though?
Oh, sorry. Also, Cyclone does have games that he's excited to play next year. 2 on his Steam wish list that came out. Frogun Encore. I didn't know Frogun got a sequel. Is this like a sequel or DLC? That's cool. And then
Says yet to come out.
NAIAD. What is NAIAD? Shotgun Mario is going to have richer achievements soon, so I'll play those when those are done. I hope to play the Toho games I haven't gotten around to, plus start really getting into the fan game scene. That's totally fair. Sequel?
This is neat.
Wait, there's already a sequel to Frogun? Wait, what is Frogun Deluxe Edition? I'm so confused. Oh, it's a full-up sequel.
So,
Oh,
do you have any other
this looks really
games
good.
you're looking forward to playing next year?
Yes,
gotcha.
I finally want to get around to doing Cyberpunk, the Cyberpunk 2077
True.
DLC, and the 2.0
Rip.
version of it. I've heard
One of my
great
guesses.
things about it. Well, sorry about your
tried.
guesses.
I tried.
Yeah, I just didn't get to it this year.
No, that's
but I'm
fair.
looking
That's fair.
forward to that. I don't really know what else is coming out. Playing, yeah, I think that's really the big thing.
Ooh, you know what? If it comes out, Stormgate is definitely on my list. I've been impatiently waiting for Stormgate for so long. I have not had a new real-time strategy game for...
In 40 years. I don't know how long
40
the meme.
years.
I don't know how long the meme is. It's probably like 60.
well, I was actually specifically looking for the actual date StarCraft 2 came out. StarCraft 2 came
that's
out
funny.
2010, but StarCraft 2, the last one with Legacy of the Void, was in 2015. So at this point, it's been almost 9 years since I've got a new real-time strategy game to play.
Jeez. All right, I actually have a long list of things I'm looking forward to playing. The holdover from last year, and I'll be a holdover until it comes out, is the Fate Extra remake. I've heard incredible things about that game. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay.
Oh, this looked good. I do
you.
remember this game.
The Fate Extra remake looks really good because basically everything. The story was apparently incredible in Fate Extra, and the graphics and the gameplay were trash. And they're updating those two things, so looking forward to that. I want to finally get around to Dragon's Dogma. I've heard like really, really good things about that game, and there's a sequel coming out next year, so I want to actually finally get around to that. Dredge and Dave the Diver were two games that came out this year that I want to. They're both about diving. That both looked really good, and I don't know much about.
I've been told that they're phenomenal games, and I've avoided seeing anything about them other than that because of how much they sounded like they were actually good and interesting.
Exactly. So I'm looking forward to trying those. I bought Dredge, so I'm looking forward to play that. Persona 5 Strikers. I'll maybe talk more about this later for some reason. Yeah. But I do want to play that. It looks good, and I like that style of gameplay. The Omori Hikikomori route is on my list.
Oh my god, I need to play that so badly. Please bring it back to Game Pass.
Yeah.
It's never coming back,
like,
ever, but please.
Yeah, I luckily have it on Switch, so I've actually already started my playthrough, and I just made it to the second section in the forest. So there's nothing new yet. It's just a replay right now, so I'm excited to get to the new stuff. Viewfinder and Cocoon were two puzzle games that looked really cool. And the Case of the Golden Idol, a new game got announced, a sequel game. I'm really looking forward to that.
Right.
There's a new Momodora game coming out next year, and I really like the past two Momodora games. Your Turn to Die, the final chapter of it is hopefully releasing after it being in development for like a year and a half, 2 years. I really, really liked everything up to this point, and it's theoretically the final chapter, and I could finally get other people to play it if it's fully released. So it's basically indie Danganronpa. I think you all would really enjoy it.
You've said this multiple times, yes.
Yeah, it's good. It's free.
I think this actually literally popped up on my yeah, it was on my queue. It is in my queue of like a game that Steam was like, you should go play this, and I'm like, wait, is this not just Danganronpa but like
it's indie Danganronpa?
I thought it was
very
old.
good. It's like it's not that old. I mean, it's kind of old, but it's at this point.
I meant more like it looked like a game that they would have released before they made Danganronpa, like as like because have you seen the what is it, the first game by the Danganronpa guy? That's like a real, or you know, I might be thinking of a different person, but I could have sworn the first game released by the Danganronpa guy was like a real life, like photo game, like one of the what is it, full
motion video.
Motion video. That I thought it was one of those
FMVs.
Yeah, I thought it was an FMV released by him originally. And it was very weird, but very much that same vibe.
Theoretically, a new Pokemon game coming out. Hopefully, remakes of Black and White. I'm excited for that.
Is it really time for remakes of those games?
It's either that or, hilariously, the oldest generation without a remake is currently Generation 2, because the last time it was remade was Heart Gold, Soul Silver, which is funny. So
Wait.
we might be getting that.
Not to discount it entirely, but are you counting Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee as being remakes? Because that seems kind
They
of...
are remakes of Gen 1.
Are
They're
they
100%
really,
remakes
though?
of Gen 1.
I thought they weren't really, like, normal Pokemon
They're
games.
100% remakes of Gen 1.
Gotcha.
Because they're made to get people into the series, yeah. And they worked.
Because they're cute as hell.
But yes, otherwise you are right, because those would have been, the remakes would have been Fire Red, Leaf Green.
Here it is, by the way.
So yeah, I'm hoping for Gen 5, but we might get Gen 2, and I'd be happy with that too. Legends Celebi would be cool. A Legends game set in Johto would be really, really cool, because that game is already steeped in like Japanese lore.
Yeah.
And so getting a Legends game of that, honestly, just another Legends game would be great. Please.
I still need to play Arceus.
Arceus is very good. I like that game. It was on my top 10 list last year. And then the last game I have in my excited playlist is called The Mermaid's Tongue. This is a series in the Detective Grimoire games, which is...
oh, hey. I know this person.
Do you? Okay.
This game is on my list of something. It's like Tumbleweed or something.
Tangle Tower.
There you go. I always get it
that
mixed up
earlier
with
this
Tumble
year.
Towers. I'm not even going to lie to you. Every time I've looked at this on my Steam thing, I'm like, oh, that's a good multiplayer game. And then I just don't realize that it's just not the game I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
At all.
It's not, yeah.
And I'm like, oh,
your
I should play
you
this.
played Detective Grimoire in 2006. Is it good? Because I've only played Tangle Tower. I've not played the original one, which looks old. Did you like it, Cyclone? That's because I've been considering playing it because I like Tangle Tower.
I've been
and
meaning
then
to
the
play
last
Tangle
game, which I
Tower.
just added an hour ago, is the Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic the
It's
Hedgehog.
okay, not groundbreaking. Cool, great. That's largely how I felt. Okay, so spoiler alert, I have Tangle Tower in my honorable mentions. That's largely how I felt about Tangle Tower. Was it was quite good, but nothing groundbreaking. But I liked the art style, and I liked it a lot. It just wasn't anything special. Okay, that's all for my
By the
excited playlist. I had a lot this year.
The general game and vibe that I was getting of the like style of like what they were doing with Too Soon to Die, whatever it was called.
Your Turn to Die.
Your Turn to Die was from 428 Shibuya Scramble, which was
Okay.
one of the older games made in 2008. Originally it was apparently only in Japan on the Wii, but it's definitely it's a game that exists that looks very specific, and I definitely got that general like older.
I've heard that game
kind
is
of
actually
vibe.
quite good.
It's on Steam now, but it looks
It is. It's on my wish list.
mid. If I'm being completely honest, I will say
Yeah,
Haunt
no,
the House is 99. Or sorry, that other one you were just talking about, the Detective
Detective
Grimoire
Grimoire.
is $1.39.
Yeah.
And Tangle Tower is only $4, so that's good to know too. I already own it, but like, that's been on my list, and I think I literally installed it because I was curious about. Oh, I'm sorry, what is this?
It's short and it's pretty good. So it's like nothing incredible, but it's quite good. I enjoyed the time I spent with that game. So
That's good to know. It's also definitely a point I'm not getting. Because I definitely put that on my list for you.
oh, did it rip you? Sorry, I've had some weird stuff on this list.
That's entirely fair and respectable. Wait a second, I played this game. This is a Flash game.
No, you did not put Tangle Tower on your list.
No. I didn't? Oh, I definitely thought I did.
You did not.
Oops.
You did not.
Yay, it's not a point that I didn't spend.
You put Taiji, which is another puzzle game I played.
Ah, that's probably what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I would guess. Anyways, we can move on to Cyclone's number 5.
That sounds good.
If we'd
Halfway
like.
there.
By the way, you were right, Cyclone. I do remember, I don't know if it's Naiad, but it looks super chill. I didn't know that you were excited to play that. It's literally like you're a mermaid who's just like vibing through the ocean. Or sorry, through the rivers.
Oh, that sounds.
It's like, yeah, it's literally just a very beautiful looking game where you're just, it says it's a chill, like, go with the flow game, literally. And I'm like, yes, that actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I saw like the reveal trailer on that. I'm like, oh yeah, it's nice. Maybe not a game for me, but it looks nice.
Post the trailer for my next one first. Hey,
I'm scared.
hey, let's go! You
Oh,
made
you
me
played
so
it. I
happy.
didn't realize you played it this year.
Don't
You
forget
made me so
Wow.
hype, you Cyclone. God, I love this game so much. I probably love this game more than it deserves me to love it. But God, I love this game so much. Cyclone, don't forget our esports dream. What can I say about this game that Jovine hasn't already? Well, the fact that I played it in 2023 while Jovine played it in 2019 is certainly something I can talk about. Since then, COVID had happened, and due to that and much, much more, the esports bubble has kind of popped. Orgs are shutting down, attendance numbers still haven't recovered since 2019, and Nintendo's back at it again, betting Smash players over and going in dry. And yet the passions for their games still remain. What gives? I don't know. I'm not an economist. All I know is I haven't forgotten my esports dream. Also, Minso is best waifu. It's not even close. Jet likes StarCraft more than she'll ever like you. Oh my god, you're not even wrong, but holy smokes. Unless you want to thanklessly serve her as a training partner and play against Zerg for the rest of her career, you pick another girl. I still like Jet
Incredible.
a lot. No, Jet's great. Minso's great. Everybody's great. This game was great, and I'm so happy that you not only like this, but you put it at a 5. That's so awesome to me. I mean,
I
many
saw
things
this
to
on
think about with
Cyclone's
my-
like Steam played, but I assumed that he played it around the same time you did, so I didn't even consider this for his list.
That's entirely fair. I didn't think about that being this year. It feels like it's lifetimes ago, not like literally this year, you know? This year has been a long year. I will also say that.
it's been a long year and a short year at the same time.
That's a fair point.
It's certainly been one of the years of all time.
It's been a year.
But
It's been a year.
it's even more interesting because this is not only about this is about an even further back era of esports too, and I think that's actually kind of cool having that retrospective too at the same time.
Rest in peace, StarCraft.
07. Why you gotta make me feel why you gotta do this to me? It's okay. We're
'cause
gonna
I'm
get
rude.
new games for this, of course.
Good luck with that.
Listen, they got like a lot of money on Kickstarter. Also, the fact that StarCraft
They-
2 VN is free now is actually, or sorry, don't forget our esports stream is free. Just saying. Not that
Wow, that's nice.
I think they may have gotten in trouble for licensing.
Using StarCraft.
I think it's licensing in general.
Sure.
But I would rather them make the game free than just like not be able to have the game released. And
Yeah.
I think that I'm happy they made that decision. But yeah, I'm very happy about all this. The fact that it still
you,
exists and
right?
still playable. Yes, it is indeed you.
Okay.
Oh boy. Yes. First off, I've been actually wondering about this game, so I'm very happy to hear you talk about this.
Yeah.
Nice.
Eastward. This is a great game. I wish I could have finished it before it left Game Pass, and I still might go back and buy it just to finish it. But this was a fun, charming game. I love the pixels, like kind of the pixel style. They do some really cool things with the two characters, and it's not just your typical kind of action JRPG. And it has a really good story. So yeah, it's one of those games where I don't want to say too much about, because it's much cooler to go in and kind of experience it yourself and kind of go through the world. But it's really cool. You get to see some cool places, meet some cool people, solve some cool puzzles, and it's really great.
This art style is gorgeous. Not only the
I've not
animations,
seen anything about this game. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotta say,
I
sort of
love
sick
this
name,
game.
right?
It kind of reminds me of like Professor Layton if Professor Layton was like a dystopia future.
I kind of get you.
Yeah.
I love the animation, but also, oh my god, this pixel art is so glorious, dude. Like,
Yeah, no,
Oh.
they do a great job.
it feels
So,
like this feels like to me what if like Earthbound grew up for like the art style. I'm not sure if that's a good way to describe it or not for anybody else, but what is going on here? Oh, I think that may have just told us more of the story that I definitely didn't know about. But this looks great. I meant to play this while it was on Game Pass, and then it left Game Pass, and I was like, well, this is the problem of not having enough time to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little sad. Honestly, I might go back. I will probably go back and buy this whole game. Probably because it's worth it. So
yeah,
not probably because it's worth it. Yeah,
it looks so good.
I'm gonna add this to my wish list. This looks cool.
So bad.
Okay, that's actually kind of interesting. Because it's on Chucklefish, it's like in a bundle with like a bunch of other really cool games too.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so like you can get it in a bundle with like Starbound and Wargroove and Time Spinner, hilariously.
Ooh,
oh wait, sorry.
actually,
Not Time Spinner, which is not the same game as wait, no,
Time
it is.
Spinners.
No. Time Spinner is the correct game. Why did the screenshots look different? Oh, because it was showing me the wrong screenshots. It was showing me the screenshots for
Hilarious.
halfway rather than Time Spinner. Okay. So apparently if you like
strange.
hover over a thing, oh wait, why is it? Oh, that's a different game altogether. Ignore that one. That is a very different game. Yeah, I hovered over and then went down, and for some reason it was, yeah. So see how I'm like over Time Spinner, but technically I'm not. So it was showing me the screenshots for halfway, and I'm like, oh, this must be a different game. No. Time Spinner was the one I was thinking of. So yeah, like it's all under there. Wargroove 2 is in there too. And then, wait, what is Wild Frost? This literally looks like Slay the Spire.
You literally put it on your guesses for me.
Oh, it looks like Slay the Spire. That's probably why I put it on the guesses for you.
Oh no, sorry, that was Cyclone put it on his
Okay.
guesses for me. I lied.
That probably was a better guess for me
It
for
is
something else I did. But yes,
It is a roguelike deck builder.
there's a
it's
lot of
good.
good games over here. So
Yeah, it has two. It has Time Spinner and it has Wargroove. 2 games on Archipelago.
Wargroove and
is
Wargroove
neat.
2, which is very assuredly going to eventually come to Archipelago without a doubt.
Yeah.
Wild Frost are kind of and Firewatch are kind of a combo guess just due to their names. Okay, I love that because they have
Hilarious.
absolutely nothing to do with each other. But yeah, no, I definitely get that. That's actually a really good bundle. That's cool.
Eastward is a sick name.
Eastward is a really, really sick name. All right, we're ready to judge your number 5.
Oh boy, am I gonna get judged for this?
What is this weeb shit?
This is a visual novel called The Shell Part 1: Inferno, or Kara no Shoujo in Japanese.
That is
This
neither
is
Japanese nor
a-
English on this trailer. What is going on?
It's French, maybe.
Of course.
If I had to guess. I don't know. I don't make the rules. It doesn't matter. This is a game set in post-World War II Japan. Like immediately post,
Oh.
not like literally everything's post
Okay.
at this point.
Yes.
But like just a few years after World War II Japan, and it's a detective like murder mystery novel. In which you actually get to do the detective thing, which is cool. You get to go places. It actually does like force you to solve mysteries, and it doesn't just ask you like, which of these 3 people is the murderer? It's like you actually have to like select from a list of things, and like answer several questions. So like it is a little bit more involved, but nothing too absolutely insane. It's also extraordinarily dark. This is probably this high up because it just lives in my brain from how the murders are literally about the murderer just takes off all their limbs and then hollows out their eyes, and that's it. This is the darkest game of the 40 we picked, probably by far.
Yeah, I
It's
was
pretty
gonna say,
graphic.
even this trailer
If
is
you're
having me doubt things.
Yeah, if you're squeamish, don't play this game. It's kind of a lot. But it's good. I liked it a lot. I mean, I generally like murder mystery type things. And I've heard the second game is even better by a lot. So I'm excited to hopefully get to that at some point. Also, fun fact about me playing this game was I finished it, And then like 2 weeks later, they announced a HD remaster of it, and I was like, well,
Oof.
okay,
Well,
here we are.
hey, can you finish some more games that I want to play? You should finish Persona 3 so the HD remake gets done quicker.
It's already coming out in February.
No, I need it quicker.
It's almost here.
No.
Here.
They amazingly announced this remake and then released it like in like 2 months, like this year. It's already out, so it's good.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's hard. It is a murder mystery, so like you can't say too much about it. But it's the other thing is like a lot of visual novels I feel like tend to focus on like younger protagonists, and like especially like school life in Japan. To be fair, this one does take place. You are like investigating a school, and a lot of the characters are in school, but the protagonist himself is not, and that's at least kind of nice.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I definitely get that. So, I'm going to move on to my fifth because I know that we're going to be able to talk for quite a bit of time on this one.
Sure.
Okay. Right into it. Let's go.
Well, the thing is, my number 5 is iSomnium Files. The original one, not the sequel.
Yeah. Wait, if you notice, I didn't put the sequel on my guesses.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Did you put this one on your guesses? I actually didn't look at your guys' guesses at all.
Both
of you did? Ah, gotcha. That's fair. Yeah, it is sitting pretty firmly at 5th. I very much like this more than Persona 5. I will say, arguably, I could probably put Strikers above this and not feel way too upset. But also, like, this feels good at 5th, too. Like, this is a really, really good 5th place, and I'm very, very happy with its placement. This game did a insanely good job. This, by the way, was the one that, like, it feels like if you... There's another trailer for this, and it is a absolutely spoiler trailer that you should not watch at all. Even this one, I think, is pushing it a bit.
Yeah, I can notice it, yeah.
But the first one that I looked at, that was like a 4-minute trailer, I'm like, oh, you went ahead and went there right away. No.
That's hilarious. I love that. I hate that, but it's very funny.
Yeah, I just did not like... if you literally look up the Somnium Files trailer, it's the only other trailer that pops up. There's 2 that pop up. It's this one and the other one. And you'll understand the difference between the 2 immediately. Because it's like, oh, that is genuinely a part of the game that I think you would be way better off experiencing yourself, not seeing it in a trailer. And that actually really bothers me that they put in a trailer. I think this is a way better trailer.
Is this the official gameplay trailer?
This is release trailer PS4. So the official gameplay trailer, I think, is the one that I think spoils way too much. It should be like 3.5 minutes, I think.
Yep, it is. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, that spoils way too much for this game.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Okay, yep,
right?
Understood. Got it.
Don't watch that trailer. Don't watch that trailer.
I literally just like skipped ahead, and the very first scene was like, yep, okay, no, understood.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. Versus like this gives you like the general gist of what the gameplay is going to be like. This kind of gives you the general like teases as the people who are in this. Aset, you bet.
Aset, you bet.
You bet.
So for me, I was just like, nah, it was really, really good. I very much enjoyed this, and the story, to me, the story was so good. I thought this was like a really, really, really solid story overall. And I felt like it definitely hit a lot more of the stuff I was looking for in the character growth and the relationship growth throughout the entire game. A lot more for me. And I think that's why for me, this is a really, really good 5th place pick. It had some fierce competition. Otherwise, this in other years could have actually probably been a top 3 game. But damn,
wow,
this year has some fierce competition. Hold up, you kind of got a standee? I didn't know there was a collector's edition with an Aset acrylic standee.
And there's an Iva sticker. Wow.
Wait, and an art book?
I'm glad you like this so much.
I'm very happy with this part.
Expect you to like it as much as you did. I think, and I'm glad you did.
It's funny. I think playing the second game made me like the first even more.
That's funny.
But
that's still good. That means the second game was worth it, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. I let me be clear. I think the second game is very much worth playing. We'll talk more about the second game later, though. Don't worry.
Oh,
I'm guessing that's in your. It's going to be honorable mentioned here, which I'm surprised it even made it that far. So that's cool.
We'll talk about the second game later. Don't worry.
I'm sure we will. Yeah.
We'll
talk about it.
Now,
we'll talk about it.
I hope you don't suffer from whiplash, because we're about to go to what might be the most complete opposite side of the universe for video games. My number 4 is The Outer Worlds.
I had this on my short list and then cut it from your list.
I don't know why this game. I found this game series to be bleh for me. I think Danganronpa is better. I don't know if I agree with that. I had some pretty... Well, okay. I think I is definitely better than Danganronpa 2. Actually, no. I think I'd probably say I is better than all 3 Danganronpas. Maybe that's a spicy take.
There's a lot of games that are better than Danganronpa 2. Let's be honest here.
It's I would definitely say I think I is better than Danganronpa 2. Full stop. But I think it would honestly maybe even eke out above 1 and 3. I would probably be willing to put I above 2 and 3 of Danganronpa, but not necessarily 1. Sorry, poor Outer Worlds is getting snubbed while we talk more about
I mean, yeah.
It's okay.
It's controversial.
That's true. Bless. You did it right after mine. I actually cracked into my 3rd Schafferhofer. Or Schafferhofer.
I'm on to the sour beer.
Nice. I hope this one's fantastic. Let me know how it is. So this game, Outer Wilds. I mean, oops, Outer Worlds. Yes, this is the Outer Worlds. This game's actually getting a sequel. So,
yes.
Sorry, that was too mean. Not only did it get 3 DLCs, but it also is actually getting a sequel that's coming out, I think, relatively soon. The DLCs were actually really good. Hilariously, there's a specific weapon that is just the coolest in the game that is in the DLC, and I'm not going to say anything more than that. I really enjoyed this game. It was everything I wanted. This is what makes me feel bad. This is everything I wanted. Hey, what's that space one? Yeah, Starfield. This is everything I wanted Starfield to be. That's pretty much the best way for me to describe this. And that's because this is Fallout New Vegas, but in space. I didn't use...
Yeah, it's made by Obsidian. It's made by the people who made...
New Vegas, yeah. No, it's great.
Yeah.
This is the key thing for me. I didn't use fast travel the entire game, and it felt amazing. That's what I was looking to get out of Starfield. And 1, you don't have that choice in Starfield. You have to use fast travel constantly. I don't mean this to be a bashing Starfield section, but there's going to be some obvious comparisons when they're made by companies who don't necessarily get along anymore and literally both made Fallout games. But this was so good for me because it was just literally Space New Vegas. I just loved and enjoyed the systems that were in it. And New Vegas was a really, really great game for me. I loved the RPG aspects. It felt like all of my decisions mattered, and I could actually use social aspects to be important in the game. I could make decisions that had like actual gameplay changes for the rest of the game kind of thing. That's so cool to me. And it was not like, did you kill somebody or not? It's how did you socially interact with people? And what is that going to end up doing for you? What decisions are you making that are actually affecting the world and you feel the effects to the world? And I love that. I love that a lot. And that's all I was ever looking for. And
it's cool that it's more than, because I feel like one of the complaints I've heard about like Fallout 3 or 4 is that the social skills are basically used so that you don't have to play the game, because the game is so focused on combat, and the social skills basically just let you skip the combat.
Yeah, and this is completely different too. The social skills actually impact literal combat, and there's sometimes where you're just not getting out of combat. You're just not. Sometimes the social skills will get you out of combat. Sometimes they'll give you a bigger advantage in combat, and then also they impact combat, so you're not just screwed if you go for a social skill build. I think that's something that I actually really loved, that like I feel like is very much left out. If you go social skills, you're going to be weaker in combat than if you went combat skills, but at least you're not just screwed in this game, and that means a lot to me. All the skills felt like they had way more depth to them. Like it wasn't just like this skill is exclusively for this. For science, there was like cool science tinker stuff you got to do, and then there were science specific weapons. For plus the way they did, there's a like meta there was a meta skill and then a bunch of skills that were beneath it. You could level up the meta skill that everything fell under. So like there was a stealth meta skill that had like 4 sub skills. You could level that whole skill to 50, and that would get every sub skill to 50. And then past that, you had to level up individual skills. So like you could kind of be good at a lot of things, but not like specialize early on too, if you really, really wanted to, but you were going to feel it. Like you would definitely feel that and not be great. It felt like it did a really, really good job balancing everything. I did feel a little bit overpowered towards the end, and underpowered towards the start, but I feel like that's true with a lot of RPG games and is almost impossible to get around. Versus like
I would agree. That's
yeah. I will say
feel overpowered at the end than underpowered.
Yeah.
Though.
Versus like I felt like all of my decisions for what I chose for my speaking things too, it wasn't just always, oh, I have high social skill, let me click this button that I can do because I have this high social skill. It was also, oh, is that actually going to get me the outcome that I want, even if I can do it? And that was really cool to me. Versus like,
yeah, that's
not to crap on Starfield again, but that's not necessarily what I felt always with Starfield. And then also with Starfield, I felt like it didn't matter. I literally maxed my socials right away. And at the start of the game, I was failing my socials constantly, even though I had all of the social stuff maxed. That did drive me a bit crazy. Maybe I was just bad at the socials in Starfield. I only played like 16 hours, but like, listen, for a game like Starfield, that is only.
Yeah, I know. No.
Can I go next? Yeah. For 4.
Really
no.
Quick.
Oh no.
I just want to say, as far as the social skills go, not clicking the same button every time is nice. Actually, having a choice is really cool. That was one of the biggest problems with Mass Effect. It's like, all right, you either pick Renegade or you pick Paragon, and then you just pick that button every single time. You don't look at the other options. You just pick Renegade or Paragon.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like, that was the nice thing for me, too, is like sometimes it was morally correct for me, like the way I like playing, to lie and to use my force. And sometimes it was literally my it was like morally correct for me to be honest. Like, it wasn't always like, if you just want to be a moral, righteous person, you just always tell the truth and you just go with trying to convince people. It was also like trying to actually lie in the proper places too. It's nice that the social wasn't like also morally loaded for your skills. So now that I'm looking at Starfield launch trailer, I'm sorry.
No,
but I also saw this coming. Although I think I did guess
I have a big spiel about Starfield. This game was more of what Bethesda does well, but not necessarily perfectly executed all the time.
Oh, I actually did guess
this game, I think, with a lot of Bethesda games, is going to be better in a couple of years. I still think they pushed it out too soon, which is why it's only 4 on my list.
Okay.
It's the game I spent the most time playing. Part of it was I'd come home from work and fall asleep and then wake up. But we're going to talk about that. But for what I wanted from the game when it came out, it delivered on that. It delivered on the Bethesda gameplay. And that is what I really want from this game. I didn't think it was going to be as groundbreaking as Bethesda claimed it was going to be, the hype that was behind it. I was just excited to see something more in space.
I definitely get you.
And I think, like I said, I think this game's going to get better in like 2 to 3 years once it gets the Bethesda treatment again, where it just keeps getting evolved on.
And re-released 6 times.
And re-released. Well, not only that, but we're going to get some DLC for it.
True.
It's going to buffer out the game. I think it just suffered in the same way that a couple years ago people were giving shit for CD Projekt Red for about Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
The game got released too soon. It was kind of ambitious. And once again, I think this is also a very standard way to look at things in the video game industry, because we've seen this happen with Cyberpunk. We've seen this happen with No Man's Sky. There's a whole bunch of other games that you could list that you're like, they released this game too soon. yes, it's been in development for forever, but they released it too soon, and it would have benefited from just, just keep going. But you got to release it, people got to play it, and then you just got to go. So
I get you.
2-3 years, this game could be a number one game after the 2.0, after they revamp. So
I think the other.
This is a.
Oh, okay. Keep going.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a very flawed 4, but it did for me what I wanted from it.
It scratched that Skyrim itch or Bethesda itch.
Yeah, if you're looking at that, for your games of the years, it did what I wanted out of the game. I can't be mad at it for that. So.
Yeah. No, I 100% get you. Cyclone was a good thing. Don't boo a joke until it's done being told. I do think it was a little underbaked. I think for me the real problem is like, you're a really big Bethesda fan, and I'm really a big. When I get down to it, this is the problem. Fallout actually gave me the wrong taste of everything. Me playing Fallout, and especially starting with New Vegas, and having that as my mind of, oh, cool, this is what all Fallouts are like. This is what all Bethesda games are like. Gave me such a bad starting spot. And I think for me, the real answer is like, Bethesda is a much, much better fit for you. And Obsidian is a much, much better fit for me. And I think that's totally fair. Like they're very different styles, right? Like even looking at like Fallout 4 versus New Vegas, they're like, calling them Fallout is like thematically correct, but it's like night and day. It's wild.
Oh no. I mean, I definitely like New Vegas over 4. I just also like big, long games that I can slowly sink my teeth into.
I think I feel
because you. I can come home from work and play 2 or 3 hours of this and feel like I accomplished something in a game because I can nail down story points. I can go and do stuff, and I feel like I was actually able to get something done, in my leisure time, in between them. So yeah, that's my thought on Starfield.
Cool. Have you tried out?
So I didn't play this game.
I am curious because these are going to be the most directly compared ones because they're essentially to not say Bethesda and Obsidian have a long history would be lying. So we're always going to probably see these direct comparisons, even though they really are, when you get down to them, very dramatically different takes on.
And Obsidian definitely beat Starfield to the punch. I totally agree with that, and I've played through.
Oh, you've already played through Outer Worlds?
Yeah, I love that.
Gotcha.
It was good. But yeah,
they're very different. Yeah,
like I said, it's one of those weird things too, because it's hard to truly compare it to Starfield because I'm like, this isn't anywhere close to its final form, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
I will say, there were multiple times where I was in Outer Worlds and I was like, oh, I really want to go back to that. Nope, that's Starfield. Because the settings of some of the cities were phenomenal for Starfield. That first city you start in with that entire Undercity is so good. It just like the design of that. Actually, I'll be honest, I don't like the city itself. The Undercity to me was so well made and so well done. Mm-hmm. And then that entire what is that other zone? The one that's the floating city, not floating, but above the water on the water planet.
Oh yeah, it's not Atlantis. It's I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I kept thinking of that city. I'm like, this is really, really good. I think the biggest problem for me is I just wanted more of those. Like, I really loved that setting. I thought it was really good. Or actually, the city where they did some really good settings. I think the problem was all of the other stuff between them I didn't love, which is fair. Like,
yeah.
I think there's gonna be people who are gonna really, really love being able to build like super insane settlements in that. And I think the problem is for me that just felt like stuff I was kind of like stuck doing rather than stuff I was excited to do. And I think that's the difference is if you especially find value in all of the stuff you can do in Starfield, there is so much stuff to do in Starfield. The game is really pushing you towards playing it a bunch of times, seeing so much of the world because it's much more of a sandbox kind of thing.
Well, it truly is. I mean, the way the plot's set up is for you to truly play multiple times, which is interesting. But I don't know. It's definitely a game that it's on Game Pass, so if you just wanted to check it out and play it, then it's there and it's free and it's gonna be there for a while, I think, if not forever. So
I think it should be there forever, pretty much, unless they decide to sell off Bethesda or all of the Xbox marketing arm. Xbox arm.
no.
But yeah, quick side note though, the Outer Worlds has the best way for partner carrying capacity, and that's just literally giving it to the player rather than making you trade back and forth with the partner. And I will die on that hill.
That's
Yeah,
so
plus.
nice. Yes.
All right.
So I didn't play Starfield, but as a callback to earlier, I actually had a friend who worked on this game.
Oh, that's really cool.
She was a game designer and apparently wrote some dialogue for the that main robot who follows you around or something.
Oh, that main robot's kind of cute.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, this game has a lot of has good highs, but it also has a lot of lows. I mean, I had to jump back to when I was like 3rd level to get past the game breaking bug. Like it's
still Bethesda.
Like
It's Bethesda.
it is a Bethesda game. But the biggest thing I can say about it is a Bethesda RPG.
Oh,
If you like the base idea behind them, then you will find some parts of this. You'll enjoy this game at a minimal level.
I will ask, do you like playing the social style of gameplay? Because I think that is part of what I disliked about this game immensely. And to be fair, most of Bethesda's takes on a lot of their RPGs.
Yeah, I usually try to not fight too much, but every once in a while I go in shooting. So
what do you get?
I'm not sure what you mean by
what skills did you play around? Did you like get more of the social skills, or did you get more of the combat and tinker skills and science skills and stuff like that, and the flying skills?
I did more of the tinkering and that. I put in some to the social skills because I thought that was important. Yeah, I usually play a tech build with a lot of socialization in it. So
okay, I think the thing that did feel bad for me is, as far as I could tell, literally the social skill was an individual skill in the tree as opposed to like an entire tree, and that kind of made me really sad.
No, I agree with that. Yeah,
especially because I think for me that's like the number one thing I'm looking out of for an RPG is like that social like ability to essentially work around what I'm able to speak, how I'm able to speak, and like the fact that like there isn't that depth of, to me at least, of like even like 3 different kinds of like the classic didn't they deal that in the classic D&D of like the like one where you're intimidation, I don't know,
or deception.
Yeah, those 3. Like even not having those as like 3 separate skills kind of made me a bit sad, but I feel like that I'm probably playing more like a specific niche way, and I think that would be part of why for me it was a little bit of a bummer. But other than that, like I genuinely do see a lot of it, like a lot of the spaces were built well. I think part of the problem is planets are big, and that's not necessarily a good thing for everybody.
And
in the game.
Like, I mean, geez, I hope we get a mod. Oh, well, and that's the other thing too. My brother has mentioned this. He's like, the mod scene for it will be really good. Because Bethesda games usually have really good mods. But we need some like vehicles to get across those planets. So
yeah.
Sorry.
Anyways, now that we've made this
space games.
Yeah, I was gonna say, now that we've made this the space game hour,
let's go back to Japan.
Weeb.
It's time for more weeb stuff. All right, so yeah, this is Fate Samurai Remnant. This is our second Dynasty Warriors game on this list, weirdly. And so I guess to preface this, I like historical fiction a lot. Fate really panders towards that by bringing in just characters from all over history, and then you just get them, you scoop them all up, and you drop them in one spot, and that's cool. So like I already like am predisposed to like this game. I've read the original Fate novel and like played a bunch of the games and everything. So I'm a Fate fanboy. I know what's going on, and sometimes these games are weird and hard to get into. But this game was great. I was hesitant about the Dynasty Warriors style and it ended up being way better than I was expecting. It has a really cool stance-based system where you're encouraged to like constantly be swapping between these different stances that give you different benefits. One of them's better at defense. One of them's better at like evasion. One of them's better when you're at low health. One of them's better at dealing with certain types of enemies. And there's 5 of them, so like there's a lot. And it always feels like the combat's fresh. You have the 5 stances. You have magic. You always have a partner you're working with who is way more powerful than you, but you can only call on them a certain amount of times before like a gauge depletes and you have to refill the gauge. And so you're constantly swapping between these different systems, and it always feels like fresh and like you're doing something different. Of everything on my list, it's I think definitely the most fun game I played this year. The gameplay was definitely the best out of everything. Also, as a bonus for Jovine, there's really good tech trees in this, like really good skill trees.
I can only want this game so much. You need to stop making me want it more.
The skill trees are some of the best I've seen in like a long time. I liked how they did them a lot in this game. The story is very good. I think a lot of it's like, I know some of the characters because a good chunk of them came from previous works of Fate. I don't think you really need to know the characters to get out of the game. Most of them aren't main characters too; they're more supporting characters. But in general, I think this also really works well if you have a good idea of histories. Like the main character is Miyamoto Iori, who is the adopted son of Miyamoto Musashi, one of like the most famed swordsmen of all time. Wrote the Book of Five Rings, which some of you might recognize as like the setting for L5R.
Okay, it is the same one. Gotcha. That's actually really cool.
The Legend of the Five Rings is based off of the Five Ring things.
And you could pet a puppy? Sorry.
There is a cat and dog petting mechanism, and it is beneficial for you to do so. It heals you if you pet the dogs and cats.
Blast. Game of the year.
As it should.
Very good. Very good.
Can't believe you
I
only
think this
put
game is like best played. Like, oh, you hear a name and then you go look them up on Wikipedia and read some about them and like kind of read a bit of their life story, because all these people are like real people, and it's neat. Obviously, this is highly fictionized version of events with magic and nonsense.
What are you talking about?
Wait, you don't mean this isn't what Japan's like?
This is actually this is
fiction, right?
Yeah, I thought this was literally Japan.
It's a documentary. Yeah, it's a documentary.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I liked it a lot. Very recommended, especially to Jovine, who literally wanted.
I'm gonna play this.
More. Yeah, you're like, I want this style of game. I'm like, well, let me tell you.
I already knew that I wanted to play this.
I play this game
from talking before,
cool.
And now I know that I want to play it even more.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. It's pretty meaty too. I think it's like 40-50 hours, but it never feels slow. It always feels like you're progressing. It always feels like something interesting's happening. Yeah, good. I will say this is the game I spent the most time on in this list. And it's also the game I played like the most consecutive. Like a lot of games I'll like put down for a while and then pick back up and then put down. Like often like this happens over the course of like days or weeks. And I think I played this game for a good like 5 days straight once for like 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours of the day, which is a lot for me. So there you go. That's my recommendation of it.
I feel ya.
Perfect.
Nifty. All right, I already knew I wanted
should
to
maybe
play
a
this
little
game.
bit higher, but I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, top 4. That's pretty high.
Top
Yeah,
4.
for
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know. The top 4 is competitive here. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah.
All right, Cyclone. Let's see what we're wrapping up with your 4th for now. Before we take our break.
This was also the game that had 4 different trailers, and I had to find the one
correct
that, like,
one.
wasn't. Well, like,
Wasn't
it also had
super
like a little bit of
excessive
gameplay on it. Yeah, it wasn't
getcha.
spoily.
This gameplay looks
Which like
so
showed
good.
off the characters.
It looks like such a good balance of
Wow.
everything. Oh, that's a lot of text.
That's a lot of text.
Holy shit, how many trailers are for this game? Yeah, I'm just gonna click the first one. I'm not clicking all those.
So it's number 4 was the spot with the 2 space games and the 2 4-trailer games. There we go.
Bless.
Yeah.
This game is so good. I respect this decision immensely, Cyclone. Demon Turf. You play as a spunky demon brat who wakes up one day and wants to overthrow the Demon King because he insulted her. Source, it occurred to her once in a dream. Actually, 10 out of 10
Incredible.
backstory. Instantly had me hooked. It's a platform with some combat and
that.
stuff to collect, and a pretty unique art style. I especially love the boss fights. They're super cool and memorable. It's not really too hard, but 100%ing it can get a bit tricky at times. What is hard is 3.5, Demon Turf Tower. And we'll swap over to that trailer. I believe this was a free DLC, right?
Also, Jovine?
Yes, I have played this on stream. I have not finished it because it's a lot, and I have a lot of other stuff going on. And I think for me it was
Edition games.
yeah. It was good, and I love the art style for sure. I don't think it hit as perfectly for me, but it's definitely a cool game. Now this is Demon Turf Tower. You play as a spunky demon brat, the same one actually, and an evil jester appears for some reason. It's an alternate game mode where you can pick whenever you start Demon Turf up. It's one of those climb super high, try not fall down, and lose minutes of progress games, like Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. But you know, it's a 3D platformer. Except it's better than all those because it actually has good controls. No. It's a 3D platformer. Like full stop 3D platformer. Oh, sorry. Like Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, Jump King, and Only Up. Except it's better than all of those because it actually has good controls. Oof, but also, yes. You can also straight up die, which puts you back to the start, and you start with only 1 HP, so it's actually really, really brutal until you get health upgrades. I actually beat it a few days ago, and is easily the hardest platforming challenge I've ever played. It took me 10 to 12 hours, with the running run being 52 minutes. Despite the rage, right? Despite the rage I experienced in the Game Awards, I scream while climbing, or rather falling down the tower. I greatly enjoyed both games, and I would highly recommend them to any God gamers looking for a challenge. I also think it's surprisingly inexpensive. And also now, if you own the Steam version, comes with the second game. It's all under one thing now. It's a really good 3D platformer, but it is at its core just that. It's not like anything crazy for storyline. It's like just pure 3D platform fun and mad. Well, fun depending on who you are, and madness. It's a lot. There is some story, don't get me wrong, but it's not like, oh my god, game of the year, this story made me cry 3 times. But Demon Turf,
We cried 4 times.
Yeah, this game is, so the Queen's Edition is $15 right now. And that is Demon Turf and Demon Turf Neon Splash all in one. And like, it's full price as a $30 game, and it's very much worth that. It is a phenomenal game. Oh, that's funny. I could just get Demon Turf Neon Splash for free because it's in the bundle with the main game, because it's already in the main game now. Originally they had it split up into 2 games, and they were like, hey, this is stupid, we're just gonna make it 1 game. And then they upgraded everybody who bought the main game to get basically to get the second game for free. So I thought that was super duper cool. Oh, a cool mechanic that they do, which I really, really love, because it's very much like a risk versus reward. I've seen it somewhere else. I can't remember where. You get a limited number of flags in each level that you can place, and those are your checkpoints in the level.
Yeah, that's neat.
So
I think Ori in the Blind Forest does that.
Oh yeah, I guess it kind of does, doesn't it? So that concept, I'm not sure. I think I saw it in Turf Tower too, but I think you get like 50, which is like wild still. It's really, really, oh no, floor 50. It's like a really cool concept for me of like, you have this risk versus reward. How much do you want to keep pushing so you have a better checkpoint for if you die later, versus I would really like a checkpoint now. I want to make sure that I'm not going to be like screwing myself over. So I actually, that one thing is really cool. And I kind of love that it's
cool. I can definitely see how it could be frustrating. I might like the Shovel Knight implementation more, where you can like destroy your checkpoints
to get rewards. I get you.
To get rewards. but it's interesting. I don't hate it.
I will say this is a lot more forgiving.
I like the idea of placing your own checkpoints.
This is a lot more forgiving because you're doing like per level things. Like it's
Yeah.
imagine like each star in Super Mario Galaxy, but you got to place your own checkpoints 3 times in each star. But then you can come back again and you get to just replace checkpoints again. So like every star is 3 checkpoints. It's not like you have a pool of like 50 across the whole game and that's all you ever get to use kind of thing. It's not that unforgiving. So
nice.
I'm so happy. I love the ignore weirdo sign that is clearly pointing at you.
It's very good. It's very good.
We're gonna leave that sign pointing at you. Well, we take our breaks. Get up, stretch, do those things you do to take care of yourself. When we come back, we are breaking into the top 3. See you then.
Top 3. We're there.
Was that crazy? Also, Happy New Year Central time.
Central. The parts of America that not really many people care that much about. Sorry, not sorry.
Texas is in Central.
Yes,
parts of Texas.
That's what
I don't care about Texas.
Oof. Texas cares about Texas more than they should.
Well, that's fine because they're Texas. That's what we expect.
All right, see you in a few.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Oh, hello.
I'm back.
How are you?
Well,
I cannot see you. Are you messing with lighting again?
No, I just turned my camera off this time.
Oh, gotcha. That's fair.
It takes a hot minute to re-register.
That's more than fair.
Gosh.
Right now, we're listening to Video Games Tenacious D Automaton cover because I've made the official decision that that is what all of the buffer time is for. Right now, we're waiting because Suskimo's video isn't back up yet.
Yep. And next up, we're doing Cyclones number 3.
I'm actually really hyped to see this after the last thing he said.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's an automaton. Hold up. While we wait for you guys can see the video. because this is amazing from the video. That person put so much effort in this video.
Speaking of video games,
Wait.
today's video is sponsored by Hyper Fever, the very best online offline.
Did they put a sponsorship in the middle of the video?
FPS city builder experience.
Maybe.
Oh no, it's just a really long sponsorship. It's actually at the end of the video. The literal, it is literally the half the length of the video is the sponsorship.
Hilarious.
Wow, that is a lot of sponsor video time.
Well, it's because it's like,
it's a short video.
it's like a 1.5-minute video and it's like a 1-minute-long sponsorship. Because I think a lot of them require like a specific runtime. So, but we got Seskimo back, so it is time for us to continue.
I think you mean Cyclone, but yes.
Well, Cyclone's back. He said, "Tell me when." So when?
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. When? I love elephants.
Hey, speak of the demon.
Hey.
Speak of the demon.
I was like, should I put both of these on the list? And I did, and it paid off.
I didn't know whether or not you'd count these as a separate game because now they're actually the same game now. I will say I don't know what it is about Neon Splash. It did look better than the original. And I'm glad to be vindicated by you saying it does.
I think it's the brighter colors.
I think the level design
hilariously-
actually looks better, but I think it's also just because like it came out after too. You were saying?
Yeah.
Hilariously, in my guesses for Cyclone, I said Demon Turf and then Demon Turf Neon Splash. Parentheses. I can't tell if this is a separate game or a DLC, but here we are.
It was a separate game and now it's the same game.
That makes sense.
All right. Demon Turf Neon Splash. You play as a spunky demon brat, still the same one, but this time you're just platforming, no combat whatsoever. Oh, this is so much better. The combat in the game, I actually forgot about it because I didn't like it so much that I actually blocked it out of my brain. This is like objectively the better gameplay. This is actually better because Demon Turf's combat was probably its weakest point. I mean, fighting against the little mobs, the boss fights were very fun. I agree with that statement fully. The downside is the game is much shorter. 100%ing it took 4 hours, while Demon Turf, minus the
Jeez.
tower, took 38 hours. Would you rather get a 5-star restaurant meal for a week or just one day of Gordon Ramsay as your personal chef? I don't know about that choice, but I did prefer Neon Splash's levels over Demon Turf's on average. I think part of that is this did come out after the first game, I think by quite a substantial period of time. So like the game dev had all the time to sit and go back on all, or look back on all the work that they put into the first game, which does wonders for design. Your opinion might differ, but what I do know is if you like one of them, you'll like the other. Actually, after writing all that, I realized that Demon Turf now includes Neon Splash as well, so you can get the former and have everything in Demon Turf. Or you could just get Neon Splash on its own, which is cheaper. Up to you, though. I don't think you can actually buy Neon Turf anymore. Full stop. From what I can tell, based off the fact that it is included free in this bundle. Oh, no, you can still buy it
Neon
separately for
Turf.
$3.50. Neon Turf. Demon Turf Neon Splash. My bad. Although, hilariously, I can just add it to my account for free because it's free in the bundle.
Neon Turf Demon Splash. Please interact with my review. Smiley face.
I did smile. Oh, cool.
That's nice.
All I had to do was hit the add button. Now I technically own Neon Splash too. But they are indeed a part of the same one. I didn't know that that was how Neon Turf worked. Or Neon Splash. God, this is your fault.
So Game of Thrones, would you rather have a 5-star restaurant meals for a week or Gordon Ramsay for a day? I think Gordon Ramsay for a day.
I'm torn. Because for me, I think it genuinely is. Well, I don't know. Am I like banned to ever getting the others ever again? Because like that's the real catch. If I only get one or the other ever, like if I never got to go back to a 5-star restaurant or eating Gordon Ramsay meals, by far I pick the Gordon Ramsay for a day. I think that's the take for me.
Yeah. I think it's the higher high. Also,
honestly,
I think the answer is both.
honestly,
But
though, the 5-star meals for a week.
that's a long time for 5-star meals.
I think that's the problem though, is that you kind of get used to it.
No, I don't think even after 5 days you get
Except-
used to 5-star.
I
I
don't
don't know.
Especially
I
because
have
there's
a
enough
sneaking
culinary changes.
suspicion that Gordon Ramsay isn't as good as everyone thinks he is.
Ooh, that's a spicy take.
Ooh.
I mean,
I actually don't disagree
replace
with you,
that
by the way.
Just replace Gordon Ramsay with like
A
with,
6-star
like,
chef.
the best chef
Or
in the
7-star
world.
chef.
Yeah,
Like even though there aren't a
he's
5-star or
solid
7-star.
chef, but I would rather taste, because
How about
if you're
this?
doing 5-star meals for a week, that's what is That's 21 meals. So you could have 21 different chefs cook for you and get 21 different 5-star.
That's a good fight. What about?
Honestly,
I know we're totally derailing it. What about an entire Iron Chef like feeding? So like the full 3-course meals from the Iron Chefs, both of them.
for an entire week.
No. That
Or a
versus
day.
the no. So it's the set of meals that both Iron Chefs prepare. So
Versus, I mean,
versus the 5 days
I'd
of
be a
the
judge on
5-star.
Iron Chef.
That's what I'm saying. I would rather be a
Oh.
judge on Iron Chef than go to the 5-star restaurant for a week. I think
Yeah.
it barely ekes it out, but I think I would do that over that. Because that's just
They're
enough
close.
variety right there. Yeah, I agree. They're very, very close.
Yeah, because you're getting what it's 6 courses. I think they have to prepare. So
Yeah, exactly.
you're
which-
getting 12.
To be super clear, if you're going to a 5-star restaurant for a week, you're not getting 1 course per meal. That's not enough food. I've seen 5-star restaurants. That's not enough food.
Gordon Ramsay for the entire day too.
Oh, was it for
That
the
is
whole
3
day?
meals. Yeah, it is 3 meals.
I still think I would like the
Plus
flexibility of like
snacks.
the Iron Chefs that I get to pick for
plus
that entire
snacks.
week. Plus snacks. True.
Yeah.
I just think that I wouldn't want to eat just
One
chef's
chef. Yeah,
meal.
I'm with you there. I
Yeah,
think
that's fair. That's reasonable.
if it was like free access to all of the Iron Chefs for a day, I would pick that for sure. Although I honestly might
Although,
pick
to
Gordon
be
Ramsay
fair,
anyways.
in this theoretical choice that we've set up, it should be the same 5-star restaurant every day, right? Because you're playing the same game for 38 hours. So
That
it's
is true.
but you're just ordering different
Well,
things from the 5-star restaurant. I don't know.
That is reasonable.
Yeah. Well,
Either way, I would
maybe
play.
Gordon Ramsay then.
I would genuinely play Neon Splash over Core Demon Turf personally. Because I actually dislike the combat enough that I actually think that knowing that there's no combat in Neon Splash, which I think Cyclone actually told me, Neon Splash sounds head and shoulders above the original one. But I still think that like I would probably play Neon Splash and really, really enjoy it, and then jump back to Demon Turf and take it little bits over time, because I'll enjoy it, but not enough to like want to deal with the combat constantly. I think that's what turned me away the first time I was playing this. I played it for like 4 hours and I was like, okay, I think I'm done for the day with this game, because that's what happened for me.
Yeah.
Although he's 100% correct that the bosses were really good. 5-star plus Neon Splash kind of guy, maybe an uncommon pick. Lamau, I feel ya. All right, I believe that makes it back to Seskimo. Unless
Yep,
you feel like permanently flipping that. Okay, perfect.
I have mine right.
My
so-
man! I'm so happy to see this.
Yeah, Hi-Fi Rush. It was a great game. I just thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good. It was the right amount of difficulty. The music was fantastic. Did you ever end up playing this game offline, Jovine?
No, I only ever played it with the music that they made explicitly for this, not the music that they licensed. Now that I think about that, I
Which-
probably should have tried
which
it
is-
with the licensed music at some point. But
Which is also fantastic.
yes,
But,
it's amazingly good.
Oh, the license. Yeah, I love that they thought about that. But
Yes.
the art style, the music, the gameplay. Oh, it was so fun. It was really delightful. It was a great play.
I fully agree.
Hilariously, this means that 3 of us now have rhythm games in our top 10, and I'm pretty sure the last one will probably have one too. So that's kind of funny.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I would never have a rhythm game in my top 10.
You would never have a rhythm game in your top 3.
You would never,
Never, never, ever. No, definitely not.
Yeah. Did you need to go next, Jovine?
No. I think we could have Wizard go.
Okay. Are you done talking about Hyper Rush? Do you want to keep
Yeah,
going?
I mean,
Yeah,
It's on Game Pass.
Yeah.
It was-
Oh, it
it
is
was
on Game Pass.
shadow
Yeah, it's
dropped.
completely. Yeah, it was shadow dropped on Game Pass. By the way, we got spoiled to what the original name for this was. It was a working name when they had to do all their filing. I love that they literally just called this Project Hibiki, which is just literally Japanese for Project Sound. That's like a complete random little like note that you'll never need in your entire life.
I need it. It's very
But
important.
I was just so happy that like I saw that and I was like, well, technically they never told us that this game is that project that they were working on. That got released exactly when Hi-Fi Rush got released, but there's no universe that you look at this game and don't think that Project Hibiki, which is literally Japanese for sound, isn't this game. I'm just throwing that out there.
I mean, yeah.
This game
I
sucks.
love
I need to play this game.
Oh, it's
I
so
need to play this game.
It's so good.
It was really good.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
I need to play this game. This is,
good.
this is like right up my alley. Yeah.
I
need to
love
play
this
I'm
game.
surprised. I'm surprised you haven't.
I am surprised I haven't too.
So what's your number
be
3?
honest.
Hi-Fi Rush was stunningly good. It was so good.
I could. Gosh, about the art was so good.
Oh, the game's gorgeous. Chance of Center. I knew this had to be on your list.
Oh,
I knew
yeah.
it.
Yeah. This had to be on my list.
Look
It's
up some of your games.
This game looks
it's
so
an
good.
archaeology. It's an archaeology game. It goes on my list, right? It's that's the rule.
Yeah, if I would have known that.
It's so this game is more about like language and like putting together. So like you have all these symbols and you have to figure out what they mean based off of context clues. Like there's like writing on stuff, and then the people will just talk to you. And the game doesn't tell you what any of those things mean. You just have to kind of piece it together on context clues. And then every so often it has a Oberdin type moment where you get to kind of like lock in your guesses, and if you're right, it will actually tell you this is what this means for sure. So you're never like
such a good game.
gonna get kicked back. It's very good. It's very cool. It's very unique. I've never played anything like it. My main complaint is that it's too easy. I think I wish it makes sense, especially because it's like the first game of its type. But I hope to see this kind of expanded upon. I don't think I ever got stuck in the game. There was one time I got stuck, and it wasn't because I couldn't figure out like what something meant. It was because I couldn't figure out what I needed to do to proceed. Because it is still like a kind of a point and click adventure game more than anything else.
Yeah.
It took me 8 hours to play through and finish. It was a nice, well paced, constantly like iterating on what it was, constantly doing new things, and then it was done. It was nice.
So, what's funny is I've actually played a couple of games kind of like this. This is just a language learning educational game that is more designed around actually being a good game first. And that's the one thing that really intrigued me about this game.
It doesn't teach you a language, though. Like, it's not designed to teach you a language, which I think is
Well, that's because it's a
good,
game first.
'cause
Yes. Yeah, it's designed to be better for gameplay because it doesn't actually care if you're learning a language. It kind of is more of a puzzle game. There are other games that are kind of similar, but like lean more into teaching you a language because that was their main course. The problem is they tend to be way worse at gameplay by far because they came at it from how do we make an educational thing that's more gameplay versus this is 100% not trying to teach you a language, even though it has a lot of the similar aspects of what those games are trying to do. And I think that's really, really cool. That's part of what intrigued me about this because I was always wondering, like, what if they would have just done this with an actual language? Like, what if it literally was just the Chinese symbols instead of the symbols that you see here? Would that have made the game bad?
Yeah.
And stuff like that I'm always curious about, you know? I'm always really, really curious about these design spaces and the challenges that come for balancing something that is obviously not like educational, but like still, like you technically are
in that state. It's about learning, yeah.
Yeah. So I've always been intrigued by this game. I mean, I'm glad to hear it's apparently very good.
I liked it a lot. It's definitely the most unique game I played this year. It's not like I don't know. It's definitely not the best game I've ever played. It wouldn't crack my like top 10. I think stuff like Outer Wilds, I almost did it, and like La Mulana exist definitely higher than this game. I don't think this game mostly because I don't think this game goes hard enough. I wanted it to go like really in depth, but this is a game made so like basically anyone can complete, which is good.
Yeah, I getcha.
But it means it felt like there was a bit missing for me.
You want a full-on archaeology game where you have to actually learn a new language? Gotcha.
Yes, I do.
That is La Mulana.
That is
yes.
on Mulana.
All right.
And La Mulana too.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I'm glad to hear this is good. It's been on my wish list for a while, actually. That's really, really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely recommend it.
Let me go ahead and pull up my third place. Oh, that's weird. There must be a bug. I accidentally opened up Scott's third place again. Oh, wait.
Oh, that's strange.
Weird how that happened. So if it wasn't obvious from how much I played Hi-Fi Rush when it came out. God, oh my God, hold up.
Did we choose different trailers?
No, look at what his thing says. It says Hibiki on it. That's the project name that I just talked about. That's so cool. They referenced their own project name for the game.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. You know what the funny thing is? I think I actually noticed that while playing the game because hilariously, I only know that because there's an anime called Hibike Euphonium, which is just sound euphonium. And it's all about a girl who plays the euphonium and the band. And it's actually very incredibly accurate for musicians. They actually went through and redid animation to match the sounds properly to like what it would be to play that that instrument. So that's the only reason I actually know the word Hibike. But
La Mulana is the Dark Souls of Chants of Sonar.
I mean, listen.
I love that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then also, honestly, 808's design alone does deserve a spot in the top 10. Twice, to be honest.
Oh, 808.
808 is one of the best designed, like, characters, full stop. The way that they did the assistance to the, this game did accessibility to, like, one of the best degrees ever. They did such a smooth job for everything. This is, by the way, why I didn't go way too hard in. I'm like, I'm fine with us splitting it up too, because otherwise I would talk for way too long. So it's good to split this up a bit, especially with a game like Chants of Center. The design of this was so good. The editing of everything was so good. All the different boss fights were really, really solid and different enough that I didn't feel like I was just playing the same boss fight over and over and over again.
Oh yeah, they were fantastic.
Yeah, right? Plus the blending of like the comic book style, but also like still clearly like Japan, you know? Like they did such a good job. Everything about this was just, and honestly, I loved the story. I thought it was cute. Is it like, oh my God, this is
The story was great.
The best story I've ever heard in my entire life? No. Was it a good story? Yes. I loved all of the characters were just so good. I think there's not I love them all. Like genuinely. 808 is obviously the one who runs away as being my favorite little cat. But like, God, Corsica, I forget the robot's name. I love the robots so much too.
Yeah.
Everybody's so good.
Everyone's yeah.
Is her name Peppermint? What is her what is her proper name? It's not Peppermint.
I don't remember.
I don't know why I want to call her Peppermint, but she's so good too. Plus, like the fact that they like make the characters so dramatically like different, like they're not just every same character ever. Like, one of the main characters literally just doesn't have a lick. They just don't really talk about it much. It's just like, yeah, that's just her character.
No, it's so cool. Yeah, they did such a.
Everything is like flawlessly integrated. Peppermint is her nickname. Oh, I'm not crazy. Oh right, because she doesn't go by her real name. Because yeah, she's great. They're all great. I love everybody. The big gigantic guy, whose name I definitely really don't remember. I loved it. I did feel that towards the end it did get a bit locked to go to a specific key kind of thing, and like also spam all of your special moves. But other than that, this game was really, really, really solid.
But I also felt like there's a good depth in the specialty moves to like
for sure
a little different way for how you wanted to play.
100%.
Which is really cool.
I will say I did also play through about half of it on the hardest difficulty, and I realized quite rapidly that the hardest difficulty makes you basically play one way and one way only, and that makes me a little bit more bummed. Because it's like this is objectively the strongest way, kind of thing. But I did really enjoy it overall. And I do think the fights did start to drag along for the non-boss fights. The boss fights were actually almost always perfect length. The non-boss fights did start to feel like they drug on for a really, really long time, and there were too many of them. Rhythm Master was the last difficulty, yes. You literally could not ever drop your combo below like a C, or you would instantly die in that hardest difficulty. That's the big change. You have a little rating that goes up the entire game during the combat, and that was the way they did the hardest difficulties. If it drops, first off, it drops faster, and if it ever drops below a C, you're instantly dead. So, but yeah, that was my main complaint, is the combat started to drag on a little bit towards the end for the non-boss stuff. But other than that, they did such a really good job. I mean, you can even see like just the way that they mix up everything with the boss fights in this trailer. They do a great job of all that. They split things up really, really, really well. It was, I'm just a big fan.
Yeah, it was a great game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, oh god, this game. Yeah.
It appeared one day, and there it was.
It just wasn't there, and then it was suddenly there.
Yeah, the writing really could have been cringe. Like, there's so much that this had. I thought this was going to be fun. I didn't think this was going to be my top 3 games this year. They just knocked it out of the park. I'm so happy about it.
Yeah, no, they seriously knocked it out of the park. It was.
Oh, and all the side characters are great.
So good.
It
was
everything.
Yeah.
The side characters were phenomenal, actually. Like,
lot.
all the little Easter egg stuff was so good. They knew what they were doing, and they were good at it. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So that does roll into my second place game. And by roll into, I mean completely not at all segue properly into it.
Very good.
Because my second place game is actually Backfirewall.
What?
Yep.
Didn't even know this. What?
This game.
Enter poster full.
Slapped so hard. I love this game so incredibly much. I think the story that it told was really, really good and actually flowed phenomenally well. It had so much like jokes that just nailed every single time. I was laughing so hard this entire time, but also I felt like an emotional connection through a lot of it too. They did a really good job making characters that really don't matter that much to you, like, because they're just random pieces of your phone, you know, kind of concept, important to you. And that's a mocha pot, so it gets a +1 there. It just hit so much stuff so perfectly well. Cyclone, I know you know number 1. Don't spoil it. There's no shot you don't know number 1. I'm pretty sure everybody knows number 1 right now, or has a very strong guess on number 1. But
I think I know.
I have a strong
you may not. This game, though, was a very strong. Like, this is what I meant by poor I just literally got hammered by some of the best competition I think I've ever seen of all time.
Jeez.
Because
I don't think I saw you play this game.
Good.
I had no idea.
Good.
This is the first time I've seen this game ever.
Good. Then play it yourself. Unironically, I think that the best thing that you could do is actually just, if you want to, play the demo, because the demo gives you exactly what you want. And then you're going to know whether or not this is a game that you're going to enjoy.
I mean, it's your number 2 game of the year. The trailer looks interesting.
It is so good. Let me see if I can. I think it's actually also a pretty surprisingly well-priced game. Yes, this game is $7.50 right now. And it is my number 2 game. There is a demo. Its full price is only $15, by the way. And it also probably deserves that. I believe this was a full day and a half. Oh no, it was only a 4.2 hour day or hour game. So it's not like super excessively long, but it hit everything right. For me, it was just hit everything right. And it was just like the gameplay in general was actually really fun. I didn't feel like it was like the same thing over and over and over again for 4 hours. So, yeah. I don't want to say way too much other than it's really good. Oh, hey, actually, this is really funny.
Interesting.
This is actually not in the game. The process says Backfirewall is a story inside a phone, and it's about an OS that doesn't want to be updated. But maybe it should update. That's
Definitely
it.
not about Windows 10.
No, but it's super good. I
Wow. Cool.
Yeah. Not only is it
Interesting, yeah.
good, but there's
Not what
also
I was
like
expecting.
depth. There's some depth to it that's super cool too. So, yeah. I'm glad you guys weren't expecting this, because that also means that I don't think you guys saw any of the gameplay, which is really good. I think
saw none of it.
yeah, I think that you guys will both enjoy playing through this if you have a shot to play through this. It is so worth playing through, and I'm glad that you get to go in blind, because it'll be funnier that way, and two, I think you're gonna enjoy it a ton. And I really look forward to hopefully hearing back from you guys. I'm not necessarily saying it's gonna knock it as far out of the park for me, because like obviously it's nerdy. I'm much more like nerdy, but I think you guys will still get every single joke and laugh just as much. Probably not as much as I did, but laugh quite a bit playing through it. So, all right.
All right.
Wizards number 2. Visit site. You're in
My number
Discord.
2
How dare.
Is
is
another fake game?
Wait, what's this game? I
a surprise. No,
yeah, I think you accidentally sent me the wrong link. I already played this.
No one was surprised. Yeah, it's the Talos Principle 2. It's like the first one, but with a 2 at the end and prettier.
I guess I didn't say
Yeah, I
that
really
too
like
much.
this
This game was gorgeous.
This game was gorgeous. Just the environments, like just looking through some of the environments.
Does it have a camera mode?
Yes, it does. I actually used it quite often. Not to take pictures, but to look for dumb stuff on the map. I will say my least favorite part of this game was some of those
Bonus
out of
stuff.
bounds Athena stars. Yeah.
Which is funny because those were some of my
or-
favorite moments.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't get into those as much. Yeah, but like Jovine said, my biggest complaint was the puzzles were too easy, I think. I forget. I think that's what you said. I don't know. Very much looking forward to the DLC. I think I enjoyed the story a lot more than you did. I read more than you did. I spent more time in like the city each time too. I think you were much more interested in the puzzles, but I was I think I got a lot out of both the writing and the puzzles. And that's, as a consequence, it's significantly higher on my list. So
That makes sense. I think part of it was I was not going into this game wanting to read as much as it wanted me to read.
yeah.
And I think that was the problem of I had different expectations for this game than what it gave me. And I didn't want to read that much right away. Had this hit at a time where I felt like I wasn't wanting to... The problem was it hit right when I wanted to do a bunch of stuff too. And I wasn't expecting it to be that much.
And it's very different from the other one. Like, you wouldn't expect it. And I think I admire it a lot for doing that. Like,
yeah,
I think
no, it was
so many games
so
play it so safe lately. And this just tried something very different. And I think it worked really well for them. So
100%. I think it was the correct decision for them. I was not prepared for it, and I wish I was a bit more. If I knew going in that that's what this game was going to be, and also it didn't release exactly when it released, because like so many things released all at the same time that I was like juggling so much stuff.
I know.
I think it would have been better for me. But God, this game's so good looking. It's also just such a good game. Also, again, this year is a insanely competitive year for me. That also doesn't help.
No, that's reasonable. It still made your top 10, and I mean 7's not bad. Like it got above Persona 5 Royal, which is saying a lot.
Who
is Talos anyways?
I think they actually tell you.
They do tell you mainly in the first game. Yeah, it's not it's a soldier made of bronze that got brought to life, and so like that's why they're all robots who got brought to life, right? Like, so it's, are you a real person because you're not a human, but you still have
sentience,
or
what we can perceive as sentience.
I wonder if I'm past tipsy and now drunk. I have no point of reference, Lamo.
Well,
as of right now, no game has been on 3 of our lists. Oh no, that's not going to happen because I don't think we played any games that all 3 of us played this year. Unless I'm missing something
Yeah,
that
we
Sesamo
are-
played.
We are not having an Amori sweep here.
No, I
No,
think
I-
that
I
was
think
literally a
thinking
once in a lifetime
His
thing.
hi-fi, yeah, his hi-fi rush are going to be my number one. The surprise is no.
No.
All right.
That it's not.
I have a confession to make.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a tie for my game of the year.
Oh.
Okay.
Do you want us to wait
Do we
then?
want to save it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
so
we
do
wait
we
then.
want to save it?
I think we
Okay.
wait. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll go into it, but it's a tie.
That's
Okay, so then
fair.
it's Cyclone's turn.
Yep.
It's Cyclone's turn.
Surprise! It's Cyclone's turn.
suddenly Cyclone.
Suddenly Cyclone.
It with 4 people, no games on 3 lists.
I
guess that's
sing
not too
that
surprising.
every time I go to Boulder, especially the back route, because you're just driving up 94 and then suddenly we're in Boulder.
Yep.
That's fair. I will say, I am surprised how many double listings we had. So we had Talos Principle twice, we had Hi-Fi Rush twice, and we had Sonic, the Murder Mystery Sonic twice.
Yeah.
I think that was the only thing we had twice.
Yeah.
And I think that alone is actually kind of wild, especially considering like, wait, sorry, Talos Principle 2 twice, Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog twice. What was the other one we had twice? Oh, Hi-Fi Rush twice. I was gonna say
Hi-Fi Rush.
all of them should have been on my list, because it's most likely of all the people to have the crossover, it should be me.
You mean
Yeah.
the guy that played like 300 plus games this year?
I would never.
What?
I wish I had that much time.
After Cisco, I'll post my dishonorable and honorable. I mean, you could wait for after. Well, I guess we could do that now, but I don't know if we're gonna talk about
I guess, yeah.
everything for an hour. I thought we were gonna. We'll make it work. I'm not too worried.
Yeah,
Cyclone's
it's
number
probably
2
a good
pick
idea
is.
to do break at 2.
Yeah, actually, we should
Yeah,
probably
come
do
back.
break earlier and then come back and do all the honorable mentions before, because honorable mentions are probably actually going to take the longest time. Before number 1. All
Probably.
right,
It's good.
Cyclone.
We have another like hour and a half.
Exactly. What do you got for us? For your number 2 pick? Wait, is it Tower Unite?
Hey,
No way! I didn't even think about that. That makes so much sense. It was your first year ever playing this game. God, I'm so happy you enjoyed this game so much. It feels good when people enjoy games that I like. Like, I feel like you wouldn't have never played this. You would never have played this game if it wasn't for that. But Tower Unite. This is Cyclone's number 2. Sunshine Day. I'm not exactly sure why I even like Tower Unite, especially since my PC can barely handle it. But I started in September and I already have 229 hours. Oh my god. 229 hours in it, so there's probably a reason for it. It's a social game, but I'm not very social. I rarely talk to people in online games, and when I'm approached first, 9 times out of 10, I just want the other person to shut up and go away. That applies to real life, of course. Still, it has that magic I felt of years ago when VR chat was taking off. People being themselves. I might not like being around people, but I do like people, especially when they're themselves and not putting on a mask or a facade in order to conform to social standards that everyone knows are pointless anyways. Another way I usually word it is I don't like people, but I like humans. You can pick the avatar that represents you and your soul truly looks like. Probably an anthropomorphic neon-colored wolf, a bodybuilder with the head of a ferret, or an anime girl, parentheses, male, end parentheses. That is so incredibly accurate, and I would say I feel personally attacked, but hilariously, none of those are actually me this time. And once you do that, you can go a little bit of everything. Ball racing, mini golf, bowling, gambling, parentheses, get it twisted, all capitals, end parentheses. Fishing, arcade games, trivia, zombie survival, you name it. And if the main games get stale, you can decorate your condo or visit somebody else's, allowing for infinite possibilities. Or just socialize. I can totally see alternate universe Cyclone having a Tower Unite friend group, getting drunk and smoking weed while chilling out in condos and watching YouTube poops on a cinema screen. I can even stream it and possibly economically... Whoops. Oh god, go back. I broke everything. I'm so bad.
so bad it is.
YouTube poops on a cinema screen. Even stream and possibly economically sustain myself by entertaining others with their human antics. Alas, it was not meant to be. I'm just a lonely nerd with no friends, but hey, at least I have an Iceman condo and Jovine doesn't. Sit the fuck down, nerd. God damn
Get
it.
wrecked, scrub.
Ah,
Get wrecked.
I didn't think we were gonna end this with a roast. Oh, you would.
What else would we end this with?
Uh,
Happy New Year, everyone. Let's wrap it up.
for sure. This was a phenomenal game too. I fully agree with Cyclone. All the flexibility of all the different game modes. There's something for everybody, and the fact that you can just kind of walk into a plaza and just see a bunch of random people doing random stuff. Sometimes just randomly play bowling with somebody that you've never met before, or type racer against somebody you've never met. Play trivia that always seems to be either anime or video game themed, because hey, we're all nerds here. And do some crazy stuff. Some of the people I've seen who have decorated their condos have made it like it's just insane what you can do, to the point of making like such a brand new space that hasn't really, even within the barriers that they have made for you. It's just super cool. This is, to me, genuinely what VR chat always should have been. But you know, it
looks really cool.
Oh, it's such a fun game. I've been trying to push the people, some of my other friends who do the Finish Up Friday stuff, because there's actually a casino where you can just literally play Texas Hold'em with the points that you've earned in the other stuff that you buy like housing stuff with. So like, it's like a good balance of, you can't like, you literally can only buy the game. There's no other like additional purchases. So if you get money in the game, you earned that money somewhere, whether that's beating up on your friends in poker, or by playing ball race and just getting playing a bunch of games and getting money over time. It's a really cool concept, and I really love that about it. Their golf is probably their weakest minigame. All the rest of them are really solid, other than the netcode for the first-person shooters. That's about it. I've enjoyed everything else, and they keep adding stuff. This game has been in quote-unquote early access for like 3 years, and they've genuinely been making updates on like a monthly basis for 3 years. It's insane. It is like genuinely a labor of love from what I've seen, and I'm proud of all the work they put into, but I'm proud of all the work they put in, and I think it's a really, really, really cool game. So yeah, now that I've said a ton more on top of all Cyclone stuff, like I said, it's a social game. It's my number 2, even though not social at all. If you're not convinced, there's nothing I can say to convince you. That's also pretty true. It's so cool. All right. With that being said, we're going to take a break before we get to our honorable and dishonorable mentions and our number 1s. I will see you in a few. Get up, stretch, do those things to do. Take care of yourself. See you soon. Dude, I love the snake just like peeking in for a little bit.
It's like sneaking in here.
Hey, what you doing, nerds? Oh, somebody joined the left. I'm guessing that was Cyclone. Oh, I will say they just added in the newest update to Tower Unite the ability to plug in a MIDI keyboard and actually play it as a real keyboard in the game.
Oh, that's cool.
That's
It's, like,
hilarious.
so beyond cool, because essentially that means like that's one of the weird things that I feel like is one of the best social things to have, of just being able to like talk to each other. And like I feel like music's just another language to be able to also, you know, communicate with. So
I agree.
that just to me is super duper cool. I'm not sure if you'd be able to, like, with the latency, play with somebody else very effectively, but even then, like,
send stuff back and forth, which is huge.
yeah. Well, the other thing that would be like super duper cool is like, what if you just made? I've wanted to do this for a while, but I don't obviously have the time or the effort to do this. Build that entire Persona 5 bar. I think it's Persona 5 Royal specifically, the jazz bar. Put the grand piano in, and like just get somebody to actually play just jazz in the bar, and it's just a bar where you just get to chat with people that has live jazz.
That reminds me, Seskimo, have you been to the jazz bar downtown near the theater?
Which jazz bar?
I was gonna say there's
Dazzle?
definitely more than one.
I don't know. We walked by it the other day when we went to see a play. So
It's probably Dazzle, because that's where they moved to. And yes, I have been to that location recently.
I should have gone to jazz
They're
bars with
pretty
you
good.
guys while I was there.
You should have. I would have gone
you should have.
multiple times.
Yes, it looked. Wait, no, this isn't it. Maybe if they moved, I don't know. We're going with maybe. But yeah, it looked neat. Anyways,
Oh wow, that's like fancy. See, I've been in one jazz bar where I was playing, and it was cool, but also very much more like hole in the wall kind of place rather than
yeah.
like real fancy looking place like this is. Oh my god, this place looks so nice. This looks so much nicer than what I was like. Brick wall, low ceiling. Definitely
I mean,
had the mafia run it.
That's a vibe too.
100%.
That's a major vibe too.
Yeah.
But this is like, I never really thought about modern day jazz bars being, you know,
I mean, this one's pretty. Yeah.
not to be like that guy, but like nice and clean and like modern.
I mean, yeah, they definitely exist.
I just didn't think about it. It makes sense. Like, it's not like it's illegal to have like a nice, clean, modern jazz bar. Like, it's sleek,
Yeah,
and that's
true.
totally okay. Jazz doesn't care where you are.
Jazz doesn't care where you are. And with that, Cyclone's back.
Are we? So what are we? Are we doing honorable mentions?
Yes.
Honorable mentions, and then also Cyclone has a dishonorable mention. I didn't personally get the dishonorable mention, but I'm very curious what on earth Cyclone hated so much that he had to dishonorably mention it.
I have a few that just kind of throw shade towards games.
See, I didn't throw shade towards. I would argue I didn't throw shade towards any of the games. I argue that if anything, I actually like said a lot of things about these that are positive for them. They were just not good enough this year, because oh my god, this year actually had so many bangers for me. Although I feel like if you play 280 games, the odds of you having 10 absolute bangers is probably low.
I just hate video games.
That's also
All
true.
of them.
You also didn't play 280 games this year.
I did not play 280 games. I played a tenth of that.
Vote dishonorable mention first, honorable mention first. If tied, dishonorable wins to get that bad one out of the way first. I think we do dishonorable first, so that way
we all voted it.
we rip the band-aid off. OMG, this sweep.
Sweet.
The sweep.
So do I go first? Nope, it's definitely you. You go first. And then we're gonna, if it's okay with you, after we get back to my honorable mentions, I might actually go back to you for your first place, and then we roll back up to me, if that's okay. Any objections?
I
mean, mine are going together. So
Oh yeah, I
it's
guess
a
you're
tie.
tie. Okay, that's fair. Honorable mention.
I will not be Phoenix Wright.
Good God.
Also,
we go.
Professor
Why is
Layton
it so
saying
long?
objection. Professor Layton saying objection was one of the funniest voice lines of the year for me.
That actually does sound pretty blessed.
It was pretty good.
Or cursed. It's gotta be blessed or cursed. There's no in between.
Oh yeah, no, this makes sense.
Oh, okay. Yep. Nope. 100%. I know exactly. I understand this now. God, this is actually the spiciest take. This is the spiciest take you may have ever had in your entire life, and I'm not even mad because you're 100% correct.
Yep.
This is 100% correct. Dishonorable mention: Super Mario World. I was forced to play this in quotes, but yes, for the Jovine's asynchronous archipelago event. Archipelago April event, and I was disappointed. For it being the #1 2D Mario game used in ROM hacks and 50% of Mario Maker levels, I was expecting much better physics and gameplay systems. This game has the 2 HP system, power up to Big Mario, Small Mario dead. Power up / Big Mario is 1, Small Mario dead. Even though the SMB3, which came out earlier, had the 3 HP at that one point after that every game after Super Mario World had. Power up to Big Mario to Small Mario dead. So it kept the power up separate than Big Mario. The reason for this is because SMW had stored power up mechanics instead, which kind of acts the same way since you store a mushroom when you grab a fire flower as Big Mario, but I'd rather just have 3 HP instead. The airdrop power up is quite often awkward and forces you to stop running and jumping. You know, the thing you want to do in Mario games, in order to grab it. This game's movement also is very slippery for no discernible reason. It feels like I'm playing a modern game's Luigi. This made the game extra frustrating due to the game having built-in Kaizo levels, also known as the Special Zone. 1-block platforms, Hammer Bros, spam all the classics. I wouldn't mind this in any other Mario game, Champions Road, my beloved, but SMW's controls made me feel /release SMW a lot. Big mood. Again, thank you for making this sacrifice so I didn't have to. Because I lost my shit playing this game. This honestly is just as much his dishonorable mention as it probably should be mine.
Yeah.
I lost my shit playing this game so many times.
I remember watching you play this, and it was something.
Yeah, yeah. I don't particularly like the spin jump. The previous statement is considered sacrilege in many Mario communities. It's just another jump button with different properties. So this game has jump type A, jump type B, and you're just going to use the regular one 99% of the time. Does it really need 2 different jumps? I don't know. It feels weird to complain about this since I'm just complaining about not having having an extra option. And it's not like the NES controller didn't have enough buttons for it. It's more fluid, and it's more fluid than any future game's ground pound, but I still don't like it, and I can't really explain why. Cape physics are also weird again. But again, I hate complaining about this because it feels like it's a skill issue. Like I only don't like it because I'm not good at flying with it. But I don't think it should have been in the game to begin with. You can just fly over entire levels if you're good enough, and that's just kind of not right. Swimming also sucks. You still have the same top falling speed while underwater, only with slower acceleration. So if you don't press A for a while, instead of slowly sinking to the bottom, you'll drop at Mach speed. Like, the concept of buoyancy isn't real. It's kind of like playing Flappy Bird, except you can turn around. Running is bad, flying is bad, swimming is bad. In conclusion, I just did not feel satisfying to schmoove, and if your platformer doesn't give me that, why am I playing this platformer? And I so agree with you. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
This game was so atrociously bad. It felt like everything was ice physics. The upgrade system felt garbage. Everything he said is exactly spot on for why this game just sucked so bad. And I will never understand why this is heralded as like being one of the best, if not the best 2D Mario games of all time. Because
just the physics alone too. Like, I think it's like 99% of the physics. Yeah. Granted, the cape is pretty bad. It's like, if you're using an item to skip 99% of your game, why am I playing the game?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
I think the other thing for me is a lot of people see all of these awful things that are just like not, to me, good feeling gameplay and saying, no, it's just a skill thing. You just need to get good. And that's part of why they like it, is because of how much quote unquote skill is required to be good at the game. And I'm just like, no. Having to
there are games that are fun that are also skillful, but they're fun even when you're bad.
Exactly. And this game just feels bad. I'm like, let's be real here. I'm a gamer. Cyclone is a gamer. It's like, come on. Like we're not like people who have
Happy
never
New
ever
Year.
played video games ever. Happy New Year to both of y'all.
New Year.
All
We
of
did
you
it.
Mountain Time Zone nerds. The music's still
Anyways,
aggressive.
Cyclone, what is your honorable mention?
Now that we've trashed Super
Now we've
Mario World,
bashed on, yeah.
deservingly, in my opinion.
The worst part is, all of this doesn't make me mad, it makes me sad. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish this game was better. I still want to hope that at least part of it's that we played it on an emulator. But yeah. Oh, okay. This is super a fair honorable mention to pair with the dishonorable mention too. Honorable mention for Cyclone, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the PC. I've had the GameCube version since it came out over 20 years ago now, and I've played multiple thousands of hours into it. Half as much in the main game, half into the Chow Garden, plus that Chow Garden. It's a masterpiece and one of my top 5 favorite games of all time. I played the PC version for the first time this year, and I already have over 160 hours on it. The game just has so much variety. Action level, hunting levels, mech levels, kart racing, boss battles, chow raising, 2-player mode, ring missions, lost chow missions, speedruns, score attacks, minimum upgrades. It never gets old. Archipelago accounted for a lot of those hours, of course, though. Nothing more needs to be said. The only reason I didn't place this game in my actual top 10 is because it's basically the same game I've been playing all these years, obviously. Still, I wanted to mention it because I love it so much. I 100% feel you.
What a good game.
For real.
What a big mood. Half playtime in main game, half playtime in Chow Garden. I honestly probably have like 3 times the amount of my main gameplay in Chow Garden alone.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Dude, the Angel Chow design, it's pretty blessed.
Alright, we're on to Seskimo's honorable mentions.
Yes.
What would you like
Okay.
to honorably mention? It's very good. That's very good.
Yes. So my
Honorable
first award goes to my Goodreads shelf for this game would be a did not finish, and this is Virtue's Last Reward. It is sitting on that shelf very unfinished, probably forever.
Wait, what was the name of this award?
My Goodreads shelf for this game would be did not finish.
Oof, but also fair.
Yeah, it's I liked what they were doing, but it was a lot. That tree was a little overwhelming.
Wait, which one's which?
And I just don't think I want to put that much time in a game.
So wait, did you play? This is the second one, right?
I played like,
Is this the second one in the series?
This is the second one.
yeah.
Yes.
So did you play the third one, or did you just not even go to the third?
I didn't go to the third. No.
Okay. I was gonna be very sad if you said you didn't finish this one and then you played through all of the third.
No. This one kind of hard burned me out on visual novels.
That's fair.
Reasonable.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
It was a lot. My next game is most likely to get a remake a month after I start playing it. This goes to Persona 3
Bless.
P3P.
Bless.
Looking forward to playing Reload when it comes out. I heard that. I'm like, nope, just gonna wait. So
I'm kind of with you there.
Yeah.
It's if I had a nickel for every game on this list that got a remake right before or after we played it, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that happened twice.
Right?
Yeah. Then this one is I've been playing this game for 2 years and still don't understand what I'm doing. This is XO1. It's a game on Game Pass, and you're like ball frisbee thing. You like dive, and it's just look it up real quick.
I'm trying to. How do you spell
understand
this?
It's EXOONE.
Oh, EXO, like literally EXO space 1. See,
Yeah.
the problem is I wasn't sure if it was EXO the number 1,
There it is.
the letter X, the letter O. One.
I saw this on your played, and I was like, "What is this?"
What is going on?
I don't understand.
This what just said. He
Are you
doesn't
literally
know.
just a frisbee? What is going on?
I don't know. I've been playing this game for 2 years. It's oddly soothing because you can like zoom around environments, so I enjoy that. Sometimes I go to other planets.
It says, well, there's a bird game like this that you might enjoy.
Yeah,
if you like this
unironically,
game.
this is actually very similar to that.
Is it a short hike?
No. You're
No.
literally a bird. You're just a bird who's flying. That's all.
Yeah, you just like go and fly around and collect other birds. Anyways, continue with your honorable mentions. This is
this is my cry for help.
This is a game that certainly exists.
It's great. You should play it. I don't know what's happening.
No, I feel like it's a trap. This is gonna like eat my soul or something.
This I've just labeled not for me, and that is Diablo 4. It was my first time like playing a Diablo game and just wasn't for me.
I feel that.
Yeah. Baby's first Fire Emblem goes to Persona 5 Tactica. Or Tactics, or whatever it is. I'm
so happy this wasn't in your top 5. Or your top 10.
This game was so easy.
Huh.
I wanted to be able to control more people at once than just the 3 you get for the entire, or the 4 you get for the entire game. It was trying to be like Fire Emblem, and as you also saw on my list, I feel that falls in the same thing, Advanced Wars, but it just was too easy and wasn't there. I even played through the DLC, and it was. That one did some more cool things with like color, and like it was kind of had like a what is the game, Inklings?
Splatoon?
Splatoon vibey too.
Interesting.
Which added some interesting mechanics, but you learned the mechanics and then it was easy.
Yeah.
So
I gotcha. So I was gonna ask. I got like 2 hours into that game and was like, wow, I don't like this at all. I just did not get into that game. Did the story get better? Because that was my biggest complaint, is the story was kind of meh.
The story was okay.
It felt like they didn't tell much.
So this one, I'm gonna say minorish spoilers. I don't know how y'all feel.
I don't care. That's good.
Fair.
Okay.
You mean you're not gonna play every game with Persona in its name? That's
you
it?
only follow through one person. Yes, but it makes sense in the game.
No, I was wondering where they were going with that, and I'm actually so disappointed to hear that, because I thought that was true, but I was like, no, they wouldn't. And they really only do? Oh my god.
Yeah, but it's more if you're dealing with this one person's multiple traumas than you are like trying to than what you're necessarily doing in the other 2 games. It's okay.
Gotcha.
Like I said, it's Baby's first Fire Emblem. It played very much like a regular Fire Emblem game with the story elements and the talking in between, without some of the social construct that came like with, what was it? The last one I played was 3 Houses. And the gameplay was so simple. I wanted it to be harder, and the next difficulty up is a little bit harder, where you have to worry about like not hitting your allies, but it's not that much harder. So, and I just wanted to control more people.
I gotcha.
So, yeah. Okay, I have 2 more. Games that left early access that felt like a LAN party. Grounded. I mentioned it last year. I played some more of it this year. It was super great. My brother and I were up in a condo. We brought up an extra TV. We played. This together. For one full day. It was wonderful. If you have a small group of friends you're looking to like play together, highly recommend Grounded. Super fun, survival aspect, good story. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. You get to play through that. So
Sounds wonderful.
There's this one. And then my last one is a game. This game got like a short DLC added to it a while back, but I want to mention it again. It's Genesis Noir. It is a fantastic
I was wondering
game.
about that. Okay. I was like, why did it say you played that again this year? I could have sworn that was on your top 10 literally last year.
I think it was a couple years ago, but this game is so good. It's like a walking simulator type game, but the art style and the music, it's
phenomenal.
It's really good. Everyone should play it. The small update they did just added 3 additional little things. It wasn't super substantial, but it was free, so that was great. It's on Game Pass. With all of it, you can play the whole experience. Highly recommend it. It's super good. I just want to talk about this game again because I really loved this game. Go play Genesis Noir. It's beautiful.
I feel ya. All right, and we're on to you, Wizard.
That's me. Hello. I have some honorable mentions. Where did they go? Here we are. I am going to start off with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. I put it on my top 10 list last year, so I felt like I probably shouldn't include it again this year. But at the start of the stream, I mentioned one of these is going to probably move up a few spaces, and that's Final Fantasy XIV.
That makes sense.
I ranked it 9 last year, and I'd probably move it up to like number 3-ish.
Wow.
After having played Endwalker. Endwalker was by far the best expansion out of all of them. It really tied the story together in a very good way. And it honestly, it's one of the better stories I've played, just like period. Like, it was incredibly strong. I was very surprised by it. And I liked it a lot. I'm looking forward to their new expansion now. Now I'm all caught up. Next up, Archipelago, because that's a thing that we did this year.
Yeah.
It's not really its own game, so I felt like I couldn't really put it in the top 10, but this is honorable mentions. I can do whatever I want. There are no rules. So I'm putting it here. We had a lot of fun with it.
For sure.
And
100%.
I'm excited to keep playing that too, because it's a thing that we can just keep doing.
So give me 1 second. I'm changing my number 1 really quick.
Okay.
I'm just messing.
Number 3 was The Excavation of Hobbs Burrow. This is a game I listed as like I was excited to play it last year. And then I played it, and the first 2 acts are very good. Like, I was like, oh yeah, I'm loving this. I'm having a great time with this. I played this all in one night, and then I got to the final act, and I was very disappointed. I thought it was going one way, and they took it a completely different direction, and I wasn't too happy with it. I don't think it's a bad game. I think that you could play it, and you might actually like the direction they took it instead. So if you were interested in it, it's still worth playing, I think. Okay. But I personally would wish that they did something different with the end of the game.
Gotcha.
Number 4 is Tangle Tower, which I mentioned earlier. Again, I like the art style. I like the characters of this one a lot. It was kind of wacky and off the wall, but also very it wasn't too long. It was straightforward, but still interesting. Just didn't do anything quite special enough to make it in the top 10. For a very long time, though, this was in my top 10. This got knocked out like somewhat recently, so it's still pretty high up there. While we're on the topic, Slay the Princess, I mentioned that earlier. I'm not going to really go over that again, but again, something felt a bit missing where Bad End Theater had whatever that was missing, the je ne sais quoi. Next is Beacon Pines. This was another one I had heard really good things about and put on my list of like, oh, I'm really excited to play this year. And again, just like Tangle Tower, it was good. I liked it. It was not anything special, I thought. It didn't, again, it was missing, it it was very solid, but nothing too crazy. Wow, this is just immediately like major spoilers. Neat.
Oh, is it really? Oops.
It's like one of the biggest spoilers in the entire game. That's hilarious. Just immediately.
You are like literally hitting like half of the things I put on your list, which makes sense considering you didn't have that many things, but still. Oof.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, it's to be fair, not playing the games, it makes sense that these would be the ones I guessed though. Because I only heard good things about these, and also based off of the other games you played.
Yeah, what else? What else is there on here? Oh yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, I think was on a lot of people's lists for me. Not on Seskimo's, and Seskimo would be correct. I only played like an hour of Tears of the Kingdom. I never got into it.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I have a distinctive.
Oh, I didn't remember that. Oh wait,
yeah.
I think I know what your number one is because you didn't include it as your as an honorable mention yet, or I'm just wrong and it's not even an honorable mention.
What do you think it is?
Clearly, your number one has to be Marvel Snap. No, I'm just fucking with you. I think it's Taiji.
Okay, we'll see. And then my last honorable mention is Pokemon, because I recently got into the Pokemon like competitive esports scene, and I've been enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. So I wanted to shout that out, even though I technically first played that game last year, so it's not it can't make the top 10, and also the actual main game is pretty bad. So VGC, correct. And no, WoW Dragonflight is not my number one. Again, my requirements for like making it on the list are it has to have some kind of like interesting narrative impact or do something unique and interesting. And WoW is, despite being my most played game, I don't think would ever make it in the top 10. So.
I will say, hot take, this has been the best story direction in a long time for this game, though, for WoW.
I agree.
And I'm very hopeful.
Yeah, I prefer VGC to singles, mainly because there's a lot more decision space in each turn, and also it's a lot faster. But I'm just getting into it. Like maybe as I play more, I'll fall out of it. But I really, really like doubles. So the things that you can do with buffing and debuffing and stuff, I think is much more interesting. That's my opinion. So, anyways, Jovine.
All right. I've got quite a handful. One of which is actually probably the oldest back that got added to the list of a game that I actually originally was on my top 10, and then I kept playing better games. Pedestrian. They didn't have to make the background so cool, but I'm glad they did. That's the award it gets.
Okay.
Because that game was already really, really, at least to me, conceptually very cool as a game. And then they were like, but what if the backgrounds just looked really, really, really cool?
Oh yeah, I liked this game. This game was fun.
This one just barely did not make it. Just because this was a real good year.
When did we play that?
I played it December of last year. I think you guys. Well, no, sorry. I know, as a matter of fact, Wizard played it earlier than I did, actually. No, I played it and then I suggested it to you.
No.
But it's not on my list though.
On this one?
It wasn't on your list because you did your list last year. For this game, and you said it wasn't even honorable mention. You said it wasn't even honorable mention because I brought it up, and you were like, "No, I didn't like it that much." And I'm like, "That's fair. I respect that. I really liked this game and how it worked out." But like, I get it. For me, it was just this game. I thought it was a really, really good puzzle game, and I loved the ending. My next award is Wait, I'm Not Seskimo. I'm going to Toem.
I love that game. Yeah, that game was great.
Exactly. But also, I'm Not Seskimo. This game's fantastic, and it deserved to be noted because it was a really, really cute little puzzle picture game, and I loved it. The I'm Not Addicted, You Are award goes to Dragonflight.
It goes to Dragonflight, not Black Ops. Interesting.
That was Modern Warfare 3, you monster.
And, that one, yeah.
Pretty much it's always going to, because this is the awkward thing of I always end up coming back to WoW, and this is one of the first times in a very long time that I'm not disappointed. And I don't think I've actually discontinued my for the entirety of an expansion, I did not discontinue my time. I believe. I think I always played. Like I always had a sub going, and that has not been a thing. I think literally ever for any expansion.
Oh,
That's huge.
Yeah, that's wild to me.
yeah.
I think a lot of
Very
it.
good.
Yeah, a lot of it can also be said for our guild has been phenomenal. Having a backbone of a guild that is repeatedly there and just really, really fun to hang out with every Tuesday is a lot. Or, well, every raid night. I say
That's
Tuesday.
huge. Yeah, no, that's huge. That's a big part of those games.
Yeah. The Steel Too Short award goes to We Were Here Expeditions, The Friendship. It's for the length of the game, not the title, as you can tell. I have been a big fan of all the We Were Here games, and this one is no different. It was a lovely game, especially for free. Although I think it costs money now. This is not on my... Nope, I don't care about Hollow Knight. Get this out of here.
Wow. I need to go change something real quick.
I didn't even play... Did I even play Hollow Knight this year?
I think
No.
I saw it in your, like, 5,000 list of games you played.
You even have names for awards? Yeah, I do. The barely not good enough one goes to Titanfall 2. This... play this game. Play this game for its campaign, but it was barely not good enough to make my 10th slot. The Murderer Sonic the Hedgehog did beat this out a little bit. Silksong Wing, never. Silksong, never.
Silksong never.
Wow.
The I'm realizing I can't give it this award because otherwise it's no, because it's pretty much obvious on the if you look at the game. Please, for the love of God, finish this game so I can play more of it. Award goes to the Bunny Graveyard.
Okay.
It is, I think, my pick for the best horror game I played this year. But I'm not 100% sure because I don't remember all the horror games I played this year. My still the best Metroidvania game goes to Blasphemous 2. Bunner Graveyard is insulting how underrated it is. 100%. I'm super disappointed that there are not more people who have played that game, especially for how inexpensive it is. It is a really, really good game. Blasphemous 2 just itched the Metroidvania itch in a way no other Metroidvania ever has. And by that, I mean, it made me actually enjoy Metroidvanias. And I thought 2 added stuff in a very, very cool way. 1 is definitely very good on its own, but is definitely not the same game. Titanfall 2 is really, really cool, by the way.
I've only heard very good things about that game.
Please play the campaign.
Yeah.
It is not a long campaign. I think it's like 4.5 hours, 5 hours, something like that. It might be longer than that, but it's really good. If you enjoy FPSs at all,
the first one a lot.
I actually haven't played the first one. I know nothing about the first one. I exclusively have played the second one. Thoughts on that Deus Ex game you Pacify played? If you haven't really talked about you, you played it for like 3 weeks. I love Deus Ex. I've already played through it like 3 or 4 times. Deus Ex is actually a really, really fun game. Other than the endings all fell flat, other than like 1. Titanfall 2 is also on Game Pass, but it's the EA part and it doesn't work properly.
Does it work properly for you?
It doesn't
Just
work
for
properly
you.
for me. But it's also
don't
only
be spreading
$4.50.
false information.
To be fair, EA sucks so bad that it could probably not
True.
work well for a lot of people. But
It
I
works for
fully
me.
recommend. Deus Ex is phenomenal also. I didn't put it on here because that was a replay. It was actually the same thing with a lot of the stuff I played for August? No, September. They were replays. So like Dishonored was a replay and a pacifist one. So I didn't add either of them on there, but they were both really, really good. I really enjoyed them both. What a shocker. I enjoy Deus Ex and Dishonored. Whoever could have seen that coming. But I actually never beat Dishonored, I don't think, before. I think I got like pretty far in, restarted, got pretty far in, restarted. Well, because I had the game on this is where it's really awkward. I believe originally I had the game on one of the cloud gaming services, and then that stopped existing. So I had to start all over, and I had a copy, and then I got to a certain point, and then they released the director's cut. So I got that version and started over again. And then just dropped it. And so this is actually, I believe, my 4th time trying to play through it. Yeah, pretty much.
Hilarious.
So this was my time. It was so good. It's actually a phenomenal game. It deserves all of the praise it gets. It's definitely aged. You can tell because it is not a new game. But it's a really good game. I enjoy it quite a bit. But I believe we beat it on the hardest difficulty, pacifist, to give me some challenge. So
Good.
I would believe that most of you would be able to handle it incredibly easily if you really, really wanted to. Also, it's one of those things where like your decisions aren't irrelevant. They're not like as in depth as like the Outer Worlds, but your decisions do matter. And that will be sorry. Better puzzles, worse story. The Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. Told you we'd talk about it later.
I figured.
Enough said though. Honestly,
That's sad.
yeah, better puzzles, worse story. That's my grand take on that. Tama is not greater than Aiba. You sit down and shut up. I will take no Aiba slander in this house.
I see.
There will be absolutely no Aiba slander in this house. Tama is vastly inferior to Aiba. And the fact that they wrote her not as good as they... God. Oh, God.
If we start talking about this, we're going to be here all night.
Their decision to try and not include any of the characters from the first game in the second game pissed me off. Enough said there. That's all I need to say. The way they handled that was the thing that killed that game for me.
The biggest thing that we lost...
Oh, you cut out for there a bit. You there?
The biggest thing we lost was the wizard.
Apparently.
Hello, I'm back.
What is the biggest thing we lost?
I missed you complaining, I guess. The biggest thing we lost in the switch from Twitch to YouTube was the Aiba Pat emote.
True.
Yeah.
Big titty receptionist Aiba, best line. I mean, you're not wrong. That was really... God, so much of that writing was so good. So good. And it's just better in the first one. That's all.
Yeah.
The gameplay is way better in the second one.
Yeah.
But I care way more about the story in that game, specifically. And that's why, for me, it's worth, like, noting it. And I think it's very much worth playing. But if you're only going to play one, play the first one. All right. Time for our number one picks. Cyclone, you're up.
Here we go. Do your mind ready too.
Yeah, go ahead and prep everything.
Mine ready.
But yeah, I promise I didn't completely forget about Nirvana Initiative. I did actually skip it. I originally had that between Toem and Dragonflight, but I was like, okay, I need to wait as long as I possibly can.
Just slow roll it out.
I knew it wasn't gonna make your top 10.
What, you didn't think it was number one?
No, not even.
If it was gonna be in my top 10, it was probably gonna be number 10.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured you just put in Somnium Files.
Did you think it was even gonna make it to my honorable mentions?
I wasn't sure how you were doing your honorable mentions, so it was hard to say. I didn't really consider your honorable mentions.
That is more than reasonable. Cyclone says, I'm super sad that my review from number one is far from good as my other ones, but oh well, here we go. Hollow Cure Save the... That makes so much sense. Hollow Cure Save the Fan is a really, really good...
I think I had this as like my most confident pick for Cyclone too. No, I had Tower Unite and Hollow Cure were my top two.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Hollow Cure Save the Fans. Name one other video game where you can play as Gargura. I thought so. Actually, I can name one other. There's the fighting game one. That's
I was gonna say
the Hollow Live
game.
one. That one's also really good though. This game is just fun. I truly don't know what there even is to talk about because it's immediately obvious why it's so fun, and it perfectly delivers on it. There's so much love put into every aspect of this game, and it's absolutely packed with references, including past titles that have since graduated. It's super satisfying, slaughtering small scores of enemies up to the thousands in one game, but the later stages get pretty hard, providing a good challenge. With 38 characters and dozens of weapon and gear, the playthroughs stay fresh for a long time. There's a life sim mode too, in case you're tired of the main game and want to do some fishing, gardening, cooking, or interior design. And updates are in development. All HoloLive members are planned to be added. Plus, I want Fuamoko, and I think there's even going to be a casino. I can't stop twisting it. Oh yeah, and it's free. Go play it, leave it a positive review, and forfeit all mortal possessions to the Shork. That's all I have to say. Happy New Year. This game is quite solid. It's a very, very enjoyable game. It is literally just a free Hololive themed Vampire Survivors, and I think enough people have played Vampire Survivors to know that that is a winning recipe.
Yeah, I mean, Jovine, Cyclone, and I lost a lot of hours to this game.
Oh, 100%.
when we all started playing it. It was good.
I think Cyclone. Did you finish those? I forgot to check your status. Your status is no longer a number. So, did you finish all the Hololive stuff? I'm guessing yes. Oh.
Yeah, very, very, very strong character designs. Like,
yeah,
much more so than
the Vampire Survivors.
Much more so than Vampire Survivors. Yeah,
which is
all
like logical,
felt, like, cool and unique. Yeah.
I'm
sure if I was a Hololive fan, it would be even better. But here we are.
To be fair, a lot of the development for the characters are obviously already done by Hololive, and that helps a lot. But like,
yeah,
it's still clear all of the effort and love put into all this, and making the entire like skill set, like, oh, so good. It's a knock out of the park. I totally understand why this is Cyclone's number one. All right, and I believe that swaps us over to you, Seskimo.
All right, so here it is. Here's the tie.
Here's the tie.
One for
Oh
me.
yeah, I guess it was a tie. Baldur's Gate.
It
Whoever
was
could
a
have seen
tie.
that coming? And
What?
Yeah, look,
Tears of the Kingdom.
Is,
Okay.
is my tie
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
extremely basic? Yes. Yes, it is. But,
It makes sense. Like
So here it is. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have a camera mode.
They're adding one, aren't they?
you gotta be kidding me.
Way better. This game is beautiful. This Baldur's Gate 3 is a beautiful game, and I want to take pictures of my fantasy people in this game. Okay? Is that the only thing knocking it down to a tie? No, it's not. Is it a big contributor? Yes.
Incredible.
Tears of the Kingdom. Just, I really liked Breath of the Wild. I liked the sense of adventure that I got from the game. I liked that it was different from kind of what I had grown up with. I thought that the trial system was really cool. And Tears of the Kingdom did everything Breath of the Wild did fantastically, and then added on to it. I wasn't a crazy, like, build a giant mech to go hunt down people in. I used the creations for, like, pure utility and to, like, try to make my life easier. But I really enjoyed this game. And same thing with Baldur's Gate 3. And I just, at the end of the day, I couldn't choose between them, because Baldur's Gate 3, since I played on Xbox, came out later than everywhere else, so I'm truly have just been playing it for the for like the last month, because that's when it dropped on the Xbox. So, and then I spent a good chunk of my summer, or like my spring into summer, playing Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, and absolutely loving it. Just slowly exploring and going and checking things out, and like my brother was playing it at the same time, so like we were comparing what we were doing. It was just, it also hit a very nostalgic part for me. That's why they're a tie. Other reasons Baldur's Gate didn't like claim Game of the Year is you're still essentially just playing 5th edition by yourself, and don't get me wrong, it has fantastic story writing and it's really, really good, but the combat is just 5th edition. So you aren't that into 5th edition combat. It's it's kind of there, and you lose some of the magic from a role-playing game because you're playing all 3 other main characters for your party of 4. Is you have perfect information, you can perfectly plan what you're gonna do, and some of the charm of playing at the table with your friends is them to talk to you about what they're gonna do, like right before their turn comes up, and then something happens and they completely change what they're going to do, and it's super crazy and wild. And some of that magic is just lost when it comes to a video game, where it's like, oh, I should be doing X, Y, and Z because that's going to, get me through this harder and power me up and get me through. So, yeah, there you go. There's my tie. I truly can't decide between them. They're both great. Both have fantastic storytelling in different ways. Highly recommend them. Also, yeah.
I definitely feel you. It does not surprise me that of all the things to have happen, a tie between these 2 games is probably the most logical thing that could have possibly happened.
Not surprised at all. Yeah, perfect sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, like I said, I do think there's a world out there where Baldur's Gate 3 isn't actually for everyone. I do, also think some of the hype is that it is 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons, which is super popular. I happen to vibe with that, so yay for me, but it's one that I would kind of find hard to recommend unless I really knew someone.
I definitely get you. All right. Yeah, seems
all right,
really, really solid.
My least favorite thing about Tears of the Kingdom is short-haired Zelda. Long-haired Zelda is so much better.
Based.
Okay, so my number 1, I had issues finding trailers for it because they were all like 15 seconds. There was 2 15-second ones and a minute one that was like, that didn't really, it wasn't a good trailer. So what I did was made a playlist of all 3 of those stuck together, and then some extra ones. This will make more sense once you see it. But there's a playlist, and it's fine. Here we go. Surprise! It's a book. It's another book.
Hey, wait a second.
Surprise! There's another book. So this one is...
Wait, there were 2 fates on that list? God damn it.
Yes, there were. Yeah.
Cisco got both of them.
I put them both down instantly.
The worst part is I'm pretty sure I put neither.
Which I will say, this Fate did release a major chapter last year. I did not make my list last year. It made my list this year. So this is Fate Grand Order, the mobile game, Part 2, Chapter 6, which each chapter is basically their own separate thing that is connected by a larger story. But for all intents and purposes, this is like the 6th book in a series, is the way to think about this. And the Japanese server had gotten to play it like 2 years earlier and was like raving about it. And I basically avoided everything going in. And it turns out, yeah, this was absolutely phenomenal story. One of my favorite stories I've read in a long time. So the basic concept of this is, in the current story arc, Fate's been exploring, okay, what if you took history and changed some major event? So Qin the Conqueror, who was one of the biggest conquerors in Chinese history, who ended up dying because he ate mercury trying to find the elixir of eternal life. What happens if he actually finds the elixir of eternal life?
Oh. Oh no.
Exactly. Yeah. None of these things are good things. The first one's, what if Ivan the Terrible?
Was Ivan the nice guy?
No. What if he had to genetically experiment on on the people of Russia in order to survive like winter going, basically like survive nuclear winter, and he just got to live forever because of that.
What if?
I feel like we could have way nicer what ifs.
we could have way nicer what ifs. This what if is, what if Morgan Le Fay won instead of King Arthur?
Oh,
Ooh, that's cool.
I don't dislike
Yeah.
that one.
So it takes place in Britain, but instead of humans, everyone's a fairy. And they're
That's
not
cool.
like, they're not happy-go-lucky fairies. They're like hardcore fae that will just murder you for fun.
Oh no.
It goes places, but one of the biggest things for me is that so I played the original Fate visual novel. In the Fate visual novel, there's three main girls, and you fight over who's best girl, because that's what you do, right? There's Saber, there's Rin, and there's Sakura, and everyone loves Saber. Her face is everywhere. They like to reuse her face a lot. Saber face is such a phenomenon that even non-Fate works have Saber faces, right?
Yep.
I hate Saber. Saber's a terrible character. She's so bland and uninteresting. She has like no character growth. I hate her. After playing this, Saber's now my favorite character of the franchise.
Bless.
Oh, plot twist. Plot twist.
He still hates Saberface though.
I mean, yeah, I still hate Saberface. I like the Saber that is in this story is like a different Saber that like it's a different like take on Saber, because it's like the history has changed, right? It's not the same person as what appears normally. But her character growth and development and the struggle she goes through was like so well written and so interesting that it just blew everything else out of the water. The story is neat. It doesn't go too crazy into the dumb Fate stuff that they sometimes like to indulge in. It's honestly relatively a straightforward story of just fighting against Morgan's the queen, and she's been queen for 3,000 years, and people don't like the way things are now, and so there's been a prophecy that Saber is going to usurp her. She's going to ring some 7 bells and usurp her, and it's just following her on the pilgrimage until you end up, of course, defeating Queen Morgan, and it's good. It's very good. Highly recommended, except I don't recommend it because you have to play through all of the Fate mobile game, and I don't recommend that.
This lore is too insane. I mean,
this lore is too insane. Yeah.
It gets more insane.
It's just looping. It's just looping the first trailer. That's fine.
That's what I did rather than let it keep going.
That's reasonable, honestly.
Oh,
yeah,
did you? Oh, you actually sent a playlist. I wasn't sure whether or not there was spoilers if I kept going further.
No, there's no spoil. Also, who cares about spoilers? You aren't gonna play this.
Listen.
Yeah, that's fair.
I got to here and I was like, wait, this is not the correct trailer. I forgot that you said you were sending a playlist.
Skip to the 15-minute. Yeah, skip to the 15-minute ones. They give you a good overview.
There's no 15-minute
ones. The 15-second ones. 15-second ones.
Oh, she's best girl. I already know that.
She's worst girl.
You know, I'm not even sure you know who I was talking about. Oh my god, she had huge armor.
Yeah,
literally, not like.
Yeah, no, she's a shielder. Her point is she has a shield.
To be a shield. Okay.
Oh yeah. Also, Oberon's great.
Okay, hold up. That face looked like somebody who was going to murder me in my sleep. 1 second. I need to pause.
Oh yeah. No, that guy's a serial killer.
No. Her.
I already know who you're talking about. Her. Oh, yeah, Lancelot.
That what?
It's not actually Lancelot. Basically Morgan gives the title of Knights of the Round Table as kind of a perversion of it.
That's actually kind of great.
To like her most powerful.
Oh, so she would murder me in my sleep. That's cool. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. Oh, that's that's one of the leaders of one of the fairy tribes who, I'm just gonna spoil at the end of the story. Basically, she's the last one alive of her tribe because one of the other tribes basically murdered everyone else in her tribe, And
Yeah.
so her entire quest is to get revenge. And then she does, and then she has a mental breakdown. Because turns out revenge is not all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah.
So she doesn't
Basically,
murder me
everyone.
asleep.
She will murder you in your sleep, absolutely. All the fairies, but the
You're
fairies,
not wrong.
the fairies murder people for fun.
You're
One of the
not
characters
wrong.
literally causes a civil war for fun. I will say, one of the biggest things about this is that even though the story was primarily fairies, there was a few humans, but it's primarily fairies. It was still like one of the most human stories I read this year, and just in general.
Yeah.
Because the fairies are just basically humans, but they act on all their impulses, good or bad. And honestly, that's a lot of what we see in the world today. So
Yeah.
it's like, oh yeah, these are fairies. We're writing about fairies. Oh no, we're writing about
Turns out.
humans. We're writing about
writing
humans
about-
here.
We're never writing about fairies.
We're-
It's always humans.
So
was
it's
never
it's
about
actually just
fairies.
humans. Yeah.
Oops, all
It's
humans.
all human.
Alrighty. I severely underestimated. I know you were talking about how this was going to be a really, really good chapter. I just actually forgot about this. And I think I saw mobile game and said, nah, mobile game would never make it to number 1.
Don't
I think-
discount the mobile games.
I
I
absolutely
think
will.
I think this is probably the only time that Fate would ever make it, like the mobile game would ever make it on the list. But yeah, this is just an exception. And it was just so good. I was like, yep, this is just the best thing I played this year,
I feel you.
even though it's a mobile game.
I love it.
I definitely feel you.
The problem is, it's impossible to recommend because you have to play through
Infinite amounts
7
of
chapters
things.
in 7 chapters in part 1 and then 5 other chapters in part 2. So here we are.
Well, and then also,
That's a lot of
don't you
chapters.
need to deal with a bunch of other stuff for context? You said Fate is like the most difficult thing to figure out where to start.
No, you could start at the mobile game and be fine, honestly.
Okay. Does that make it actually the
Yeah.
best entry point for Fate?
No, the best entry point is always going to be the visual novel because it doesn't spoil anything else.
Okay. I mean, that's a fair point.
Because it was the first thing. The Fate mobile game, the biggest problem is if you want to play the visual novel, it'll spoil the identities of a lot of the characters in the first game.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
All right. So I think it's time for me to unveil my number 1.
yes,
What is your number 1?
Get over here. The window was actually trying to fight me, unironically.
that's a really strange name for a game, but I respect that.
It is No
Yo.
Straight Roads.
Yep.
This game is everything I loved about Hi-Fi Rush and then some. This is actually the same developer who made that other game that I linked earlier. If that wasn't obvious, they are Malaysian. And you can actually tell it in the accents that it's actually really, really cool. And there's actually one of the main characters literally speaks Malay. Actually,
That's neat.
two of the main characters speak Malay,
Cool.
not exclusively, but as like part of their like entire thing. The relationships that they build are really, really cool. The story that they tell across the board is really good, and I feel that it does the combat better than Hi-Fi Rush across the board. All the boss fights are super fun. And then they also take all of the things. Basically, think of how you had to fight through a bunch of like trash getting to the like I use that as like the WoW term, not like literally the characters sucked and they're super boring and bad. But you had to fight a bunch of trash to get up to the bosses in Hi-Fi Rush. It is like that, but like 1/5 of the time. Don't get me wrong, because of that, I don't get all the cool like exploration stuff that Hi-Fi Rush had, but I'm not necessarily sure that that was required. I loved this game and everything about it. I listen to this music unironically all the time. I actually think this music is also better than the Hi-Fi Rush music. Maybe that's a spicy take, but I don't think it is. I loved that they added in some really cool little fun challenge modes for individual boss fights. Like the focus really was on, to me, what was the best part of the gameplay, which was the boss fights and the way they designed them. Plus, it's got a VTuber. Before VTubers were even like a big thing, so like, come on. come on. And the fact that they had 2 different gameplay styles, depending on how you wanted to play it, was really, really, really cool to me. If you were playing either the drums or the guitar, it actually did not play identically. It obviously it's designed to allow you to also play co-op, but if you're playing single player, it's fun that you just get to decide of which one of these is one of the better fits for you. Overall, I was blown away with how much this hit so well for everything for me. And I can't say how much I'm excited for their next thing that they're working on too. And with that, I think I've said pretty much everything I can say about this. That, you know, listen to the music. It's really, really, really good. I think the other thing is it's also not just this. There's a newer edition, Straight Roads, called Encore Edition. Also, it's on sale for literally $8.50, and it is worth every penny.
Yeah, I think I just forgot to add this to my wish list before, so it is there now.
It's so good.
Somehow missed this. Yeah,
it's so fantastic. Good.
If you enjoyed Hi-Fi Rush, this is gonna be your number one.
Yeah, if you enjoyed Hi-Fi Rush, this is, in my opinion, Hi-Fi Rush but better. I'm not guaranteeing you're going to feel the same way about me, but to me, this was Hi-Fi Rush but better. Just the way they did everything, it oozed style just as much as Hi-Fi Rush did, but I would actually argue pushing more in different directions than you would think. Also,
it looks cool. No, it looks sick.
Right? As much as I loved Hi-Fi Rush, I don't think the story was that crazy great. I think it was good, but it wasn't like I mean,
it was mid. Yeah.
And I'm not saying No Straight Roads has, oh my god, the best story ever. I just think I like it slightly more. I don't think it's the most unpredictable story ever, but that doesn't mean that it can't be a really, really good one. And in the end, I also kind of feel like it's a nice, wholesome game. So I don't know. I think there's also like a really good level of variety, plus the art. Oh my god, the style of the art.
It's very gorgeous game.
It's so much, especially for a game that came out. So this version came out in 2021. I believe the original is even older than that.
Jeez.
I mean, it looks great.
Oops, not No Straight Roads trailer. Thank you, Google, but I would like the straight up No Straight Roads release date. It came out originally in 2020. Wow, what a year to come out. What a year.
Yeah, right? Oof. Oof.
No wonder it went under the... It's funny because I knew about this, like, for a long time.
I think I remember hearing people talk about this.
I have never found anybody else who knows about this game. And, like, it literally has 1,000 reviews. Okay, actually, I should be one of these. My game of the year 2023. I know.
How did you hear about this game?
I don't remember.
I want to say
unironically, I don't remember. It has always been on my list of a game that was like, I heard about it one day from something, put it on my wish list, and was like, that sounds really cool. I want to play it at some point. And then never played it. And then Hi-Fi Rush came out. I was like, damn, that was a good game. I really should just go buy No Straight Roads. So I bought No Straight Roads the same day I beat Hi-Fi Rush. And then played it.
Yeah, I left off Hi-Fi Rush from my guesses because I figured you'd either like put them together or like only have No Straight Roads and leave off Hi-Fi Rush because they were so similar.
Nope.
But I respect that they're both on there. Yeah, that's fair.
It just goes to show how like there are no other games that hit quite how those two games hit, in my opinion. I don't think there are any other games. And that's why I think they're both very much not only deserving, but deserving top 3 spots. Because I don't know anybody else who has done what these two games have done. And I love that. By the way, all the graffiti they threw in, I'm pretty sure is all fan art.
That's cool.
That's cool.
Right? And you can also put it on your guitar as art. It's like, there's so much stuff. Or maybe it's your health bar. Your health bar is in the shape of a guitar if you're the guitar. I think it's the shape of a guitar regardless. But I just, it's so good. I love everything they've done. They've just done such a good job. By the way, the people who worked on this apparently are not like no names. Apparently it's somebody who's worked on Final Fantasy 15 and Street Fighter 5. I didn't know that.
Wow.
But like, it's not like it's a big game. Like all reviews, there's 1,001 reviews. That's it. That's all. That's the entirety of all the reviews this game has ever gotten.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, it's not. It
Well, I guess
deserves.
that is
better.
only for the Encore edition, right? There's
That's the
technically
only
another
version on
edition.
Steam. That's the only version on Steam.
Okay. Yeah.
It was
cool.
I
Yeah.
believe, a PlayStation 4 exclusive before that.
That's rough.
I think that's part of what
Yeah.
hurt it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Exclusives are bad for the industry. Not even a hot take. A ice cold take.
Yeah. That's why I'm very
Exclusives are
happy we're
bad.
getting PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, Xbox exclusive. Even if they're not going to cross console, at least they're also coming to PC.
Yeah.
I didn't know the opening cinematic was new. The opening cinematic's really good. The opening cinematic alone, I think, is actually online. Let me see that. Regarding No Straight Roads from Cyclone, when Jovine first played this game, I was initially put off by the character designs. Besides gameplay, character design is my number 2 most important thing. Protagonists are weird, ugly, or annoying, or disgusting, can't play the video game. Super Meat Boy or Binding Out, as a character example is. Weird killer characters set off red flags, same with Psychonauts, but this game ended up being super appealing due to everything else. Music, writing, gameplay, it's charming as hell. Quite like Jovine streams to this game. Aw, thanks, Cyclone. But also, like, I definitely get that. It's funny because, like, I kind of love the lankiness. I love Zook and May as characters. I don't know what it is about these two, but like they just seem so awesome. And I think part of that is like what really attracted me to it. 500 pieces of fan art. They also included a Christmas edition content update, which literally you can do all the boss fights with a Christmas version of all of the songs.
Well, that's cool.
And it changes all of the looks of the entire level to be Christmas themed. I actually probably should go back and do that, like, for fun one Christmas for a stream or something. But it was really, really, really solid. And it did some stuff that, I mean, just the raw fact of it was literally Hi-Fi Rush before Hi-Fi Rush was a thing. And Hi-Fi Rush was already groundbreaking and still is, even acknowledging this game's existence. And I think that's, for me, what speaks volumes. I genuinely don't believe there was a game who did what this game did before it. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, I'm not the only person who feels this way. This is a very positive, like, even if it is only 1,000 people, not a lot of people have negative things to say about it.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go check it out.
Yeah.
It's been on my list of like, oh yeah, I should. Like it's on my list over Hi-Fi Rush to check out. So
I genuinely believe they're both great for their own reasons. But if I was to pick one of the two, this would be the one I would pick, personally.
I mean,
obviously, as it being one and not number 2.
Huh? Weird.
Crazy how that happens.
Strange.
So going on over to the guest scores now. Or do you want to say anything else?
No, I'm good to go.
We had Cyclone, who only guessed my games at 3, which is still a pretty good score, especially for having randomly guessed for a good portion of them.
He did technically guess mine.
Did he? I didn't see.
He guessed my number 1 in a DM, which was
was he correct?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
He knew it was going to be on my top 10 list. I'm not sure he necessarily knew it was going to be number 1, but by the time we were getting to number 2, he was like, "There's no shot it isn't number 1."
Yeah. Hilariously, I think I guessed everyone else's number 1, including both of Sessimos.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I
think I got
Jovine.
both. Did I get both of his number 1s?
You got...
Yeah.
You
Mine, 1, 2, and 3 were on his list. I just got the placement wrong. I thought he enjoyed Starfield more than that.
That's fair.
I genuinely thought Starfield was going to be your number 1.
Starfield was too flawed to make it into the top 3.
I respect you saying that. I thought you were still really, really enjoying the game, and I respect that too. I genuinely thought it was going to be your number 1 with how much you played.
Yeah, no, I fell asleep a lot to that game.
Yeah,
I'm really
it debated me. It debated me hard.
It's fine. You still got the point. You did. All you needed to have was on the list. So
sure.
You got 9 points total. Seskimo got 10 points total, and I got 12 points total. So very close overall. Yeah, for a while I was like, oh, you're like, we were like neck and neck, and you were just like very close. So yeah, we all did. Those all might be off by like 1 or 2 points too, because I was like trying to keep track of it during this
No,
thing.
that's totally
so.
reasonable.
But yeah, we all did pretty. Turns out we know each other's tastes relatively well.
We do.
Yeah,
We
y'all did
it.
really good with mine.
I don't think I actually did that good.
I mean, you theoretically got half of it, so
That's true.
you got 10 points. So probably it was like probably 5 and 5 ish.
I guess that's true. Yes.
And there we go. Happy New Year for
Happy
Jovine.
New
Indeed.
Year.
Happy New Year. I gotta admit, it's becoming way too fun of a New Year thing. I really hope that I don't get assigned to the ship over New Year, because I would be sad to miss out on this. Although I'm not sure it's
Yeah.
gonna be as I'm not even sure I'm gonna be able to have a good full list in the future.
You
Yeah.
gotta play at least 10 games.
Yeah, I'm also just happy to hear that you guys are intrigued enough by my top 3 choices. Like, that's super cool to me. I mean, the fact that
Yeah.
my third choice was literally identical to Seskimo's third choice. I think that's
Very funny.
only the second time ever
Yeah.
that's happened. Hilariously, the first time was the first game overlapping with all 3 of us, but like, that's still, we'll carry if you don't do it. I'm so down with that. I would watch that.
True.
I'll message y'all at a minimum.
Yeah, I think a lot of my games are weird, and I don't think most people are going to play most of mine. But I think there's a few there that are interesting to some people. So
I mean, I want to
think
play your Fate one. Well, sorry,
Yeah.
let me restate that. I want to play the Fate
The-
Samurai one.
Yes.
I'd put the Fate Samurai one. Honestly, yeah. I mean, this, like I said, this year had a lot of big games, which took up a lot of my time. Which is why I didn't get to play as much of like the smaller games that we
Yeah.
that I had played the past few years.
Yeah. Say, I'm never gonna play Baldur's Gate or Tears of the Kingdom, though. I will fully admit that.
Yeah, that's
Fine.
fair. Like I said, I don't, if those games aren't for you, then
Yeah,
they're
no.
not for you.
I do need to play The Wandering Village. Hilariously, I think of your list, I actually have played Starfield, Hi-Fi Rush, Ghostwire Tokyo, and SteamWorld Build. I feel kind of bad not putting SteamWorld Build on there, but also, like I said, I had, God, such a banger of a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really want to play, SteamWorld Build and Wandering Village. Eastward sounds really cool too. Yeah.
I love esports dreams so much. I do genuinely think, other than Doki Doki Literature Club, that probably is like the thing that really got me into visual novels fully. Like, I went from Doki Doki Literature Club to that, and that's kind of what sold me on, okay, wait, maybe I undervalue visual novels.
And I am living my Sports dream in real life.
I mean, you kind of are.
I'm going to Portland next weekend to play Pokemon because I'm weird.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose very hard.
No. You'll be fine. Side note, Cyclone,
Very
I've actually been unironically told that Katawa Shoujo is an incredibly good visual novel.
Yeah, Sam and I tried to play it. I think Sam read more of it than I did.
I keep
don't remember how
meaning
far.
to play it. So the problem is I started playing it, lost my save, started playing it again, and did
Oh.
what I thought was the exact same thing, and got a completely different route. And I was like, wait, what's going on here?
You probably like it a lot more than either of us did. So
I liked what I played. The problem is, like,
yeah,
I don't know what I'm doing, and it shows in the game. And from what I can tell, there's a lot of routes to that game. Like, a lot.
there's like 5 or 6, but like each route has sub routes. Yeah, so
It feels like there's a lot going on, which is kind of wild for a free game. Which, Cyclone, you realize that only 1, 2, 3, 4 of your games are free? More than half your games are paid. Technically, you got Hue for free.
system.
So even then, it's 50-50. Some choices have a point system, enough points route A, others else route B. Oh! That's always an
Yeah.
interesting way for. I actually want to learn more about like how people do their decisions for design for visual novels. I feel like that's like an interesting.
You should see some of these flowcharts. They're pretty intense.
Well, it's not just flowcharts. Like, I would just love to know, like, is it the best? When should you use a point system, or like what are the positives and negatives of like each different style of system too? It's kind of like the game design stuff in general. I
a lot of times if it's a dating sim, it'll use a point system because there's no like true route, and so your choices just give you like affection points for characters, and then whoever you spent the most time with, basically that's whose route you get.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Also, fuck Super Mario World. That's
yeah. If there's anything to take away from this,
don't play Super Mario
ignore
World.
all that. Yeah, Super Mario World, don't play it.
If you were gonna ignore or listen to only one specific thing, damn, it would actually be close for me between recommending No Straight Roads and not playing Super Mario World. Like, unironically.
Yeah, that's how much Super Mario World will ruin your life. Is that like deciding to play it will have a larger negative impact than any of these other games will have a positive one.
I hate that that's actually relatively accurate.
Which that just means we have to play better games next year. Easy.
I played some great games this year.
Play better games.
Yeah.
I played a lot of very good games this year.
Yeah. I think honestly, I mean, I already know as a fact that the games that I have on my list are, so I have one game that was on to Persona 5 Royal was on your top 10 list before, right?
Yeah.
I think my top
mine.
10 list is unironically like bits and pieces of, at some point in time, your guys' top 10 lists. No Straight Roads is going to be on your top 10 list in the future. Backfire Wall is going to be on your top 10 list in the future. Hi-Fi Rush from this year. Outer Worlds, would that have been on your top 10 list when you played it, Seskimo? I don't actually know.
Yeah, probably.
I was literally... Oh, actually, the other one was on your top 10, not this one, huh?
I had, the other one. I don't know if I would have made my top 10 the year I played it. I do not know what came out that year.
Well, I'll count it because you have the other one.
Because I didn't like it as much, but yeah.
That's fair. P5S. Am I the only one who's actually played it?
Yes.
Oh, no, I played it.
You played it?
Wrong, yeah.
When did you play it?
Yeah, it was in my honorable mentions last year.
I
gotcha. I got it when it came out for free on PlayStation.
Gotcha. How I should have gotten it, but turns out
I would like to play it. I don't think it. I doubt it will make a top 10 because I think I'll just like Samurai Remnant more.
Interesting.
But we'll see.
That's
That'll be
fair.
interesting. I do
I'm
genuinely feel.
interested to see.
Yeah, I do think that's probably the one that's the most questionable. Talos Principle was your top 10 this year. P5R was on, I think, one of your twos when it came out. Unpacking, I think both of you have played it, so this might be the other one. And then I'll count Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog because it was on Cyclone's list this year. So I think this is actually probably one of my strongest top 10 lists, like, of all time. Although clearly Omori is still like possibly the top to be top.
Yeah, Omari's in my top 10 all time.
Omori is definitely in my top 10 all time. The awkward thing is I'm not actually sure if... Oh, man. I'm realizing I think I added No Straight Roads to my top 5 of all time, which means because I didn't add Omori to my top 5 of all time, that I actually think No Straight Roads is better than Omori.
Ooh.
And I kind of hate that, but also I can't argue against it in my brain.
What I generally don't order my top 10 of all time because some of those things are just like not like adequately comparable. Like No Straight Roads, I feel like you can't really compare that to Omori in a reasonable like ranking system.
Yeah. Well, the problem is I usually have like a top 5, right? Like I had a top 5 that was my go-to top 5. And now I'm at the point where it's like, I'm not sure I can do just a top 5. I think I have a top 10, full stop. And I think I have to do that.
I think that's not a bad thing, though.
Well, weirdly enough, it's probably going to be like a top 8, if I'm being honest. Because it's my original top 5, and then I'd probably add Omori, No Straight Roads, and probably Backfire Wall right now. Like, I feel like that would be the most confident I would be. Although I can't remember. What did I have second last year?
Backfire Wall.
God, I love Backfire Wall so much. I don't know whether or not it just hit extra special for me. or not. Oh, Yuppie Psycho would definitely be on my top list of all time. So I think I would have a top. Okay, now I just need to find a 10th. The problem
I
is
need to
like,
figure out what my top 10 would be.
yeah, no, I think that's pretty fair for me to have what I have, because I believe it was BioShock as a series, Psychonauts as a series, The Beginner's Guide. What were my other two? Backfire Wall underscore is kind of a surprise to be number 2. Really? I thoroughly enjoyed it.
It was better than P5R.
Like higher than Talos, Principal, or Persona, and I. All of them? Yes. 100% to me. To me personally, yes. And maybe it's just like all of the jokes hit especially hard for me, being like the style of nerd that I am, more so than I think there was enough. The weird thing is for Backfire Wall, I just felt like it didn't do anything I disliked. And maybe that's the biggest thing. It wasn't necessarily like it was everything perfectly that I've like wanted out of a game, but not at a second through that game did I was like feel like, this is I could do without this in the game. Not for a second in the game did I feel that way.
That's huge, yeah.
Like and that's hard to find in games. Like really hard to find. Like even like No Straight Roads and Hi-Fi Rush, I had some negative things to say. Outer Worlds, I had some negative things to say. Somnium Files, everything else on my top 10, I've had some negative things to say. I have that about honestly almost every other list that's on my top 10 of all time. Other than probably Beginner's Guide. I have some pretty like I would say there's some negatives I would say to this game. I don't know if I feel that way at all about Backfire Wall. And maybe it's just because it wasn't going like super crazy. It's only like a 5-hour game. And maybe it's because I didn't like do everything to a T. But like that's just how I felt about it.
I'm excited to play it.
Yeah. All right. It is getting late though, and I am tired.
Yeah.
But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. It's always New Year's is always one of the best years.
New Year's is always one of the best years.
Always one of the best years.
Hey, I'll own it. All right. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Thank you. It's been real. And look
Great.
forward to Game Pass PALS Buffet PALS coming
Oh my god.
sometime in
At
2024.
At some
We're gonna make it
point
happen.
in the
We're gonna
future.
we're gonna do Vegas at some point. We're gonna make it happen.
We're gonna make it happen. Food Pass
Pass
Pals.
Pass,
I'm so
yeah.
down. So you're gonna come visit
Game
Hawaii,
Pass
and we're gonna hit
Pals
all of the
Full
great
Edition.
spots there in Hawaii, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we could go do a luau review.
God, that would be great. Don't
That's
you
expensive.
tempt me. Don't you tempt me.
Wait, what?
Honestly,
Do you
not,
know?
though. Flights to Hawaii have gotten so much cheaper, and honestly, depending on when we go, do you get time off in Kauai, Jovine?
Oh, I get time off wherever the hell I want. Technically speaking, the only one I probably won't ever have. Okay, so while working, I'm probably never gonna have like a ton of time off, but the only one that I'm like for sure never ever gonna be getting off is Honolulu, because that's a turnaround day, and then it's much less likely that I'll get time off on Hilo, because Hilo is a tender port, which means we actually take a lifeboat and bring them into the port, and then instead of docking, because they have too small of a location. So
Yeah.
other than that, all the other spots that we stop are I think if I'm not like if we're literally on a light day and it's only one of the two of us working, I'd probably be allowed. I'm guaranteed 10 hours or minimum 10 hours of rest every single day, and I only need to sleep 8, so.
Oh. Okay, Cruise Pass Pals.
Who's Bass Pals?
I'm not saying that I can make it cheap, but
Ooh.
I can do what I can.
Depends on how cheap, honestly.
Going on a cruise to annoy Jovine at work.
It'd be so
You
good.
literally couldn't see me. My job is literally not in the eye of the customer. That's the funny thing. That's part of why I want
Yeah.
the job. I'm nowhere near any use. Cruise Pass Pals.
I would request IT help constantly.
You can't.
Demand
not
it
your
needs to
IT.
be in person.
I'm not your IT.
Oh.
Get wrecked. No, unironically,
I would request.
there is literally nothing you can request that would actually be me. Again, exactly why I took the job.
Hilarious.
Yeah, no, I am only helping staff at all. Not crew, just staff. Not guests, just staff. That is, from what I've been told, is like 99% of what I do. Like,
Nice.
I think, like, technically, if any of the crew has issues that's, like, with their computers or stuff, not, like, their actual, like, electronic equipment for the actual boat, I help them, kind of thing.
Oh, I do know how to see you. Is we start a fire.
I wouldn't be on the fire team, but you would also definitely get kicked off.
Oh yeah, I mean obviously.
I can't be on the fire team, because I wear glasses. And you can't wear glasses with the fire equipment. I would have to either have contacts or I'd have to be blind. Which, to be fair, honestly, you probably could do the firefighting without having glasses, if I'm being completely honest with you. But I'm also not going to do that. I also don't think I have the time to volunteer for the fire team, unironically. If I'm coming for there being a fire, something really fucked up, because that means the fire is so big we need people that aren't on the fire team. That is a very, or the fire team died. Those are the only two options. Both of those are very, very bad.
Okay, so I see a plan forming here. Got it. Understood.
I don't know about that, Chief.
So,
You know, you can just always ask to eat dinner with me on the boat, right?
Oh yeah, that's maybe a better idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's restaurants on the ship. There's a hibachi on the ship. We could just like go get that.
Neat.
It's actually priced pretty reasonable. I was looking at those the day because I believe I can get to go to them. I think I can also get a discount, but like,
Nice.
it's one of those things where it's like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, well, we can talk more about this a different time rather than me stealing away more of your sleep.
Yeah.
But sleep well, guys. It's been great.
Oh yeah, we have to talk about inscription at some point too, as a reminder.
Oh yeah. Are you doing something?
I need to play it.
Hey, how about
I will
before
probably
raid?
Actually play that.
Are you doing anything before raid?
No.
Then I'll probably do that because I'm not. This is the last stream. I'm not streaming anymore after this. And well.
Oh wow.
Like this is genuinely the grand finale.
It's the end. I don't want this to end.
Finale.
Good news,
sorry,
Cyclone, because we're actually going for 5 more hours.
Now, hold up. Pump your brakes.
Let's go.
Pump your brakes.
You still
I don't know about that,
owe
Chief.
Cyclone a 24-hour stream.
Do you want me to just leave on the stream for another?
No.
I could just leave stream on for 20 or 18 more hours. There's gonna be no content, but I could just leave it on.
We've been streaming for a while. Wow.
It's a sleeping stream.
6
Yeah,
hours.
it's 6 hours because we started.
Yeah, we
quite a bit
went
early.
hard.
Well,
Yeah.
I knew we had the buffet to cover and Firewatch and also the
Firewatch,
top
yeah.
10. 24-hour Demon Turf stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ended up timing that like perfectly.
We always do. To be fair, part of it was
Nailed it.
we're
We
all
always do
looking
our
at the
second time
clock.
doing it.
Yeah, we always look at the clock and like try to buffer ourselves a bit to push
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, we
So-
actually kind of have this down. Even
Isn't this
even
only
the
year
first
two?
you're doing
Yeah.
it. Yeah, for a big year too, we've gotten it perfect like both years. So
Year
good.
one, we did it exactly perfect because we were like, mostly by coincidence, but also like definitely looking at the clock and be like, I bet we can make this work. Also, having breaks on the hours helps buffer a lot. Plus, also makes it easier for me to cut up the VODs.
yeah, I mean, even this year we basically finished up right exactly at time. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
good, and we added a person. So like
Yeah, true. That's part of why with Cyclone 2 adding that extra time was really good.
I like the votes. The voting was exciting. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I like the guessing quite a bit. I thought it was enjoyable trying to
Guessing
figure
was
out exactly
fun.
the right go. All right. Well,
Okay. Good night for real, and
Good night, good
goodbye.
night.
Good night.
Forever.
Bye, Jovine.
Thank you
for the
guys so much.
stream.
Thanks for being here with the final thing.
Neither Wizard nor Sensible Question Shotgun Mario. Do neither of you know a game that I have no idea what it is, but I can just like imagine based on the
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, it's Super Mario 64 with the shotgun. I will not elaborate further.
Cyclone.
Oh,
I
that's-
put Rhythm Action Gadsby as my number 10.
Yeah, don't elaborate
have no
further.
questions.
Let them sit.
We just accept.
Let them cook. Let them cook. All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Put Discord. As for those two nerds, thank you so much for hanging out with me. It has been an absolute blast, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Streaming's been a real fun time for me, and I couldn't imagine a more perfect way to wrap it all up. So, oh God, please stop. There we go. Until next time. And don't worry, there's eventually going to be a next time. Peace.
Thank you so much for to playing my game.